Young master, get up. You're 13 today." I did not get up. I was lying in the grass behind my mother's old house with my hat over my face, doing the single thing I was genuinely world class at, which was nothing. Not sleeping, not resting, nothing. There's a difference, and I had spent a year mastering it. See, in my last life, I was the youngest son of a rich family, and I spent 5 of my 18 years flat on a hospital bed watching a ceiling fan. Then I died. Then I woke up in a mountain village in a body that could run, and I decided, with total sincerity, that I was going to spend this entire second life outdoors, horizontal, and unemployed. The universe gave me exactly 12 months of that. The man standing over me was Zhao Ming, clan steward, 8th level of something called acquired martial artist, which meant he could put his fist through a door and did not care who knew it. Hong lifted my hat off my face like a lid off a pot. "The main family tests every child at 13, he said. "Spiritual root. It's today." "What if I don't have one?" "Then you come home and lie in the grass." Honestly, best case scenario. I got up. 3 days in a cart to a place called Phoenix, where the Branch family lived, and where my uncle, Zhao Jinyu, lined up 23 children in a hall and gave a speech about humility. My uncle was the man who had inherited my father's entire estate the year my father died, which he mentioned exactly 0 times during his speech about humility. I sat at the end of the row of legitimate sons, last chair, the one by the draft. And through the window behind me, I could hear my cousin Zhao Lanying explaining me to her friends. "His father died and left one useless son," she said. "My father took him in out of pure charity. Isn't that so like him?" Her friends agreed that it was so like him. I yawned, put my head against the wall, and fell asleep, because I have never once in 2 lifetimes found a good reason to argue with a person who is already sure. The only thing I owned that mattered was a black jade pendant shaped like a little scowling dragon with a pearl under its horn. I dug it out of a field. I kept it because in my old world, the dragon was our totem, and holding it made a strange world feel 1% less strange. I want you to remember that pendant. It is going to get very important, and I didn't know it for another 6 years. Then Denglin Prefecture, 18 innate experts flying escort. City gates tall enough to make you feel like a bug. The Zhao clan owned half of it, and in the main hall, under a formation that hung a black moon over the floor, they read our roots. One boy stepped up and got nothing, not a flicker. Hong walked out fast so nobody could watch his face. Zhao Lanying stepped up. 3 lights, metal and water and earth, all of them murky. Lower middle grade. She looked like someone had handed her a wet fish, but a wet fish is still a fish, and she'd be a cultivator. Then me. I put my palm down, the black moon turned, and out of the middle of that formation came one thread of light so thin and so pale that the steward reading it leaned in, squinted, and leaned in again. Blue, one color, no branches. Hong straightened up and said the word that followed me for the next 9 years. False root, lowest aptitude. Hong was wrong. Hong was not a little wrong. Hong was so completely, catastrophically wrong that years later, a golden core immortal from a world I hadn't even heard of yet would look at his testing method and call it, out loud, in front of 200 geniuses, ignorant and shallow. But that's a later problem. That day, the steward wrote lowest, a servant wrote lowest, and 6 of us out of 23 were sent up the mountain. And one of the 6 was me, and I was the garbage one. They flew us up on a golden crane, 10 feet tall, gold beak, and it ate 1 spiritual pearl a year, which is apparently insane because the entire clan owned 10. I remember thinking, this bird's food budget is larger than my entire branch of the family. At the top, they split us. Talent went to Flying Vulture Peak. The 3 of us at the bottom got a yellow-faced kid with a clipboard energy and 3 options. Take clan missions and probably die, attach yourself to a talented disciple and serve them, or manual labor. The other 2 picked serving. Smart, safe, 0 chance at anything, ever. I asked what the manual labor was. 100 herb garden, he said. 1 worker, 1 steward. Old man Wang. Hong fires everyone inside 2 days. Perfect. A garden, a hermit, and a job nobody else wanted. That one. There was a barrier across the gate and no token in my pocket, so I did the sophisticated thing and walked into it repeatedly until an old man in straw sandals came out with a pipe in his teeth and looked at me the way you look at a dog that has learned to open a door. New laborer? Apparently. Hong went inside and came back out and dropped a stack of books into my arms that nearly put me on the ground. Illustrated Registry of Spiritual Plants, Secret Treatise of the Medicine King, Records of Shennong, Compendium, each one thick enough to stop a spear. Read them, he said, all of them, memorize. And then? Then we'll see if you're worth talking to. So for half a month I cooked, washed, swept, and read 6 and 7 hours a night by a bad lamp. And somewhere in there the old man stopped watching me and started teaching me. Hong showed me gold vein grass, which is a required ingredient in the Foundation Establishment pill, and then he showed me the thing that grows next to it, which looks identical, which is called gold ruining grass, and which will quietly destroy the entire batch. Difference? There's a parasite in the root. How do you get it out? Silver needle, slowly, without cutting the root. Hong grunted, which I eventually learned was the highest grade of praise available on the premises. I liked it there. That's the part people never believe. I had the worst posting in a clan of thousands, and I liked it, because nobody looked at me, and nobody expected anything, and the plants didn't care about my aptitude. Then Zhou Gong walked in. Hong came with Zhao Shouying, who was 18, dressed in purple, 2 spiritual roots, 5th level of xie refining, and who carried herself like a woman who had never once been told to move. Zhou Gong was the son of the Zhou clan head, 30 years old, same 5th level she'd hit at 18, and if you want a picture of him, picture a man who has decided that the correct response to that math is to be very loud. Hong gave her a whip. 9 sections, 9 beads, purple flower pattern, obviously expensive. Try it, he said. Then he looked directly at me. On the servant. I was 7 feet away holding a watering pot. I did not move, because moving is how you become the topic. Zhao Shouying said, Hong wasn't invited into this conversation, and walked off, and the whip went back into its box. Zhou Gong looked at me for 1 full second before he followed her. I want to be clear about something. I had done nothing. I had said nothing. I owned nothing he wanted. And in that 1 second, he wrote my name down somewhere behind his eyes, and 5 years later, he would try to collect. That's the whole engine of this world, honestly. Not talent, not treasures, just people deciding for free that you're going to be the one who pays. After they left, Old Man Wang handed Zhao Shouying a bundle of 1,000-grain grass for her brother, and that brother's name came up for the first time. Zhao Longwei. Foundation establishment at 25. A genius the clan hadn't produced in 500 years. Everyone said his name the way you'd say the name of a mountain. Remember him too. 2 weeks later, the old man found me picking root borers out of the 1,000-grain grass with a bamboo skewer. 5 of them, one after another, no damage to the plants. Hong watched a while. Then he said, Why haven't you asked me for protection? Because that's what a laborer with any sense does. You attach to the man with the pipe and the barrier, and you never get whipped again. You told me to learn the books first, I said. I haven't finished. A man who doesn't keep his word isn't a man. Hong said, Good. Then he said it twice more, which was alarming. Then he went inside and came back with a manual. Grass transformation secret, 2nd grade, mixed attributes. It's junk. It's the worst technique in this garden, and it's the only one I'm allowed to give a false root. So I'll be a junk cultivator. You'll be a cultivator. Fair. That night, I sat down and tried to breathe in the 5 colors of energy the way the book described. Gold ignored me. Blue ignored me. Red ignored me. Brown ignored me. And then the cyan came, and it did not ask. It went into the point between my eyebrows like a thrown knife, and my whole body locked up, and I sat there for 7 days. 7 days. I did not eat, drink, blink, or think. When I came out of it, I was covered head to foot in a black crust of impurities that smelled like a drain. I had grown a full inch, and the skin underneath was the color of jade. I stood up, looked at my own arms, and had exactly one thought, which was, I need a bath immediately. Old Man Wang came around the corner with his pipe halfway to his mouth and stopped dead. Boy, he said, that is how supreme talents enter the path. I have a false root. I know what you have, he said, and then he did not say anything else for a long time. I got cocky, of course. I used my brand new spiritual energy to dry my hair and nearly deleted the entire cultivation I'd just built, and the old man hit me on the back of the head so hard I saw the black moon again. Then the sky broke. I heard it before I saw it, a voice up above the whole mountain, and the voice was Zhou Chuan, head of the Zhou clan, and what he was shouting was, "Zhao Zhengtian, your clan has gone too far." Two foundation establishment cultivators fighting over a mountain looks like weather. That's all I can tell you. Thunder and lightning coming down in sheets from one of them, a line of fire going up from the other, and the entire garden pressed flat like a hand was on it. Our clan had won, and Zhou Chuan, losing, did the thing that told me exactly what kind of man he was. Hong turned in the air and threw everything he had left at the east courtyard. The east courtyard is where they kept the children. Something came off Flying Vulture Peak so fast it was a line and not a shape, and one sword stroke ate the attack whole. Zhao Longwei. First time I ever saw him. Hong didn't say anything. Hong didn't have to. Zhou Chuan hung there bleeding from his mouth and said, "When the secret realm opens this year, my clan will make you pay." Then he left. Turns out the entire war was because the Zhao clan had refused a marriage proposal. That's it. Somebody said no to a wedding, and a man tried to kill a courtyard full of 8-year-olds. 2 days later, the fallout arrived at my level, because it always does. Zhao Ziluo came into the garden. 3rd level, sharp face, and she was Zhou Gong's favorite, which, in that clan, was a job title. Zhao Lanying came with her, because of course she did. They stood in my herb rows gossiping about whose marriage had been refused. And then Zhao Ziluo got bored, and boredom in a cultivator is a weapon. She slapped her palm into my shoulder. I have been hit a lot since. I've been hit by a man who could crack a mountain. That first one still lives somewhere near the top of the list, because it was the first time I understood, physically, in my arm, that these people could do whatever they wanted to me, and there was no next step. No court, no appeal, just the ground. I did not make a sound. I stood there, and I let it happen. And she lifted her hand to do it again. And somebody caught her wrist. "That's enough, Miss Ziluo." Lin Bao, 25, 2nd level, a face like an honest farmer, and hopelessly, terminally in love with Zhao Ziluo in a way that everybody in the garden could see, including her. Hong was weaker than she was. Hong caught her wrist anyway. She left in a temper. Hong crouched down and put his hand on my shoulder and pushed his own energy into the bruise until I could move my fingers again. "You're new," he said. "I'm the false root." "Yeah, well," Hong shrugged. "I'm the guy with no future who's in love with the girl who forgot my name. We're both having a great time. First friend I made in that world. Hong gave me 10 strands of red silk grass for the pain and never once mentioned it again. That night, alone, with my shoulder still black, I sat down and broke through to the first level of Xia refining. 3 months from a false root to a real one. Nobody in the entire clan would have believed it, so I made a decision right there in the dark that shaped everything after. I told them nothing. Over the next month, I opened 8 acupoints along the Gao Meridian. When Old Man Wang asked, I said 3. Hong offered to move me into the east courtyard with the talents, and I said no thank you, I like the plants. And he squinted at me for a long moment and let it go. That was the first time I ever hid what I was. It would not be the last, and it is the only reason I'm alive to tell you any of this. Because a month after that, the announcement came down the mountain. The Lin Yuan secret realm opens once every 5 years. 5 families hold 5 jade sword keys. 100 people go in, and not all of them come out. And Old Man Wang, who fired every laborer he'd ever had inside 2 days, walked into the garden with his pipe and said, "Pack, you're coming with me." 10 cranes, 100 people, and a stone stele with 5 holes in it. The 5 clan heads walked up together and drove 5 jade swords into that stele at the same moment, and the stele blew apart into 5 pieces, and where it had been standing, there was a black hole in the air, turning slowly, like water going down a drain. I noticed one thing while everybody else was staring at the vortex. Zhou Chuan was late, not accidentally late. Hong arrived precisely late enough that his people entered last, and nobody could watch where they went. Nobody else seemed to care. I filed it. I'd like to tell you I was being clever. Mostly, I was being the kind of person who watches the exits. Then the black hole took us, and I came out of the other side alone. That's how the Lin Yuan's secret realm works, by the way. It doesn't drop you with your group. It scatters 100 people across a wilderness like seed and lets you find each other or not. I found a spotted snake instead. It came out of a rock and spat something at me that ate a hole through a tree trunk on its way past my ear. And I want to state for the record that my entire combat repertoire at this point was running. I ran. I was extremely good at it. I was so good at it that I ran directly into two brothers from the Wang clan who killed the snake in about 4 seconds and then looked at me the way you look at a lost dog with no collar. "How strong are you?" the older one said. "Not? Then go somewhere else." That was Liu Jian, 5th son of the Wang clan. Remember him? We're going to come back to that arm. So I went somewhere else. I ate coral berries that the Registry of Spiritual Plants said were safe, which is the first time those 4 enormous books paid rent. I killed a tiger rabbit the size of a calf with an explosive talisman, and if you're wondering how a rabbit gets to be the size of a calf, the answer is that it also has fangs, and it was hunting me. Night came. I found a cave, slept in it, and woke up next to a shed skin the size of a boat with scales as wide as my palm, plus a floor of bones. Nobody tells you this part. The horrifying thing about a monster den is not the monster. It's the 8 seconds where you're still sitting down. I got out of that cave at a speed I have never matched since, and I got out just in time to watch the owner come home. It was a black scaled serpent 300 years old, with a drop of ancient serpent blood in it, which meant it was in the process of growing wings, and it was in the process of growing wings directly into a fight with 2 eagles. One black, 500 years old, one gold, and the gold one had the blood of the great rock in it, which I only learned much later, and which explains everything that came after. They had a nest. The serpent went through the nest. It broke the first egg with its tail like it was nothing, and the second egg came off the cliff in a long, slow arc, and I was standing right there. And I have thought about this a lot in the years since, because the honest answer is that I did not decide anything. I saw a thing falling that was about to stop existing, and my arms went out. I caught it against my chest, and went down hard on my back with it, and lay there in the dirt with an egg in my ribs, while 3 creatures that could have eaten a house killed each other 20 feet away. When it was over, all 3 of them were dead. And that was worth more than my entire clan's annual budget. So within an hour, there were 8 cultivators from 5 families standing around the corpses arguing about who got the serpent. And then Zhao Long Wei came down out of the sky. Hong didn't argue. Hong opened a high-grade storage bag and inhaled all 3 bodies into it, and everybody's mouths shut at the same time. Then he found me. Small, filthy, no clan robe, holding an egg. 100 herb garden? Yes, young master. Hong put me on his flying sword and took me to Old Man Wong, and that was the first conversation I ever had with the man who would, 4 days later, tell the world I didn't exist. The old man's valley was thick, really thick. I sat down there and opened my 9th acupoint in 1 hour, and I said, out loud like an idiot, "The energy here is 10 times denser," and Old Man Wong gave me a bigu pill and told me to eat it and shut up. 15 days of food in 1 pill. Cultivation is genuinely a great deal on the catering side. Then the light appeared in the west, and everything went sideways. Somewhere under a mountain there was a cave, lit from the inside like a lantern, and the Zhou clan got there first and put Zhou Yu in the doorway. Foundation establishment. A wall with a face. Zhao Wuya tried the door. Zhou Gong took his arm off at the shoulder. Just like that, in front of everyone, and Zhao Longwei caught his own man, poured a regeneration pill down his throat, and grew the arm back in 2 breaths, which was the moment I understood the actual gap between me and the people I was standing near. Then Mei Ruoxi arrived. Red ribbons, foundation establishment, the kind of woman who talks like she's already skipped to the end of the negotiation. "We break the formation together," she said, "or nobody goes in." 30 formation masters from 5 families worked on that door for a day and a night, and it came open, and inside it was an illusion array. I want to slow down here, because what an illusion array does is very simple and very cruel. It reaches into you, finds the thing you would give anything for, and gives it to you. I opened my eyes and I was in a hospital room. White ceiling, that fan, the particular chemical smell they use on the floors. And around the bed, my family. My oldest brother in his uniform, standing at the window because he could never sit down when he was scared. My second brother, the one we called Amu, holding my hand with both of his. My mother crying without making any noise, which is a thing she did, and which I had somehow forgotten she did. My father talking to the doctors in the corridor in his negotiating voice, the one he used on suppliers, like death was a vendor who could be brought down on price. And me, on the bed, 18, not moving. The array put me back inside that body. I couldn't move my hands. I could hear all of them at once, the way you hear things in a dream, all their feelings at the same time. And underneath it, coming up out of the body I was in, was the last thing that boy had ever thought. I'm not accepting this. Why me? Why me? I want to burn this world down. That was mine. That was actually mine. I had thought it for 5 years in that bed, and I had never once said it to anyone. And that is exactly how a heart demon eats a cultivator. It doesn't lie to you. It hands you a true thing and lets you hold it until you drown. I don't know how long I was in there. Not enough to hear my mother stop crying quietly and start crying properly. What got me out was noticing that my father's negotiating voice was slightly wrong. Hong never said please. In 17 years of listening to that man, he had never once said please to a supplier. The array had guessed. I said out loud in a hospital that did not exist, "You're not him." And the whole thing came apart like wet paper. I came up off the floor of a cave under a mountain, in a world with dragons in it, gasping, with my face soaked, and I did the only useful thing available, which was to get to Old Man Wang and slap him across the mouth while shouting the heart-cleansing incantation into his ear. Hong came up swinging. Then he looked at me. "You woke up first," he said. "Yes." "Before the Foundation establishments." "Yes." Hong didn't ask how. Hong looked at me for 1 second longer than was comfortable, and then he said, "Zhao clan first." And we started slapping our own people awake. That's the part nobody in that clan ever knew. Every single Zhao who walked out of that cave walked out because the false root woke up first. Above us, the ceiling of the cave began to move. Not the ceiling. The carpet of gray butterflies covering the ceiling, wings the color of old stone, and they came down all at once, and they had teeth. 7 colored illusion butterflies, venomous, and they went for the eyes. The Ujian took a bite on the forearm, and the black went up his arm like ink going up a paper towel, and it was moving toward his shoulder, and everyone around him was busy screaming. I had a dagger. I had read 4 books about what happens to flesh when a spirit toxin reaches the heart. I said, "Hold still," and I took his arm off below the elbow. That was the first time I ever cut a person. I remember the sound more than anything. And then I remember cutting away the rotten meat above the line while he swore at me in a completely calm voice, which is a thing tough men do. And then I remember him going gray and sitting down. When it was done, he tried to give me 5 bigu pills. "You pulled me out of a snake," I said. "We're square." Deeper in, past the butterflies, there was an altar. And on the altar there was a fruit the color of a coal. Crimson flame fruit. It burns the extra spiritual roots out of you. 3 roots go in, 1 root comes out. In a world where your entire ceiling is decided by that number at age 13, that fruit is not a treasure. It's a second birth. The mother butterfly was on the altar laying eggs into it. 6-foot wingspan, hooked stinger, and the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in that cave stopped hating each other for about 90 seconds to kill it. Mei Ruoxi's ribbons pinned the wings, Zhou Yu punched through the thorax, and Zhao Longwei took the head off. Then Zhao Longwei picked up the fruit, and the 90 seconds were over. Zhou Yu's hand closed around my throat from behind. I want to describe this properly, because everything that happened to me for the next 9 years came out of the next 4 seconds. Hong lifted me off the ground so everyone could see me, and he said, loud, to the whole cave, "Give me the fruit, or I break the neck of the clan head's youngest son." Hong'd made a mistake. I was nobody. I was a laborer in a plant garden. All Zhao Longwei had to do was say so, and Zhou Yu would have looked like a fool and dropped me. And he did say so. Hong said it in a voice with absolutely nothing in it. "That is a laborer from the 100 Herb Garden. Hong is not the clan head's son. You are mistaken." Which was true. Which was, I want to be fair, completely true. And which also meant that every single person in that cave now knew my exact market value, out loud, including the man holding my throat. Old Man Wang said something at first, then he stopped saying things, and I watched him stop. That was worse than Zhao Longwei, honestly, because Zhao Longwei barely knew my face, and the old man had eaten my cooking for a year and a half. I burned a green talisman and got maybe 6 feet. Zhou Yu pulled me back through the air like a fish on a line, put his palm flat on my stomach, and shattered my dantian. If you have never had that done, I can't help you. There isn't a comparison. It isn't pain in the ordinary sense. It's the sensation of a room you live in being taken out of the building. Then he threw me off the ledge into the lake. Last thing I saw was the ceiling of the cave going away from me very fast, and one small detail I did not have time to appreciate, which was that in the confusion, nobody had noticed I was still holding a black eagle egg inside my robe. I hit the water. And here is the joke, the actual joke of my entire second life, the one I'd tell you first if we were drinking. Nobody had ever taught me to swim. I had spent 13 years lying in grass under the sun on a mountain, and I had never learned. And the thing that was going to kill me was not the dantian and not the fall. It was that I did not know what to do with my arms. I went down. I stopped going down. There was a long, dark, and I walked through it for what felt like 1,000 steps, and it did not have a floor or a sky, and I was still walking mostly because stopping seemed worse. And then there was a stone platform with light on it. There was a man sitting on the platform. Hong wore white. His hair went past the platform and onto the dark. His eyes were shut. And around him, standing in the air, were things I had no word for yet, thin and bright and quiet, and being near them made every hair on my body stand up. I had watched Zhao Longwei cut a mother demon's head off 11 minutes earlier, and I had thought he was the strongest thing alive. Standing in front of this man, Zhao Longwei was a firefly next to a moon. I did the only thing my dead grandmother would have approved of. I bowed. "I'm sorry to disturb you," I said. "I think I'm lost." Hong opened his eyes. Hong looked at me for a while. Then, without a word, without a change in his face, he moved one sleeve. And I woke up. I woke up on stone, in the dark, coughing lake water, in a cave under the bottom of the lake that no one on the surface knew existed. There was blood all over my chest. Some of it had gotten onto the eagle egg, which was cracked. Some of it had gotten onto the little black dragon pendant. And the pendant was glowing. I lay there and did an inventory, which took about 2 seconds. My dantian was rubble. That's not an injury, that's a career ending. It meant I would never cultivate again, and it meant that if by some miracle I got out of this cave, I would spend the rest of a very short life as a crippled laborer in a clan that had already publicly stated I wasn't worth a fruit. And then the egg hatched. The thing that came out of it was ugly. I want to be honest. It was a wet gray scrap with a beak too big for its head and enormous demanding eyes, and it looked at me, and it decided, with the total confidence of the newly born, that I was its mother. I named it Xianxia. That was the name of a bird I'd had in my last life, back when I could still hold things. "You picked the worst possible person," I told it. "I have no energy, no clan, no future, and no arm strength. You should have imprinted on the water." It bit my thumb. Then the pendant, which had been glowing this whole time, floated up off my chest, resized itself without asking, and slid onto my little finger. I pulled. It did not come off. I pulled harder and got the distinct impression that the ring found this funny. It was a storage ring. I had been wearing a spatial artifact around my neck as a souvenir for 2 years because I liked the little dragon's face. Days went by. The hatchling could not fly, and I could not cultivate, so we became a very sad 2-man household. It dug for worms. I lay against a rock and thought about the exact tone of Zhao Longwei's voice. And then the bird dug up something that was not a worm. It was a bead of liquid, silver green, and the moment the air touched it, my whole chest hurt, because I had read 4 enormous books in a plant garden, and I knew exactly what I was looking at. Essence of Rui wood. The world produces 1 drop of it every 10,000 years, and suspended in the middle of that drop, like a fly in amber, there was a seed with a single red point in it. I did not have time to be careful. I dug it out. The red point came out of the drop like something waking up and shot into my forehead. And then the Rui wood essence went down my throat, and then the 2 of them started fighting over me, cold going down, heat going up. My whole body arched off the floor of that cave, and I could feel the essence pouring into the wreckage of my dantian and rebuilding it, brick by brick, while the seed sank its roots into the middle of it and made itself at home, like a squatter in a house being renovated. When it stopped, I was lying in a puddle of my own sweat with a dantian that was not merely repaired, 5th level of xie refining, 20 meridians open, in one night. And in the middle of my head, in a place I would later learn to call the sea of consciousness, there was a voice reciting something. The myriad wood seed heart great method. A legendary technique, above heaven rank, hidden by whoever wrote it inside the worthless 2nd grade manual called The Grass Transformation Secret, so that only someone who had actually practiced that garbage all the way through would ever find it. It listed 3 conditions to receive it. 1. You must have practiced that specific technique. 2. You must have the seed in your dantian. And 3 was a single spiritual root. I sat in the dark under a lake for a long time with that, because it wasn't false. It was never false. The steward hadn't seen a broken root. Hong seen the rarest thing in the world, one pure color with nothing else in it, and he'd been too low grade to know what he was holding. So he wrote lowest, and I ate 9 years off that word. I laughed, alone, in a cave, at the bottom of a lake, with a broken clan behind me and a bird in my lap. It was not a good laugh. The parasite in my dantian turned out to be a bloodthirsty demon vine, ancient, malevolent, and functionally a toddler. It drank blood, it had the vocabulary of a 2-year-old, and the first coherent thing it ever pushed into my head was, "Mother?" I said, "I'm a man." Mother. I named it Wrong Jin and gave up. Now. My soul was unstable after everything, and unstable souls drift, and mine drifted at night into the ring, which is how I ended up back on that stone platform in front of the man in white. Hong was exactly as he had been, eyes shut, absolutely still. And this time I was not dying, so I could actually look, and what I saw was that everything around him was sharp. Not sharp like a knife, sharp like the concept. I said thank you. Hong didn't answer. I came back the next night and said thank you again, and asked if he was all right in there, which in hindsight is an insane question to ask a being like that. Hong didn't answer. I came back for weeks. I told him about the bird. I told him my dantian was fixed. I told him the vine had started calling me mother and asked whether he thought that was a discipline problem. And one night, out of the silence, without opening his eyes, he said, "My name is Jian Shen." 3 words. It took 2 months to get 3 words. I want you to understand what a good day that was. I lived at the bottom of that lake for 5 years. That's the part that skips past in a sentence and took 5 years. The exit was sealed until the realm opened again. And the realm opened once every 5 years, so I sat down and did the only thing available, which was become dangerous. Rongjin grew out of the Laogong point in my right palm. It needed blood. Specifically, it needed things bigger than me, so I learned to be bait. I would go out into the flooded passages and let something enormous notice me, and then I would not run quite fast enough. Kai armored bull with a head like a boulder chased me down a corridor once and got close enough to breathe on my neck, and Rongjin took it in 4 seconds and left a hide and a skeleton on the floor, completely dry, like something you'd find in a desert. You get used to it. That's the disturbing part. Chonghua grew to 2 feet and went black and gold. And here is a thing I'd like on the record. Jianshen gave me a body tempering method for it, unprompted. A man who spoke in 3-word sentences went and found a training regimen for a bird. We played Go. Endless games of Go on the platform in the ring, and he beat me every time, and every time he beat me the same way, which was straight through the middle, no feints, no patience, just a line of stones aimed at my throat. One night I complained about it. Hong said, "You have no intention to kill." I do. At the time, I thought that was a comment on my Go. By the end of the 5 years, I was 7th level of xie refining. I could hide inside a tree, and I had a vine that could drain a bull. When the realm opened again, I walked out of that lake wearing a mask I'd woven out of grass. The first thing I found was Zhou Kui, brother of Zhou Gang, standing over Zhao Wuya, and a boy of about 9 named Zhao Zitiao, with a 2-winged flying tiger circling them. I did not announce myself. I put steelwood needles into the tiger from 4 directions and then dropped onto its skull with a stake and went through into the brain, and it fell on top of Zhou Kui, and I took the 2 Zhao people out of there while he was still under the corpse. They asked who I was. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The moment the Zhao clan knew that Laborer was alive with a functioning dantian, I would become someone's project. The second thing I found was Zhao Ziqian. She was Zhao Longwei's fiancée, which is a title that in this story means absolutely nothing, and she had just put a hand through Zhao Xiuying's back. Zhao Xiuying, the purple-robed girl from the garden, the one who had said, 5 years ago, that I hadn't been invited into the conversation, and who was the entire reason I did not get whipped that day. Zhao Ziqian fed her 100 maiming pill, and then she turned to Zhou Gang and said the following sentence out loud in the tone of a woman closing a business deal. Take her yin origin. Just make sure she can't talk after. And Zhou Gang unfolded a fan and started cutting her clothes off with it. I'd like to tell you I had a plan. I put a green rope around Zhao Xiuying's waist and pulled her across 20 feet of open ground before either of them registered that anyone else was in the valley. What followed was the worst fight of my life to that point, and it was extremely one-sided. Zhou Gang had a mountain-suppressing cauldron and a heavenly net kerchief and 5 years of resources. And I had a vine I couldn't reveal and a technique I couldn't explain. Hong put me on my knees twice. In between, I got my hand on Zhao Xiuying's spine and poured pure Rui wood energy into her ruined meridians, and she went absolutely rigid and stared at me through a mask made of grass and said, in a voice full of dawning horror, "That's a single root. You have a single root." "You're bleeding into your lung," I said. "Please prioritize." Then Zhou Gang swallowed a spirit pill. I want to flag that pill. It is going to matter enormously about 3 hours from now, and again a decade later. It jumped him 1 to 2 full levels in an instant, and he came at me like a landslide, and I could not hold it, and I went out through the ground with a wood escape technique with my ribs grinding, which left Zhao Xiuying on the ground behind me, alone, in front of 2 people who had already decided to kill her. Except that her brother, that genius, that mountain, had given his little sister 5 jade talismans before she walked into that realm, and each one had a stroke of his sword sealed inside it. She burned too. The first one went through Zhao Ziqian's skull. The second one cut Zhou Gang in half at the waist. I came up out of the dirt in time to see the second half of him hit the grass, and Zhao Xiuying standing over both bodies with 3 talismans left and blood running off her chin, absolutely upright, and I thought, that's the sister. Of course that's the sister. She wanted to take me to her brother. I said no. She asked my name, and I said, I'm from the Zhao clan too, which was the last completely true thing I said to any of them for 9 years. Then I walked to the exit barrier and let it read my blood, because my blood was genuinely Zhao blood, and it let me straight through, and I stepped out into the light in front of 5 clans and 100 returning cultivators. And then I stepped sideways into a crowd and stopped existing. Behind me, I heard the clan head Zhao Zhengtian ask his granddaughter one question. If you saw him again, would you know him? That night, I asked Jianshen the only question I actually cared about. Zhao Longwei abandoned me for a fruit. Was he wrong? I don't know what I wanted. Something soothing. That's the trouble with talking to a man with no 7 emotions. You bring him a wound, and he brings you a scale. Those who do evil, and those who betray their own blood, all deserve to die. Hong did not say which one Zhao Longwei was. I noticed that he did not say it, and I have never once asked him to clarify. Then, out of nowhere, his sword is unfinished. Hong killed a demon mother with 1 stroke. His form is wrong at the wrist. 30,000 swings a day without spiritual energy until the shape corrects. Then he could talk about the sword. 30,000. I laughed out loud in a cave. I want that on the record because in about 6 years I found out he had not been describing an unreasonable standard. Hong had been describing his own childhood. Then, be careful of the vine. Its evil energy can pull you onto the demonic path. I said yes, and I lied, because at that point I still thought Rong Jin was funny. I went down to the market with a martial artist named Wang Shen, sold 1,000 grain grass for 15 caddies of white jade, and bought 3 blue robes for 5. Hong asked my surname. The Zhao clan owned that entire town, and saying Zhao out loud in it was like coughing in a library. So I said, Jin. Just took it. wore my friend's name like a borrowed coat for 2 years, and if you had told me then who I was borrowing it from, I would have walked into the sea. Then a spirit ship for Shangyu Zhou, run by the 9-star Sea Sect. On that ship there was a man named Guo Ping, whose head was the shape and size of a bucket, and who had no outer ears. 200 people on that deck, and he ate alone at every meal. I sat down across from him with a jug. "You'll want to move," he said. "Whether a body is beautiful or ugly is a gift from heaven. Nobody picks. What's worth looking at is a man's character. And you're the only person on this boat who hasn't tried to sell me something." Hong stared at me for a while. Then he poured. I got drunk for the first time in 2 lifetimes that night. Properly drunk, fell over drunk. And at some point, I opened my eyes and Jian Shen was standing over me in a cabin, having come out of a ring to look at a boy lying on the floor. "This man does not wish you harm." Then he was gone. Hong came out of a ring to check the guy. It turned out Guo Ping's hearing went through walls, which is what happens when a body spends its budget somewhere other than ears. 3 nights later, he leaned across the table and told me our neighbors in the next cabin were Zhou clan men traveling to hire an essence transformation master to destroy the Zhao clan. And then he told me the sentence that ruined the night. Zhou Chen had made the deal before he was even clan head. 3 ways: a throne for a 4th-rank sea demon, the sea root for the Thunder Fire sect, and for himself, all 5 families and the secret realm. That is where the spirit pills came from. That is what a war over a refused marriage had actually been. I sat there doing arithmetic about a clan that had thrown me in a lake. Then something hit the ship from underneath. I have seen a lot of violence since. That night is still the worst thing I have watched. Hundreds of sea beasts came up at once, and green poison went up the shield like acid up a window pane, and the shield held for a while, and then it didn't. You have to understand that a spirit ship is a town. There were families on it, and a man who sold noodles on the middle deck. When that shield popped, the sharks came over the rail into a crowd, and the pythons took people around the waist and swallowed them standing up, and the water around the hull turned the color of a butcher's floor and stayed that way. There is no lesson in it. It was not a trial. It was 400 people being eaten in the dark by animals. Then a 3-headed dragon came up and spoke, and the 9-star Sea Sect burned their signal, and the gold-eyed Sea Lord's army arrived, and it turned into monsters fighting monsters over the wreckage. I got Guo Ping onto a floating leaf and off the deck, and then a waterspout took us both, and I stopped being awake. I woke up on a beach in Xianxia, which is not where the boat was going. My navigational contribution to that voyage was vomiting. There was a child in the shallows next to me, 10 years old, whip marks laid down more than once, knife wounds in the front badly placed, the kind you get when somebody is trying to make it last. Poisoned, with his organs shutting down in order. I put 18 cycles of Rui Wood energy through him, and did not stop until my hands shook. Jian Shen appeared and said, "That child has dragon xie." I looked up, and there it was, a small gold dragon coming off his forehead, faint as breath. Hong will be found. Seal it. Hong taught me a spirit sealing technique on a beach in 90 seconds, and I put a lid on a dynasty and went back to work on the liver. The boy woke 2 days later, sat up, and put a knife into my chest. I caught his wrist an inch in. Not because I'm fast, because he was 10 and dying and had the grip of wet paper. I did not let go, and I did not hit him. I turned my other palm over and grew a stalk of grass out of it, and his whole face came apart. His name was Wang Haoran, 2nd son of the Empress of the Chenghuang Kingdom. His father, the Emperor, had died, and the Grand Protector General, a man named Gao Lei, had gone through that palace in 1 night and killed every prince, every concubine, and most of the court, including his own nephew. Hong left 2 people alive out of an entire royal line. Hao Ren and his older brother Wang Zixuan locked in the Eastern Palace. Hao Ren had spent a month in a cell being worked on. Then he got out and jumped off a cliff into the sea, because that was the better option. Hong was 10, so he went to Chenghuang, and the first town on the coast was empty. Not looted, empty. Doors standing open, coins on tables, laundry on the line, 100,000 people gone, and not one thing taken. And a whole street burned to a gray-white powder that was the wrong color for wood ash, because it wasn't wood. Hao Ran stood in the middle of it and said, "This is because of me." I said, "It's because of whoever did it. which is true and useless. Above the imperial palace, there was a gold dragon lying down. That is a country's luck, and you can see it if you know how, and it was going out like a lamp with no oil. And there was a black dragon with one horn crawling up onto it. What is that doing? Mating with it, Jian said, to take the luck of the nation into itself. When it finishes, it becomes a true dragon. Up to that moment, I thought I was helping a boy get his throne back. We got into the crown prince's bedroom at night, and what was happening in that room was the general. I put my hand over Haoran's mouth and held him against the wall while he fought me and said the hardest sentence I have ever said to a child. Look at his eyes, because Wang Zixuan's face was doing everything it was supposed to do, and his eyes were clear and cold and completely awake. Hong had been performing for a year. Later, when the general had gone, and I came out of a pot of orchids where I had stood perfectly still for 40 minutes, the crown prince of the Chenghuang kingdom sat up, straightened his collar, and said, "You have upper 9 continents energy. My father told me about your kind before he died. Sit down." Jian Shun gave the diagnosis in 4 sentences. The Chenghuang kingdom is being destroyed by a man of the demonic path. You cannot stand aside. I'm 8th level. Hong's murdering an empire. The general is not the man. The general is the house. Possession. Somebody else's primordial spirit inside Gao Lei's body, driving it, and everything that country had watched him do for a year had been done with his hands and someone else's hate. I asked how he knew. I have killed 933 of them. 933. Hong said it like the number of steps on a staircase he uses every day. And then Wang Zixuan told us the part that sat down on my chest. Gao Lei had been his own agent. 10 years. The general had been his friend since Zixuan was 9 and had been in that palace on his behalf. And one day, something had gotten into him. And now, the crown prince had to lie in that bed every night, looking up into a face he knew. That is the actual horror of the demonic path. Not the blood, that it wears the people you love. The next night, Zixuan provoked it deliberately, said in a bored voice that he did not want to anymore, and when the thing behind Gao Lei's face came off the doorway toward the bed, he took out a dagger and put it in his own chest. Straight in, under the ribs, on purpose, because the ceremony needed a living conduit, and a corpse cannot carry a nation's luck. I got to him after, and put everything I had into a hole in a man's heart while he lay there perfectly calm and told me where to press. Don't tell my brother it was on purpose. I told his brother nothing for the rest of my life. Then a boy came through the wall on a wave of blue fire. 16 years old, red robes, arrogant as a lit match, burning with azure flame precious fire. 47th on the list of immortal flames. Xiao Jian, personal disciple of the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Hong had come to kill the thing in that palace because it had eaten his grandfather, 50 years ago. His grandmother survived it. His father was born poisoned and died of it. Xiao Jian had grown up in a house with a hole in it and had spent his entire life aiming himself at one target. The thing had a name, the Blood Demon. Essence transformation once until a golden core broke him and he escaped with about 10% of a body. And the 100,000 people from that coastal town were what he had been eating to grow the rest back. 2 teenagers looked at each other across a bleeding crown prince and agreed to kill a monster. Under the general's own bedroom there was a stair, and at the bottom of it a chamber with a pool and a gourd hanging in the air pouring blood into it in a thin, steady stream, the way you'd fill a bath. And in the middle of the array, sitting up, wound around with red threads like a spool, a skeleton. Whose blood is that? Human. Jian Shun tore the flags apart and shattered the gourd, and I dropped the entire skeleton into my ring, which is the most disgusting thing I have ever put in that ring, and I have since put a demon's head in it. Outside the Eastern Palace, every eunuch of the household and several hundred palace soldiers were standing in the courtyard in perfect ranks. Not standing, held up. They were skins. Hong had drunk all of them that afternoon and left the outsides on. Then he raised a 7th rank formation, and every one of those skins split down the back and grew wings out of bone. Most of them were cooks and boys who carried water. I went in with leaves. Thousands of them, soaked in rui wood energy, because life energy eats death energy, and it is the one advantage a wood cultivator has that nothing else does. Every leaf that touched a corpse demon put it down. Xiao Jian got clipped by an array flag and went through a wall, so I let Rong Jin out in front of witnesses for the first time in my life. It came out of my palm as 2 white ropes, and it did not go for the corpses, it went for the fog. That whole formation ran on a mist of blood, and my vine put its mouth on the mist and drank the array itself. And a 7th rank formation came down in 11 seconds because a toddler was thirsty. And in the middle of that courtyard, the blood demon stopped fighting and looked at me. Hong had seen my energy. Single spiritual root, he said, and licked his teeth, the way a man says the name of a dish. I want to eat that. We finished him with a trick that was not mine, because at the very end, when the mist was gone, a second face pushed out through the skin of its chest. Gao Lei. His soul was still in there, pinned, awake, for a year and a half. And what he asked for, in the voice of a man who had been screaming inside his own body while it did those things, was for us to kill him. I hesitated. Of course I hesitated. Xianxia said, "The boy's fire will burn the soul. Your wood energy will preserve it." So Xiaojian put azure flame into the purple mansion, and I put everything I had into that face on its chest. And the last thing General Gao Lei ever said, with a country's worth of blood on hands that were not his, was, "If there is a next life." Hong did not finish it. Hong did not have to. Afterward, Jianshen erased himself from Xiaojian's memory, took himself out of it like a thread out of a hem. Xiaojian remembers a courtyard and a fight, and a green-robed boy with a vine, and no man in white at all. I asked why. It is not time. Wang Zixuan buried Gao Lei himself, under a tree, with a plank for a marker, because a stone would have been evidence. Hong wrote on it, "Wang Zixuan weeps and stands here." Then he went out in front of his court and declared the general a traitor and let the country spit on the name, because that was the only version of the story the country could survive. Hong took no consorts, blamed the chest wound, ruled 10 years, went gray doing it, and died young. And the last thing he said to his little brother was, "Don't be like me. I understood what I felt on the day I lost it." And on the road out, in the dark, I asked the question I had been carrying. Did any of Gao Lei survive? His soul is intact. That was the day I stopped being able to hear that man's silences as coldness. Then Xiaojian dragged me to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and I met his master's wife. Her name is Shen Mei. She has a red snake around her waist, and she caught Xiaojian by the ear in front of 200 people and shook him like a rug. "You told me you were in seclusion. You went and fought a blood demon. You told me you were in seclusion." Master's wife, there were extenuating. In seclusion. I stood off to the side and laughed with everybody else, and had a feeling in my chest that I did not identify until several hours later, alone, in a very nice house they gave me on a mountain. It was envy, not of the pills or the spirit vein, of the ear. Of the fact that there was a woman in the world who was allowed to be furious at him for nearly dying. That's it. That's the whole thing. I was 15 years old, and I had a friend in a ring who had killed 933 demons for strangers, and a bird, and a vine that called me mother, and nobody had ever once yelled at me for being reckless. The Alliance gave me a first-class token, of which there are 30 in the entire organization, 2 servants named Attendant and Jianghua, and a house sitting on a spirit vein with a restriction on the door. I asked Jianshen about the restriction. Hong looked at it for a while. "Whoever set this is stronger than me," which is the closest thing to a compliment I have ever heard him pay a stranger, and the first time it occurred to me that there was anybody in the world that sentence could be true about. I went into seclusion and broke through to the 8th level, and 3 separate rewards came down from heaven for the blood demon, and one of them was the removal of a heart demon I did not know I had. I had spent 2 lifetimes believing I was a person who does not kill. I had just helped kill 2 beings in a week. Heaven looked at the contradiction, and at what I had killed them for, and quietly took it out of my chest, and the relief of it put me on the floor. I also found out that Rong Jin had drunk about 40,000 people's worth of grief in that courtyard, and that its emotions had come up my arm and gotten most of the way into my mind before I noticed. So he had been right about the vine. Hong had been right about it a year earlier, in a cave, in one sentence, and I had thought it was funny. The Alliance Trading Hall was a 7-story pagoda, and I walked into it with 2 years of monster parts in a ring, and walked out rich. 103 first-rank demon cores, 52 second rank, 31,300 contribution points, which was more money than the entire 100-herb garden had turned over in a decade. And I stood at the counter watching a clerk write the number down and thought about a boy eating coral berries in a forest because he had no bigu pills. Then I did something stupid out of politeness, and it cost 3 people their lives. There was a woman surnamed Shui selling storage bags on the 4th floor, and she had 3 medium-grade ones left. 3 brothers wanted them. Wen Zhen, Liu Feng, Song Xiang. They'd gotten there second, and they were being loud about it. I let them have all 3 and took low grade for myself. I did it because I was raised to, and because it cost me nothing. And Wen Zhen stood there while I paid, and looked at my face for 1 second too long, and I watched him place me, and I watched him decide. They were 3 of Guan Ning's 12 bodyguards. I was the only outsider alive who had watched them run. There is a lesson in this, and it is not the one people want. It is not, be less kind. It's that when you do a stranger a favor, you also give him a good long look at you, and some of them do not use that the way you'd hope. The Elder Hall was next, because a first-class token is a thing people want explained. More than 10 cultivators in a room, and every one of them pushed their aura at me at once. That is a real technique. It is how they find out whether you are a person or a costume. I did not kneel. I put my steelwood into the floor and leaned on it and said, "There is a difference between bowing to someone and being bent by them. I'm happy to do the first." The alliance leader laughed and gave me 10 bottles of beast spirit pills, all of which went into Manhwa, who was by then going through one every 2 days and had developed a small divine ability that consisted of spitting compressed wind hard enough to break a tree you could not get your arms around. The great rock blood was waking up. I didn't know that then. I just had a bird that had started blowing holes in my furniture, and one night, sitting on a mountain that belonged to me, with a servant downstairs and money in the bank, I finally asked the question I had been carrying for 6 years. "Brother Jian, who are you?" I had never asked, not once. It had always felt like asking a mountain for its papers. Hong was quiet long enough that I started apologizing, and then he said, "I am the first disciple of Little Bamboo Peak, of the Wu Ling Immortal Sect, in the Qingyun Great World. Essence transformation, late stage, peak." Then he said the part that reorganized my entire life. "My sect accepts only golden core and above." I sat there with a cup in my hand, because I had thought, in whatever soft place people keep these things, that he was a ghost, a remnant, something that had died somewhere and gotten stuck in my ring and had been kind to me on the way out. And what he had just told me was that there was a world above this one, and in that world he was not a ghost, and in that world what I had achieved in 6 brutal years was the entry level for a janitor. Then he said, "The Ascending Dragon Gate opens in 3 years. If you have foundation establishment by then, come to my sect." 3 years. I put the cup down, and I did not touch alcohol again for a very long time. I spent a year in seclusion and came out with the wood splendor finger, which has 3 forms and which I trained the way you train an actual skill instead of the way people in this world usually do it, which is to say, I did not train the technique. I trained the 3 components of the technique. 6 months on power, then speed, then accuracy. By the end, I could put a beam of light through a stone at 100 feet and hit what I was aiming at. That habit came from Jianshen and Go. Take the thing apart, train the parts. Then the whole is not a hope, it's an outcome. Then I went to the 4th floor of the pagoda and took a mission off the wall. The Liu clan of Pinglan County. 8 guards for a training expedition for their heir, 10 spiritual pearls plus a bonus, and more importantly, the Liu clan grew twin-patterned grass, gold-veined and silver-veined, which is the primary ingredient in the foundation establishment pill, and I wanted seeds. And because I was looking at the easy wall, I did not look at the hard wall. On the hard wall, that same week, there was a scroll that said the Zhao clan of Shangku was requesting aid against a 4th-rank sea beast and an essence transformation master, and that they had mobilized every resource they had. It had already gone purple. Somebody had taken it. I walked past that scroll on my way to a grass job and did not read it. I want you to know that I did not read it. It matters later. In Pinglan, I met the Bai sisters, and I need to slow down for them, because they are the reason a lot of people did not kill me. Bai Ling and Bai Hong. 7th level, both of them. Their faces were cut open from cheek to jaw, and inside the cuts, alive, moving, were spiders. Ling on one, Hong on the other. Every cultivator in that county gave them 40 feet of clearance. Their family had been killed when they were girls. A demonic cultivator took them as cauldrons and used them for years, and then, when he was bored, gave them to his servants. So they cut their own faces open. They did it themselves, on purpose. They grew the spiders in the wounds, and then they used the spiders to kill him, and then they took his face off and kept it. Now the bite carries a curse. If a man swears himself to a Bai sister and then betrays her, he dies. That's it. That's the whole arrangement, and it is entirely reasonable, and the entire county treated them like a plague pit. They sat down at my table to watch me flinch. I said, whether a body is beautiful or ugly is a gift from heaven. Nobody chooses their face. The only thing worth reading is character. Bai Hong, who was the sharper one, said, and the curse? And I thought about it honestly, which is the only reason it worked. If I ever love somebody, I said, my heart and my thoughts will be on that person only, so it would never come up. They looked at each other. They did not know what to do with me for the rest of the trip, and neither did I. But they remembered. Shanyan Ridge is a training ground, which is a polite way of saying it is a place where rich families take their heirs to be scared under supervision. Changhua carried me in with his claws, which was new and which he was extremely proud of. My contribution was reconnaissance by dead plants. You burn a specific grass, you spread the ash on the wind, and anything alive within a mile walks through it and tells you where it is. Nobody else in that party could do it. It is not a combat technique. It won us every single fight before it started. First thing we found was an iron-skinned giant ape, 2nd rank. Liu Tianyang, the heir, hit it with an 8-star rod, which is a genuinely beautiful piece of work. 1st star turns it to steel. 2nd star sets it on fire. 3rd star throws a thunder spear. I put down 3 nets of wet vine, because fire does not take wet vine, and the ape went into the 3rd one, and Liu Tianyang put a thunder spear through it and got to feel like a hero, which was what his father was paying for. Everything was going well. That is always the sentence right before it isn't. Because 2 days later, the 3 brothers found the ape valley. There were more than 10 iron-skinned apes in it, and a Vajra giant ape, 3rd rank, gold-furred. And in the cave at the back, there was something with a black horn that nobody wanted to talk about. The brothers found the leader's son, a juvenile they'd been calling Ape 19. They brought peaches. They lured him out with peaches, choked him inside a sack so he couldn't scream, cut his throat, took his heart out, bottled the essence blood, and blew up what was left with a talisman so there'd be no body. Then they came back to camp and, in the middle of a friendly conversation, spilled leopard blood on my sleeve. Except that it was not leopard blood. The Vajra giant ape came into our camp that night and found the shreds of its only son, and it made a noise I have heard in dreams since. Cursed immortal cultivator, you will pay for the life of my son. They came in a wave. One Liu cultivator was flattened, just flattened, and another one had his head turned around, and I put a wood splendor finger through an ape's forehead at 30 feet and got the family heir into the air. We got the Wongs out. And the 3 brothers volunteered to stay behind and cover the retreat. I have replayed the next 4 seconds many times. There is nothing clever in them. There is just a sword going into my side from behind while I was watching the tree line. Wen Zhen leaned down and told me why, in case I died confused, which I suppose was thoughtful. You saw us at the sea. You have to pull a weed out by the root. Then the Vajra ape came down the slope with a club, and I was on my knees in my own blood in front of it. And Song Shang, who wanted to be thorough, knocked Changhua out of the air. I heard the wing break. I want to be very precise about what happened next, because people tell this story wrong. It was not courage. I was not conscious. I was face down. What happened is that my bird screamed, and that scream got through, and the last thing I did with my own will before I went out was let go of the leash. Rongjin took the Vajra giant ape first. 3rd rank, 4 tons, and it went down to a hide and a skeleton while it was still swinging. Then it took Song Shang. Then it grew a 2nd vine and took Liu Feng and Wen Zhen at the same time. 4 dry skeletons in a clearing in the space of a few breaths, and the Bai sisters standing at the tree line with their weapons tangled in silk, because they had come back for me and had gotten there in time to bind the brothers' hands and not in time to stop anything else. And then the vine turned toward the sisters. I came up off the ground with my hand out and said, "Back!" and it stopped. It stopped because I said so, which is the only reason I still get to say I'm not a demonic cultivator, and it is a thinner line than I would like. I gave the Bai sisters 1,000-year-old green frost grass and told them it was payment for the rescue, which was a lie. It was for the tree line. It was for the fact that 2 women that world had thrown away had turned around and come back for a stranger, which is more than 12 of Guanning's professionals had managed. Then the ground shook, because the thing in the cave at the back of the valley had come out to see what all the noise was about. 50 feet of profound astral giant ape, 4th rank, which is foundation establishment, which is a mountain with opinions. It picked up what was left of its grandson and put it in its mouth and swallowed and said, "Grandson, grandfather will make this immortal pay." Then it put its nose to the ground and started following my blood. I ran. Bleeding, with my side open and a bird under one arm, through a forest from a creature I could not have hurt with a year of preparation. That is where I was, at 15, 3 years out from the ascending Dragon Gate, in the best physical condition of my life, with a legendary technique and a demon vine, and a friend who was a legend in a world above this one. Running, leaking, getting hunted by a grandfather. That's cultivation, by the way. Nobody tells you. Everybody shows you the mountain and the robes. Nobody mentions that most of it is being chased through trees by something that has an extremely reasonable grievance. I lost the ape in a river 3 days later, which is a sentence that covers 70 hours of the worst week of my life. I lost it because on the second night, with my side open and nothing left, my body did the thing bodies do when the alternative is dying. 9th level of xie refining, in a ditch, under a root, with a broken winged bird against my chest, and a 4th rank demon beast walking a grid pattern 400 feet away. There is no ceremony in a real breakthrough. There's no light. You just suddenly have more of yourself than you did a minute ago, and you use it to keep going, and you throw up. When I finally got back to the Liu estate, Liu Haiming apologized to me for an hour. Hong was a shrewd old man, and he had already worked out what I had worked out, which was that his second son had been walked into that valley on purpose, as bait, by 3 men who needed a reason for everyone to be somewhere else. Hong was furious about it in the specific way rich men are furious, which is quietly and with paperwork. The Bai sisters were sitting in his courtyard when I arrived. They had been sitting there for 4 days. Nobody had asked them to. Nobody in that house wanted them there. They had simply parked themselves in the Liu clan's front garden until the boy came back, and when I walked in, they looked me over, saw I was standing, said absolutely nothing about it, and left. The Liu family sweated visibly the entire time. Liu Haiming offered me a pair of twin-patterned grass as an apology. I said I'd rather have the seeds. Hong was thrilled, because seeds are worthless. Everybody knows they're worthless. Wood cultivators had been buying Liu seeds for 200 years, and nobody had ever managed to grow the grass properly, which is the entire basis of that family's fortune. Back at my mountain, in the quiet room, I found out why. I took a gold-veined seed in each hand and pushed energy into both of them, and they sprouted and grew a foot and put out leaves and turned gold and matured. And then both of them withered and died. It took me an embarrassingly long time. Twin-patterned. They're called twin-patterned because they grow from one root. So I tried again with 1 gold and 1 silver. And the moment those 2 seeds broke, their roots turned toward each other under my skin and wound together and would not be separated. And then the stems came up braided. And when they matured, the gold and the silver ran through each other in the same leaf. Neither one can live alone. That's the whole secret. 200 years of a family fortune resting on the fact that nobody tried planting them as a pair. Also, and I want to be honest about the scale of my achievement here, growing 2 blades of grass cost me 30% of my spiritual power at the 9th level of xie refining. The myriad wood seed heart great method is a legendary technique. It is also a technique that gets more efficient the stronger you are, which is a lovely feature if you are strong and a cosmic joke if you are not. Then I put a pair of them into my dantian. That's the part of the technique nobody outside my head ever saw. You take a spiritual plant, you make it yours, and it lives in you as subordinate wood, and every one of them makes the technique deeper. I clapped my hands together, ran the heart planting formula, and my palms lit up blue, and I said out loud in an empty room, feeling extremely foolish, "Twin-patterned grass, my subordinate wood, come to my dantian." And a bolt of blue light shot out of my stomach, grabbed both seeds, and dragged them in. They resisted for less than 1 breath, because there was already something living in there, and it woke up, and it was interested. "Rome Jin," I said. The vine surfaced instantly. "Mother?" "I found you 2 helpers. Go introduce yourself." "Yes, mother." Kai, ancient bloodthirsty demon vine with the ferocity of a landslide and the emotional development of a 3-year-old, went and said hello to 2 blades of grass, and the 2 blades of grass have been extremely well behaved ever since. Romjin is very well behaved, I told it. It was so pleased it made my whole stomach warm. That is a real thing that happened to a person. That is my life. A year went by. I barely came down the mountain. 2 more meridians, which left 2 before the 10th level. And then, one afternoon, my servant came and put his hand on the restriction and said in a small voice, "Immortal Elder Zhao, the young alliance leader is here." Xiao Jian came up my steps wearing a robe the color of a furnace, with fire walking on his shoulders, and he stood there grinning at me like a man who has been waiting 3 months to be looked at. Hong had a single spiritual root, single fire, pure. Hong had been thick fire and thin earth 2 years ago, and now he was one clean color, and I stood in my own doorway and did arithmetic and could not make it work, because the crimson flame fruit only works before you've ever drawn in energy, and Xiao Jian had been cultivating since he was 9. Hong told me all of it at once, sitting on a stone bench drinking my tea. The Zhao clan of Shangku had been about to be annihilated. They had gone to every sect in the world for help and been refused, and finally they had gone to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and offered a price that made the leader come out of his chair. They offered the crimson flame fruit. The Alliance took the job, woke a grand elder out of seclusion, went to Shangku, and broke the Zhou clan's arrangement across their knee. And then an alchemist in the Alliance did something nobody in the small world had ever done, which was refine that fruit into a pill instead of eating it raw, which strips the restriction along with the impurities, and Xiao Jian swallowed it and came out of seclusion with the rarest aptitude in the world. I sat there with a cup going cold in my hand, because here is the shape of that. The Zhao clan got that fruit in the first place because a laborer woke up first inside an illusion array. They kept that fruit by abandoning that laborer to a man who broke his dantian and threw him in a lake. They survived long enough to spend that fruit because that same laborer, on a boat, drunk, with a bucket-headed man beside him, heard a conversation and sent the warning anyway. And then the fruit went out of their hands forever, to pay for their own survival. They got it because of me. They lost it because of me, and they never knew either half. I never told Xiao Jian. I never told anyone until now. What I felt, sitting there, was not triumph. I want to be accurate. It was the specific relief of putting down something you have carried so long you'd forgotten the weight was optional. Because the truth was, I had been worried about them. 9 years of pretending otherwise, and I had been worried about them. And when I let go of it, 3 of my half-open acupoints opened on their own, right there, on a stone bench, with a cup in my hand. That is how heart demons work. Not with a monster, with a thing you refuse to say. Xiao Jian, who noticed nothing, pushed a bottle across the table at me, a pill the color of arterial blood, confiscated from the Zhou clan. The same kind Zhou Gang had swallowed in front of me when I was 13. Their alchemists had opened one up. It stacks poison in you for decades under a suppressant, and one day the suppressant runs out, and your blood burns, and it looks like bad luck. The Zhou clan had been buying their own extinction for 10 years and saying thank you. Display piece, I said, putting it on a shelf, not a snack. I'm not stupid, he said, offended, and then, because he genuinely wasn't, you be careful too. Then he told me why he'd actually come. Brother Tianyun, what's your level? 9th. Hong hit the table hard enough to jump the cups. Perfect! The Ascending Dragon Gate assembly happens once every 10 years. It is the gathering of every genius in our entire small world, 1 year before the gate opens. Age 50 and under, 9th level and up, foundation establishment already achieved, and you're out, because you don't need it. Except for the roots. 1 thick and 1 thin gets you in, at 13 to 25 with 6th level, and a single spiritual root gets you in at 13 with no cultivation requirement at all, because at that point they are not measuring you, they are collecting you. The prize is a mountain. There is a 3rd-rank spirit vein inside Tenglong Peak. The energy on that peak is more than 100 times what you get outside it, which is denser than every secret realm in our entire world put together. The gatekeeper leads you in personally, and at the end of 5 days he keeps 20 people for 1 full year of cultivation on that vein, so they can build a foundation and go through the gate. Xiao Jian had spent his entire life aiming at this, and he had a spot. Hong wanted me to have one too. There are 8 tokens in the whole alliance, he said. I'll ask Master. With your age and your level, nobody can complain. Hong was completely open about the fact that there were factions fighting over those 8 spots. Hong told me who would be angry. Hong told me it might cost him something. That's Xiao Jian. Arrogant, loud, occasionally exhausting, and he will tell you the price of the thing he is doing for you while he does it. 3 days later, a jade sword message came, and I went to the Elder Hall, and this time, nobody tested me. They just swept me with divine sense, and the leader laughed and said, 9th level, young friend Zhao is truly gifted. Hong put a token in my hand, a tiny jade ruyi shaped like a lingji, dragon carved on the head, and the handle had a hidden opening in it that I could feel and not see. Xiao Jian held his up next to mine, grinning. His was green, crystal green, light as air. Mine was white. Green is the color they give a single spiritual root. I had one. I had had one since I was 13. And I could not say a word, because the moment I did, somebody was going to ask why a single spiritual root had been living as a rogue cultivator, and that question ends at a lake in Shangku. So I took the white one and said thank you. Before I left, I called in my 2 servants. They came in expecting instructions, and I gave them gifts instead, and I want to tell you about their faces. Attendant got a staff, 1 meter of Ming Guang iron, 2,000 pounds, cold light on it, the sort of thing a 9th level martial artist sees twice in a life. Xianxia got a bottle of silver dew, which heals the hidden internal injuries that martial artists collect and which women collect faster, and which is basically impossible for a servant to ever obtain, because who spends that on staff? I left before they opened them. They told me later what they did. They knelt down on the stone, both of them, facing the direction the flying sword had gone, and attendant said out loud to nobody, "May the immortal path of Elder Zhao be smooth. May he ascend soon." I was 15 years old. Nobody had ever prayed for me before. The Alliance sent us to Tenglong in a purple carriage pulled by 2 spirit beasts with the heads of sheep, and it was the size of a room inside, and there were 7 other geniuses in it, and every single one of them looked at me and could not work out why I was there. They were polite about it. Xiao Jian introduced me around, and then said, casually, in the way he had, "By the way, Brother Tianyun is 20 this year, younger than all of you, just so we're clear." I was not 20, I was 19. I let it go. The temperature in the carriage changed. 2 hours out, something hit the shield. 10 demonic cultivators had been sitting on a ridge waiting for us. All 10 at Foundation Establishment. 3 early, 5 middle, 2 late. 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators is an army. Any major sect in our world would have been proud of 10, and they had come to die on a road in an ambush out of pure spite, because the assembly happens every 10 years and demonic cultivators are never invited, and they were watching a carriage full of children get driven to a door they would never be allowed through. Elder Zhou killed all of them. Elder Peng got hurt doing it. Afterward, I said something stupid in the way that 15-year-olds do. They had that much cultivation. If they'd just focused, they'd have achieved something. It's a waste. And Xiao Jian, who had been terrified 30 seconds earlier, turned on me hard. Don't. Brother Tianyun, listen to me. Don't ever pity one of them out loud. The day you go soft in front of a demonic cultivator is the day you die. I wouldn't, I said, and I meant it. That was true. It just wasn't true for the reason he thought. The Tenglong mountain range looks like a dragon lying in cloud, which is either a very good name or a very lazy one, depending on how you feel about the poem. We got off the carriage onto a cloud that felt like a flagstone under my boots, and did not get bigger, except that it kept fitting everybody. At the hour of U, with the sun going down, a road of cloud came out of the mountain, and a man walked down it. Tall, white brocade with clouds moving in the weave. Handsome in a way that made every person on that platform quietly reconsider their own face. Cold eyes and a small, pleasant smile. "You've all arrived quite early," he said. And then he turned around and started walking, and everyone followed him, including me. I got about 4 steps before the myriad wood seed heart great method turned over in my chest on its own, and my head cleared like a window opening. I stopped. 200 cultivators were walking up a cloud path in a straight line with their eyes half open. Behind me, Elder Joe, essence transformation, a man who had killed 10 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators before breakfast, was walking along in the middle of it with his hands at his sides and nothing behind his face at all. The gatekeeper had reached into every single mind on that mountain at once, without a gesture, without a word, and switched us off. I want to describe the specific flavor of that fear. It is not the fear of a monster. A monster is at least on the same list as you. This was the discovery that there is a level at which you are not an opponent, you are weather that can be told to stop. I started walking again immediately, in step, eyes forward, doing an impression of a switched-off person, which is a skill I would very much have preferred not to need. Why was he doing it? So we would not remember the road into the mountain. That's all. It was the equivalent of putting a hood on a guest. Hong clapped his hands at the top, and everybody woke up, delighted about how quickly we'd arrived. Then he made the rocks into 300 prayer mats and made tea appear, and every genius in that place fell over themselves praising the tea. Truly the tea of an immortal sect. Excellent tea, truly excellent tea. I drank mine and looked at him over the cup, and caught, for about a quarter of a second, the expression underneath. Contempt. Clean, unbothered, entirely automatic contempt. The people of the great world, I noted, are not as friendly as they look. Then he brought out the jade stele. 3 feet tall, white, flawless, and the moment it appeared, I felt something in my chest go tight, because I have spent my life around measuring instruments, and I know one when I see one. When I call your name, he said, come forward and pour spiritual power into the stele until it changes color. The first man up was from the Purple Light sect, which made my hands go cold for a second, because the Purple Light sect is Guan Ning's sect, and because the last 3 men I met from it put a sword in my back. Hong put his hands on the stele, and it went brown. Then, in 2 corners, azure and pale blue, small and clean and unable to touch the brown. 3 roots, 1 thick, 2 thin. And I understood what I was watching, and I understood how much better it was than what the Zhao clan had. The Zhao formation had shown a steward a faint blue thread and left him to guess. This showed you the whole architecture, every color, every proportion, the exact shape of a person's ceiling. Person after person, 3 roots, 2 thick, 3 roots. Then Xiaojian went up and put everything he had into it at once, because of course he did, and the entire stele went red, solid, edge to edge, like a coal. The platform came apart. Single fire root, that's the Alliance boy. He was dual-rooted last decade. How? And in the middle of 200 people shouting, I heard one voice I knew. I turned my head about 10 degrees. Zhao Longwei. And beside him, in the seat for dual roots under 25, Zhao Xiuying. She was still at the 6th level. That told me the war had eaten 4 years of her cultivation. Hong had Foundation establishment and had come as her escort, and neither of them was wearing mourning, which meant the clan had survived and was rebuilding. I looked away before either of them looked up. Then Shenzi Hong read the last name on the Rogue Cultivator Alliance list. Zhao Tianyun. 8 people's heads turned, because in 2 years, nobody in that alliance had worked out what I was for. I stood up and walked to the stele and put my hands on it. Right in the core of the stone, a light came on. Small, the shape of a blade of grass. Then it spread, and it kept spreading, and it did not stop, and it did not pick up a single other color on the way, and by the time it reached the edges, the entire stele was one soft, even wash of pale blue, like a piece of white silk laid over a lamp. No brown, no gold, no corner of anything else. Nothing. There is a silence that happens when 200 competitive people all decide not to speak at the same instant. The jade stele has no impurities, single spiritual root, and a wood one. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance has 2. Xiaojian's was refined out of a fruit. Mine was not. Mine had been sitting in my chest since the day I was born. Shen Zihong's eyebrow moved. Young friend Zhao, he said, a single wood root should be holding a blue ru yi. You are holding a white one. And I said, because it was true, and because I had waited 9 years to say it in front of witnesses without being able to explain why. I was tested once before, senior. I was graded lowest aptitude. I did not know any better. Please forgive me. Shen Zihong made a small, disgusted noise. I have no idea where that method of divination came from, he said. It is ignorant and shallow. Ignorant and shallow. 6 words from a golden core immortal of the great world in front of every genius our entire world had produced about the test that put a 13-year-old into a plant garden for the rest of his natural life. I bowed and thanked him and walked back to the green side of the platform with a completely calm face. I was not calm. That is the single moment in this entire story where I stopped and privately took a full breath. And I want you to have it, because I have never once said it out loud. Hong was wrong. Hong wrote lowest, and a clan believed him, and a whole family sorted me into the dirt on the word of a man squinting at a light he'd never seen before. And I ate that for 9 years and made it my personality. Hong was just wrong, that's all. There was no destiny in it. There was no hidden test. A tired official misread an instrument, and the rest was inertia. Across the platform, Zhao Xiuying had gone completely white. She had recognized me the moment I stood up. Not the face. The face was the part she'd never seen. She recognized the walk. Her brother put it together about 4 seconds later, and I watched a man realize in real time that the laborer he had traded for a fruit was the only single spiritual root his clan had produced in 500 years. They put me in the second seat on the right, next to Zhao Jian. And they put Zhao Xiuying directly to my left, because of course they did. Because the universe has a sense of humor that I have learned to respect. She turned her head and said, quietly, "Brother, you saved my life 2 years ago. Then you left without a word. I have searched everywhere for you. So we did it there, in a hall full of 200 people, in the polite, low voices of 2 people discussing the weather. Are you truly of the Zhao clan? Yes. 7 years ago, were you in the 100 Herb Garden? Yes. My brother was held hostage in the secret realm, over someone. Was that person you? I looked at her. Yes. She had no next question. She had reached the end of the ones she could ask. So I gave her the rest, because it needed to be finished, and because she was the only one of them who had ever earned an answer. Miss Xiuying, 7 years ago your brother abandoned me for the good of the clan. I hold no grudge. I count it as repayment for the years the Zhao clan fed me. 2 years ago in the secret realm, I did not save you for the clan, or for you. I was soft-hearted, and I did it on the spur of the moment. It isn't worth mentioning. Her jaw set. After I left the secret realm, I learned what the Zhou clan had planned, and I sent word to your clan head. That was repayment for Steward Hong. I have since joined the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. There is nothing further between me and the Zhao clan. She sat with that for a while. Then she said, if my cousin ever needs anything of the Zhao clan will be there. And she kept calling me cousin, and she did it deliberately, and I let her, because she had burned 2 of her brother's 5 talismans for a masked stranger, and I was not going to take her family away from her in a hall full of strangers. Of course, I said. Xiao Jian, who had heard the whole thing and understood none of it, poked me in the arm. A beauty seeks you out, he said. Are you enjoying yourself, brother Tianyun? I have never wanted to walk into the sea so badly. The literary contest was the next event, and it was a mercy. 10 smooth stone discs on the cliff face, called spirit-gathering treasures, the size of cartwheels. You hit one. 10th level of xie refining turns it purple. 9th turns it red. Deeper cultivation, deeper color. No arguing, no favoritism, no politics. Just the stone telling everybody the truth. 6 people in that entire assembly were at the 10th level. 6 out of every genius our world had produced in 10 years. All 6 went purple. Jinqing Sha of our alliance, medium purple, which put her above every man there except 2. Then the 9th levels went up in batches of 10, and the stone told the truth about all of them. And when it was over, a young man in expensive clothes from the Wu Liang sect, who had made his own stone go the palest red in the room, called my name across the platform. Zhao Tianyun, the fellow Taoist entered by the root path, but he does have 9th level cultivation. Why not test the stone? Xiao Jian's whole face went flat. That's the Wu Liang sect. Of course it is. The Wu Liang sect and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had been carving up the same prefecture for 100 years, and this particular young man was the sect master's favorite great-grandson, and he had gotten to 9th level by eating pills. And he was standing there, hoping that the Alliance's mystery boy would light that stone up like a candle in daylight and prove he was hollow. Shen Zihong said nothing. Hong wanted to know too. So did the entire Alliance, judging by the 7 pairs of eyes drilling into my back. I said, Junior had the same thought, Senior Shen. Might you permit it? Xiao Jian went first, because Xiao Jian always goes first. Hong spat a pillar of azure flame into the stone, and it came back gold, which is 8th level at its top edge, more than half his acupoints open, and a foundation like a stone wall. Then I raised 2 fingers, gathered a bead of cyan light on the fingertips, and flicked it. The spirit-gathering treasure went red. Light red first, then medium, then deep. And it stopped there, at the deepest red the stone had, 1 shade off purple, and it sat there being extremely red in front of 200 people. It's not purple. I want to be honest. 6 people beat me that day. But a deep, even red with no wobble in it means a foundation with no holes. And every person on that cliff who understood what they were looking at understood exactly one thing. Nobody had propped this boy up. Hong had done it himself, slowly, in the dark, for 9 years. The Wuliang boy's face went the color of the stone. Nobody else from the root list volunteered to try after that. They just laughed and declined, because they weren't fools, and the point had been made twice. 52 of us survived the literary contest, and then Shen Zihong took us to the back of the mountain and pulled aside a fog bank that looked like curdled cream, and behind it was the 3rd rank spirit vein. I have no way to describe this that will land. Imagine you have been breathing through a straw your entire life and you did not know it, and somebody takes the straw out. Every pore on my body opened at once and started drinking. Real spiritual energy, so thick it had shape, moving through the peaks in long, slow, illusory dragons. Above it, in a sheer cliff wall 1,000 feet high, there were hundreds of caves. Identical, perfectly spaced, not one chisel mark anywhere. Those who entered by the route live at the summit, Shen Zihong said. The rest of you may choose. 200 beams of light went up that cliff like a flock of startled birds. Xiao Jian and I stood at the bottom and let them all go. Finally, our turn, he said. I sprouted leaves under my feet, and he stood on his own flame, and we went up past all of them, all the way to the top, and took the 2 caves on either side of the elders so that we could be protected. And I stepped inside, and sealed it, and sat down, and had a total of about 4 seconds of peace before 2 lines of gold light struck my restriction from the inside and coated it, and a man in white was sitting on the floor across from me. Brother Jen, I straightened up automatically, because historically he had only ever appeared when I had done something wrong, and I began, very quickly, to review my recent behavior. Your words and actions were not wrong, he said. You need not do that. I misunderstood. You may tell me whatever you are worried about. Hong had come out because I had been worried. Not because of danger, not because of a technique. Hong had noticed the shape of my mood through a ring and had come out to sit on a floor and let me talk. I asked him about the gatekeeper, and he told me things nobody in our entire world knew. There are 371 small worlds hanging off the Qingyun Great World. The gates are full of hurricane, and only a golden core survives one, which is why the Great World posts one down here for 10 years at a time. Nobody wants that job, so they made it worth taking, and the payment is the right to recruit. That's the entire assembly. That is why he was polite to the 2 single roots and contemptuous of the T. Shen Zihong was on a hiring trip. His clothes are Shaoshui Immortal Sect, Jian Shen said. 3rd grade sect. Their entry method is the flowing cloud technique. Their scripture is heaven rank, low grade. I did the arithmetic out loud like an idiot. A 3rd grade sect has a heaven rank scripture. What does the Wuling Immortal Sect have? And Jian Shen was quiet for a while. Then he said, it is a long story, which, from him, is roughly a 2-hour lecture with the words taken out. That night, on the 3rd rank spirit vein, I opened more than a dozen acupoints. Not 1, not 3, more than a dozen in one sitting, and I could hear them going, one after another, like somebody working down a string of firecrackers. When I opened my eyes, it was dawn, and Jian Shen was still sitting where he had been when I closed them. Hong had not gone back into the ring. Hong had sat on a stone floor for an entire night, watching a boy breathe. I did not say anything about it. There are some things you don't say, because saying them makes the other person stop doing them. The martial contest was the next 4 days, and it was the most fun I have ever had in my life, because I had a golden core sitting in my ring giving me live commentary, and nobody knew. First bout was Guo Tianxing of the Divine Blade Sect against Qin Yu Mei of the Pure Joy Palace. Hong was 30, bronze-skinned, with a black saber with red in the grain, and you could smell what that grain was. She was slender and lovely, and had a brocade ribbon wrapped 6 times around her waist, and she smiled before she spoke, which is a technique. Xiao Jian, who cannot sit still, immediately proposed a bet. Loser gives the winner 3 days of sparring. Hong took her, because she was pretty and cunning, and because Xiao Jian has always believed in charisma as a martial art. I took the man with the saber. Then I sank my consciousness into the ring and said, "Brother Jian, would you like to watch a fight with me?" And he said, "Yes." Her ribbon would not touch his blade. She kept flicking it away, giving up her own reach, and I could not work out why. I asked. "To practice with a saber, the blade must be soaked in fresh blood," Jian Shen said. "That aura carries the evil energy of the dead. If her ribbon touches it, it is stained, and purifying it will take her months." Then, because he does this, he gave me 80% and waited. So I worked out the rest and said it out loud, and Xiao Jian grabbed my sleeve and demanded to know who was going to win, and I told him the man with the saber, and I explained exactly why, at length, with a face like a scholar, while a golden core immortal fed me lines from inside a piece of jewelry. "Brother Tianyun," Xiao Jian said, "what brilliant ideas do you have? Tell me quickly." "Brother Jian," I said privately, "I have taken credit for your work. Thank you very much." Hong did not respond. Hong also did not stop feeding me lines. She had a technique called the Heavenly Melody Enchanting Dance, sound waves aimed straight at the soul, and it put Guo Tianxing in a net of ringing with his arms locked at his sides, and it looked like the fight was over. It was not. Her cultivation was too low to hold it, and he was spending nothing while she spent everything, and her foot slipped 4 minutes later. Then he put a blade aura across the hall, aimed at cutting her in half at the waist, and Shen Zihong said, "Disperse," and drew one finger down through the air, and a thread of white light turned it into ordinary wind. Second bout. Jiang Chen of the Qingtian sect, 9 feet tall and carrying no artifact at all, against Kong Ming of the Thunderfire sect with a red whip. Jiang Chen grabbed the whip. His fist came away charred because the whip had lightning on it. Thunder magic. Almost nobody can learn it. You need water and fire roots with the fire thicker, and then you have to guide natural lightning into your own spiritual root and let it burn you from the inside, over and over, until you understand it. It requires you to be talented and also willing. Kong Ming whipped him off the stage and said, "When you finish your sect's indestructible Vajra technique, you'll be qualified to fight me." And Jiang Chen, on the ground, with a burned hand, said, "The victor of today should not become the loser of tomorrow." I liked both of them immediately, which is not a common feeling in a place like that. Third bout was Jin Qingsha of our alliance against Guan Xing, the young sect master of the Tianyan sect, whose stone had come back the deepest purple in the assembly. Xiao Jian went quiet and said, "She's going to lose." Then he said, "I'm betting on her anyway." And I said, "Then we can't bet. I'm from the alliance too, so I'm betting on her as well, and whatever happens, it's a draw." Hong looked at me sideways for a second, and something moved in his face, and he said, "Then let's call it a draw." It lasted 4 seconds. Their flying swords had barely touched when Guan Xing flicked one finger and something invisible crossed the hall and hit her in the chest, and she coughed blood and went out like a lamp. Somebody shouted, "True essence." That is the wall between the 9th level and foundation establishment. At the 10th level, you begin compressing spiritual power into true essence, a drop at a time, and until every last scrap has converted, you cannot use any of it, which makes the 10th level the most useless a cultivator ever is. Hong had just flicked out a drop, which meant his conversion was finished, and the only thing between him and a foundation was one acupoint at the top of his skull. Jin Qingsha had every meridian damaged, and a foreign man's true essence sitting inside her refusing to leave, and she had 5 days. That night, the whole alliance crammed into her cave with long long faces, and I said, "Miss Jin, may I look at your injuries?" Everybody turned around. Xiao Jian, bless him, jumped straight in. "Let him. Brother Tian Yun is a single wood root. His energy is pure. It might help." Wood cultivators can theoretically heal. In practice, they almost never do, because a mixed root carries impurities, and the impurities go into the patient and make it worse. I do not have impurities. She held out her wrist without any coyness at all, and said, "I'll suppress my power. Tell me if you get backlash." I found 5 points where the damage was worst, and because she was a woman, and some of those points are not places you touch, I held my palm an inch off her skin the entire time and never made contact once. Then I went around her. Blue light in the palm, into a point, sway, next, faster and faster, because Rui wood energy dissipates and you cannot let it. Around and around until the 7 other people in that cave could not see anything but a green blur and a string of lights. Kai hour. A tenth of my spiritual power left. Cold sweat all down my face. Xiao Jian said, quietly, "Brother Tianyun, you should rest." And there was something new in his voice, which was shame. I sat down, refilled on that vein in half an hour, because the mountain is obscene, and went around her again. By morning, she was going to be fine. That was the night the Rogue Cultivator Alliance stopped treating me like a rumor. It was also the night somebody tried to kill me, and I did not find out for 8 hours. Here is what happened while I was face down on my own cave floor, too tired to meditate, sleeping in my clothes like a farmhand. At midnight, a shape came up the outside of that cliff. No artifact, no flight, no light. A man climbing a sheer, mirror-smooth wall with his hands, silently, past 24 occupied caves, all the way to the top. Hong stopped outside mine and touched my restriction with a probe. It vanished, swallowed. Nothing came back. So he waited, and when nothing happened, he sent something considerably stronger, and that one went through. And a line of gold came out of the dark. The first stroke went through his sleeve. Hong turned to run. The second went in through his forehead and out through his purple mansion. I slept through all of it. I woke up because it was daylight and there was shouting, which is wrong because cultivators do not shout. And then Xiao Jian was outside my cave with his face the wrong shape, saying, "Don't ask, come and see." There was a body at the bottom of the cliff. Old man, white hair, eyes open and furious. And in the middle of his forehead a small round hole. Perfectly clean, almost no blood. I knew that hole, not the wound, the residue. 9 years standing next to that energy in a ring, and I could read the leftover of it on a corpse, the way you recognize a friend's handwriting on an envelope. And I did not dare, in that moment, to reach into my own ring and ask a question. That's an elder of the Wuliang sect. Wasn't Elder Jin essence transformation? How did he die that fast? There's no sign of a fight. It was one exchange. And what exactly was an essence transformation elder doing outside at midnight, is my question. Shh, the Wuliang people are right there. Shen Zihong stood over the corpse and frowned, and 200 people stopped breathing. Elder Jin was killed by sword aura. Then he explained the difference, and it is worth having. Blade aura is easy, because sabers are broad and violent, and their energy condenses naturally. Sword energy is the opposite. It will not hold its shape at all unless the person holding it has comprehended sword intent. And if you cannot form sword aura, you are not a sword cultivator. You are a person with a sword. Then he looked at every face on that platform, one at a time, and stopped on Zhao Longwei. I will give the man this, because I have not given him much. Hong did not posture. Hong said, "Indeed, it is Junior." And when Shunzi Hong said, "Show me," he drew and put a stroke of sword energy into the cliff and blew a hole in the rock the size of a fist. It was genuinely excellent. Nobody else in our world could do it. That is already quite good. It is still a long way from sword aura. And then, curious, do you intend to become a sword cultivator? And Zhao Longwei said, "Junior will be only a sword cultivator, nothing else, no hedging." And even I, who had a fairly complete list of reasons to dislike him, felt something move. Then Shunzi Hong turned to me. "Zhao Tianyun, did you hear anything last night?" And here is the arithmetic everybody on that platform had already done. Only 2 single spiritual roots existed at that assembly. The Wuliang sect hated the alliance and did not want it to gain 2. Xiao Jian was guarded by an essence transformation elder. I was guarded by Elder Peng, who was merely Foundation establishment. Kai Essence Transformation Master had come up a cliff at midnight to kill a 19-year-old in his sleep so that a rival organization would not get stronger, and the entire assembly worked that out inside 4 seconds and looked at me with something between pity and calculation. And I stood in front of a golden core immortal and told the exact truth. Reporting to Senior Shen, Junior did not hear anything last night. Which was true, I had never even woken up. Jin Xianxia spoke without being asked, from the crowd, in the flat voice of a woman who does not enjoy owing people. Zhao Tianyun has a single wood root. I was seriously injured. Hong exhausted his spiritual power several times to move wood energy into me. It took half the night. Hong was completely spent. Hong would not have heard anything. And the rest of the alliance said, "We can all witness it." Shenzi Hong closed the whole thing in 3 sentences. None of you can produce that sword aura. It was likely stored in an artifact and carried in. Whoever killed Elder Jin, he brought it upon himself, and I will not question it further. Then, mildly, but it must not happen again. If anyone acts this way, do not blame me for being ruthless. The Wuliang sect's remaining boy shouted that his elder could not have died in vain, and 200 people looked at him with open contempt, and that was the end of it. I sealed my cave, put 3 layers on it, and finally called into the ring. "Brother Jian, thank you for last night." And he said, "The sword energy residue was slight. You could still discern it. Very good." Which is the highest praise available in that man's entire vocabulary, and which I did not deserve because I had not identified a technique. I had recognized a friend. I asked him how he had known. And he said the sentence that told me exactly what he is. Anyone who carries killing intent is within my Tao. They cannot hide. Not I heard him, not I sensed a technique. A man had decided 300 feet below me, in the dark, to kill me, and the intention itself had walked into a room in another person's mind and turned on a light. You were too tired yesterday, and you lost your vigilance. Never be so careless again. I said sorry, and then I sat down to meditate, and about 4 cycles in, everything went wrong. Spiritual energy came down through the top of my head like a burst dam, and acupoints started blowing open one after another. Snap, 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 and I gripped down to control it and realized I could not. Then I realized I did not need to. It was not deviation. It was the last dozen acupoints going at once, because I had spent a night on a 3rd-rank spirit vein, and a day watching 200 geniuses fight, and half a night pouring myself into somebody else until I was empty and then refilling, over and over, which turns out to be the best conditioning exercise in the world. And because a man was sitting outside my door, so that for the first time in 9 years my back was not the thing I was watching. Every acupoint in my body opened, every meridian connected, the whole interior of me turned into rivers running into one sea, 10th level of CA refining. I opened my eyes with blue light in them and said out loud like a child, "Brother Jian, I broke through." And he said, "Very good, I should congratulate you." Shenzi Hong read out 20 names on the 5th evening: Guan Xing, Guo Tianxing, Kong Ming, Jin Xianxia, Jiang Chen, Qin Yu Mei. All 6 of the 10th levels stayed regardless of whether they had won or lost, which tells you exactly what the contest was actually measuring. Then Guo Han of the Wuliang sect, Mei Han of ours, Shen Ye of the Divine Shadow sect, and on down. 4 of the 20 were from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, which for an organization of rogues in a world full of ancient sects was a humiliation delivered to everybody else with a smile. Xiao Jian whispered, "Guo Han stayed. Be careful. We embarrassed the Wuliang sect, and he's the only real fighter they have left." Hong didn't strike me as a spiteful man. Hong isn't, Xiao Jian sighed. Hong's worse. Hong's loyal. Guo Han had been an orphan and had nearly died, and his master had picked him up off the road and fed him and taught him and given him a life. And in that sect, the person who gives orders is not the sect master, it's the sect master's spoiled great-grandson. Hong knows it's wrong, Xiao Jian said. Hong will do it anyway. Hong do it if it killed him. That last night, the alliance drank. Xiao Jian had brought 10 jars of immortal wine on the assumption that we would win, which is the most Xiao Jian sentence in this entire story. Xiezhou produced pear wine. Hong Kai had something called Drunken Cloud Fragrance. Xianxia, who had been dying 4 days earlier, drank like a soldier and got the aloof Mei Han to laugh twice. I got quietly and comprehensively destroyed, and at some point in the small hours, I found myself lying on the floor of my own cave with my face against the cool stone, saying, apparently out loud, to a room with nobody in it, "Today we drank, and it was good. Tomorrow we'll drink again." Ah, no, you don't drink. You don't drink. And then, apparently, after a while, why don't you drink? I have no memory of this. Nobody told me about it, but I woke up knowing I'd said it, the way you do. In the morning, Shen Zihong folded the fog aside and took the losers home, and then he turned to the cliff and drew a few strokes in the air and said, "Open." Every one of those hundreds of caves vanished, except 20, and then our 20 caves moved, slid along the rock face, spread out, and expanded, and I do not mean they got roomier. Mine went from a hole I could not stretch out in to a hall you could lose 100 people in, with a stone chamber cut into the side of it. 100-fold, in one gesture, without a formation. "Your caves are now large enough to spar in," Shen Zihong said. "Fight, argue, do as you like, but do not take a life, or I will take yours." Then he told us not to waste the year and went somewhere, and none of us could tell where. Xiaojian owed me 3 days of sparring from the first bet and another 3 from the second, and he paid all 6. I lost. I lost constantly. I lost when he suppressed himself down to my level. I lost when I used everything short of the vine, which I was not going to use on a friend. On the 6th evening, he had a sword at my throat, with blue flame walking up the blade, and he laughed and said, "Brother Tianyun, you've lost, again." And I said yes, because I had, again. Afterward, he sat down on the floor and asked me a genuinely kind question in the bluntest way available. "Have you never practiced swordsmanship?" "I've never seen a sword technique in my life." Hong thought about it. "Brother Tianyun, your dodging is astonishing, truly. But you swing that thing like a man beating a rug. At the same level, you will always lose to me. If my cultivation were a rank higher, I'd beat you regardless. That's a bad way to live." Hong was completely right, and it cost him nothing to say, and he said it anyway. I have never forgotten it. The truth is, I had looked at sword manuals. There are very few wood attribute ones, and the ones that exist are junk, and after 9 years of watching a man in a ring cut things out of the air without a weapon, junk was very hard to get excited about. So on the last night he left, and I sealed my cave 3 ways. A net of grass across the mouth, a restriction over the net, and then, because there were 19 other geniuses on that cliff, and one of their elders had already come up it in the dark, I put my hand on my stomach and called, "Rongjin, Rongjin, Mother, Mother, it's been so long." That hit harder than I expected, because it was true. I kept a bird flying outside because it needed the sun, and I kept a vine locked in my dantian because it could not be trusted with its own appetite. And both of them were family, and both of them spent most of their lives alone, waiting for me to have a spare hour. "Rongjin is the most obedient," I said. "I'm going into seclusion tonight. Would you guard the door for me?" "Rongjin will come out and guard Mother." "If someone breaks in, don't drink all of it. Leave the life. Remember." Yes. 2 white vines came out of my right palm and grew, and before they went, they turned around and put their leaf buds against my cheeks, one on each side, and rubbed. Then they went across the cave and hung down over the entrance like a very sparse curtain, and settled, and were extremely still, and were the most dangerous thing on that mountain. That was the first time Rongjin had ever left my body. Then I sat down and refined my first drop of true essence. I will describe it once. The spiritual energy fills the dantian, and you compress it, and you compress it, and it gets tighter and tighter, and there is no sign at all that anything is happening. And then at some point past the edge of what you can stand, the entire dantian empties in a single instant, every last drop of it drawn out of you, and it is the most horrible sensation in cultivation. And then, in the middle of that empty room, there is one perfectly round bead, clear, heavier than it should be, worth 100 times what went into it. I had a bead of sweat on my forehead and no color in my face, and I laughed at the ceiling, because the first drop is the hardest, and after the first one it is only patience. I woke at dawn and Jianshen was sitting in my cave again, and the 2 Rongjin vines were up in the ceiling corner, one of them trying to hide behind the other, and the front one pointing its leaf bud at him like a very small spear. Kai, ancient bloodthirsty demon vine, terrified, refusing to move off its post. I love that vine. I put out my hand and it came back like a dog off a chain, all the way home into my dantian, and Jianshen waited until it was gone. Then he said, "From today, you will practice the sword with me." I sat there. "Brother Jian, you want to teach me?" Sword in the day, cultivation at night. I stood up to bow and he stopped me with a sleeve. "We have known each other many years. There is no need." I said, "If I ever join the Wuling immortal sect, I'll be your junior, and then you'll deserve it." And he let that stand, which I only understood the significance of much later. Then he raised his right hand, and there was a long sword in it. Plain, unadorned, not remotely a treasure. Hong moved his wrist about 4 inches. The tip made a flower of light, and then several shadows, and then it was one sword again, held exactly where it had started, as though nothing had happened at all. I could not see the beginning of that movement. I could not see the end of it. I had spent 9 years watching this man cut things, and I had somehow believed I had an idea of what he could do, and one lazy demonstration of a technique he was not even teaching me erased that. "Take out the steel wood," he said. I grabbed it, and I could not lift it because he had one finger on it. Then he leaned down and ran that finger along the length of my staff, and the steel wood went flat under his hand, and where there had been a strange black club, there was now a plain wooden sword. Hong let go. "Stand at my side." Feet apart, level with the shoulders. Sword tip angled slightly down. Hong did not correct my grip. He just stood in the correct position and let me copy it. Then he raised his arm and brought it down. One stroke, no flourish, no light. Nothing about it was interesting, and I could not look away from it. I swung. Mine made a dull noise, like a man hitting a bag. I frowned and set up to try again, and my arm would not move. Hong pinned it. "Do not move." I did not move. 28 strokes later, he said, "The sword's momentum is now correct." Then I remembered a thing he had said to me in a cave under a lake when I was 14, about a young genius named Zhao Longwei, and I asked, "Brother Jian, chopping, thrusting, slashing, wiping, which one is this?" Hong was quiet for a beat, which I have learned is his version of surprise. "You still remember? Very good. This is chopping." I laughed. I honestly laughed. "So, 30,000 a day then, without spiritual energy." Yes. 30,000 a day. Here is what nobody tells you about that number. It is not hard because 30,000 is a lot. It is hard because it is the same one. You do not get to have a good idea. You do not get to invent. You do a motion you have already mastered, correctly, again, and then again. And the difficulty is not in your arm, it is in the part of you that keeps asking why. At 3,600, I was still counting. At about 5,000, my shoulder went hot. Somewhere after that, my arms went numb, and my breathing got hard, and I stopped being able to hold the number and just kept the shape. And then even the shape got difficult, and then I noticed that I could only feel the one arm, and the rest of me had stopped reporting in. I came around on a stone bed. My whole back ached. Moving was a negotiation, and it took me a moment to understand where I was and how I'd gotten there, which is to say that somebody had picked me up off my own floor and put me somewhere better. I got up and my legs went out from under me, and something invisible caught me and set me down, sitting. Jian Shun was outside, on the left side of the cave mouth, where I had not thought to look. "Brother Jian, when I woke up, you weren't in the ring, and you weren't inside, so I thought—" "If I intend to leave," he said, "I will tell you." And that was all he said about it, and I decided at that moment that if it ever came to it, I would die for him, and I did not say that out loud because he would have said it was unnecessary. How many did I manage? 26,400. Then you fainted. 26,400. So that's how it is. No need to thank me for the stone bed. I hadn't gotten to that yet. Hong looked at me with absolutely no expression at all and said, "Your physique is weak. Your willpower is acceptable. What you failed to pay yesterday, you will pay today. Do not let your weakness waste your time." So on the second day, I owed 33,600. I paid it. 2 months before, I stopped fainting. 2 more before chopping was passable. Then he taught me slashing, and we started again at 30,000 a day from zero. And somewhere in there, my body changed. Not the cultivation, the body. My true essence thickened, and my frame thickened with it. And the second technique did not break me the way the first one had. And one morning, I caught my own reflection in the water bucket and had to look twice. The gentle boy who looked easy to push around was still in there. Hong was just wearing a coat now. 6 months in a cave, on a mountain, in silence, next to a man who had done the same thing for 10 years before I was born. And that is the entire secret. That's it. That's the whole thing. Everybody wants the technique. Everybody wants the pill and the treasure and the ancient inheritance. And I had a legendary technique and a demon vine and a golden core in my pocket, and none of it, not one part of it, saved my life 6 months later. What saved my life was that I had swung a heavy stick correctly 5 million times. 6 months in, I felt something happen on the cliff and looked up, and Jianshen said, "Someone is establishing a foundation. You may go and watch." Everybody went. All 19 of us came out of our holes and dropped to the bottom of the cliff like birds off a wire, because watching somebody else do it is the only way to learn what it looks like from outside. The man was Ming Kai of the Flowing Fire Gate, and he had been one of the strong ones on the stone. Purple smoke came out of his cave and turned into a dragon. That is what a foundation establishment looks like. Your true essence smashes the point at the crown of your skull, the purple mansion opens and breathes out, the smoke takes the shape of a dragon, and heaven's own consciousness comes down to meet it. If your dragon swallows it, you have a foundation. If it doesn't, you have nothing. The moment his dragon formed, everybody on that cliff went quiet in the bad way, because it was full of black specks, scattered through it like pockmarks. That is what impurities look like when you finally have to show them to heaven. Mixed roots collect them your whole life, and cheap pills add more, and you can carry them for a century at no cost at all, right up until the moment they cost you everything. Everybody there could see it. Ming Kai went anyway. The Tao consciousness produced a ball of white fire, the color of milk, and it touched that dragon and went up it like flame up an oiled rope, and for about 2 seconds it was genuinely beautiful. Then it started shrinking. Then there was a scream from inside the cave. Then the scream stopped. Divine soul annihilated. No body to bury and no soul to reincarnate. The person is subtracted. Nobody said anything for a while. Then we all went back to our caves. And that same afternoon, Guo Han called my name. I have to be fair to him. Hong came to me directly, in daylight, with no ambush. And when I asked whether it was a friendly exchange or something else, he stood there and could not lie to me, because he was genuinely not good at it. This is just a challenge. Senior Shen has said no killing. Hong thought about it, honestly, like a man doing a sum. It is not a friendly sparring match, he said. It is a challenge, which is the most decent way anyone has ever told me they intended to cripple me. Hong took me to the back of the mountain so nobody would watch. I went because I wanted to know exactly how much 6 months in a cave had bought me. His first move was a flying sword to lock my blade. His second move, 1/4 second later, was a pale gold dagger coming up underhand from a crouch, aimed exactly at my dantian. Not my throat, not my heart, my dantian. The Wuliang sect had sent a man to take my cultivation and leave me alive to know about it. And I had felt that once before, at 13, from a man named Zhou Yu, and my temper, which is a thing I keep in a locked box, came off its hinges. I grew grass over my left hand and caught the dagger with it. The grass did not stop it. The grass was never going to stop a magical artifact. The grass slowed it enough that it went into my palm 3/10 of an inch instead of into my stomach, and I closed my fist on it and held. Guo Han looked at me with genuine surprise, because gentle people are not supposed to do that. Then I set my feet in the stance I had been standing in 30,000 times a day for 6 months, forced his flying sword offline with my right hand, flicked the wrist, and brought the steel wood down. His arm went numb. Hong dropped the dagger and got out. I put the dagger in my ring and pulled the grass off my hand and let him watch me heal it. Scab, pink flesh, white flesh, done, in about 2 breaths, because that is what Rui wood essence in the blood does. Hong responded by opening his best sword technique, which was called Crushing Earth, and which had been built, specifically, over years to kill wood cultivators. First form, Scorched Earth, Ground cracks in a spiderweb toward you. I put down spring grass. The roots caught the soil and held it, and the crack stopped 3 steps short of me. Second form. Hong burned my whole lawn to ash, and the ash went into the soil, and that's the lesson in it, isn't it? Wood overcomes earth, but wood grows out of earth and goes back into it, and there is no clean victory anywhere in the 5 elements, only debts. Third form. Mountain collapse. Hong brought a cliff down on me. Now, here is where a lifetime of technique and treasure would have been extremely useful. I did not have technique. I had 2 moves, chopping and slashing. So I put my feet on a leaf 10 feet in the air and started cutting rocks. 1 rock, split, drift left, next rock, split, drift right, next rock. Every single stroke identical. Same angle, same length, same expenditure, no waste, because I had done it 5 million times, and my body did not require my opinion anymore. Guo Han expected me to last 30 seconds. Half an hour later, I was still doing it, in exactly the same rhythm, with exactly the same face, and he was pouring spiritual power into a technique that was eating him alive to keep it running. Hong panicked. Hong sent his flying sword at my back while I was mid-stroke, and I felt it coming, because for 6 months a man who is composed entirely of killing intent had stood in front of me while I trained, and my body had quietly built a sense for it that I did not know I had. I turned and blocked without ever looking. That's when he spat blood on his own natal spirit sword to force its refinement years early, which would ruin it, and which he did anyway, because his sect wanted a boy's dantian. The spirit sword was the length of my palm, and it went through the air like a decision. My steel wood cracked the first time it touched it. I could not beat it. I could not outspeed it. And Guo Han had gone from wanting my cultivation to wanting my life, which I could feel, because I can feel that now. So I stopped trying to win and started walking toward him. Not straight. Sideways, and closer, 3 feet at a time while dodging, until the spirit sword's return path ran through the space where its owner was standing. Then I threw my sword at the ground and disappeared. The steel wood landed and became a tree. A 1,000-year-old steel wood tree, black, taller than a house, and I went into it with a wood escape technique, and the spirit sword came through where I had been at full speed with nothing in front of it but Guo Han. It went through his dantian. Hong coughed blood and went down on the stones with his spirit sword lying 4 feet away, ruined, and he turned his head and looked at the tree. And I came out of it. I did not enjoy it. I want that said. I stood over a man who had been an orphan and had been picked up off a road and taught to fight, and who had come to break me because a spoiled great-grandson had asked, and I felt sick. But the Wu Liang sect had wanted a dantian, so they got one. They deported him within a week. Hong was their only real genius in a generation, and they had spent him on an errand, and I do not know what became of him, and I have never gone looking. 2 months later, Guanxing did it properly. Hong had been 1 step from foundation establishment for 8 months, and everybody had wondered why he was waiting, and the answer was that he had spent 8 months burning impurities out of himself while everyone else was in a hurry. His dragon came out of the cave deep purple and solid, with mouth and eyes and whiskers and scales, and I could see the individual scales. It hit the Tao consciousness 3 times like a bell. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed it whole, and turned and went back inside, and a purple rainbow came out of the mouth of that cave and went straight up into the sky and out of sight. And because he was a water cultivator, and because water nourishes wood, the whole thing hit me sideways like a wave, and my last 1% of spiritual power converted on the spot, and I sat there on the ground at the base of a cliff with a completely full dantian and a slightly stupid expression. Xiaojian came over and asked, casually, whether I knew Guo Han had been deported. I said he came for my dantian, and then decided he wanted more than that, so I stopped holding back. Xiaojian sighed and said something that has stuck with me. Their sect finally produced a determined man. If they had let him grow, he could have been a peerless master. And they spent him. And Wang Guangli will never think about it again. Then he admitted, in a very small voice, that he was nervous about the true essence. I told him the truth. There is no trick. Only the first drop is hard. After that, it is patience, and you must not get greedy. And in the 11th month, I built my foundation. I did it on a bed of grass in a cave I had grown into a garden, with 2 white vines hanging from the ceiling and the whole floor green, because the Tao I was joining was the Tao of Rue wood, and Rue wood is the vine. Hardy, stubborn, tolerant, impossible to kill. My true essence went up the Ren meridian and hit the Baihui point like a fist on a drum, over and over, until it cracked, and purple smoke came out of the top of my head. and a dragon rose off that cliff, and heaven came down to meet it. And they merged in one pass, not three, one. Somebody in the crowd below shouted, "So fast!" And somebody else said, "How perfectly does that man's physique match the Tao of wood?" And Xiao Jian, who was watching from the front, learned more from my foundation establishment than from anybody else's, because wood makes fire. Then the purple mansion opened at the top of my skull, and a sea of consciousness formed underneath it, full of stars, and I could see. Not with my eyes, divine sense. 10 miles in every direction, every person, every animal, every bird, and every flower, all of it laid out in my head at once, with perfect clarity. I sat in a cave with my eyes closed and watched a hawk turn on the wind 8 miles away. 3 days to stabilize it. And then, for the first time in my life, I put divine sense into my own storage ring. And I saw what was actually in there. Endless black space, my plants and pills drifting in it like leaves on a pond, and away in the middle of it, one point of light, a stone platform. And a man sitting on it with his back straight and black hair down to the floor. And the moment my divine sense touched the edge of that light, his eyes opened, and 2 lines of gold went across them. Zhao Tianyun? Brother Jian, I said, I have not failed your teaching. My foundation is complete. Can you see it? And he said, you are diligent in cultivating. Very good. Kong Ming and Jiang Chen invited me for a drink after that and tried to recruit me into their little future, which was the Hao Tian sect, 5th grade, with a thunder magic lineage and enough breadth to take all of us. It was a good offer, honestly assembled, and Kong Ming laid out the entire reasoning without a single lie in it, including the part where I was worth having because of my connections. And I said no. I was a rogue cultivator with a bad aptitude score, I said. By chance, I met a friend from the great world. Hong left a will. Hong wanted me to join the sect he served. That's where I'm going. Which sect? The Wuling Immortal sect. Kong Ming's face did something complicated. My master once told me, he said carefully, that in the great world, any sect with the word immortal in its name is a sect that has produced an immortal. I put my cup down. I checked with Jian Shen on the spot, privately, because I have never been able to help myself. Is that true? It is true. It is not comprehensive. Meaning, a generation is 10,000 years. Only a sect with an ascension in a generation may keep the title immortal. 3 generations without one, and the title is stripped. 3 more, and the sect drops a rank. So it isn't an honor, it's a lease. And to rise a rank? To go from 2nd grade to 1st, there must be 3 ascensions in 3 consecutive generations. 3 people in 30,000 years out of a sect of millions walking out of the world entirely. I sat there and understood, finally, what kind of building I was trying to get into. Then I looked at Kong Ming, who was talking himself out of even trying, and I got annoyed. Fellow Taoist Kong, you went through hell to build your foundation, and now that you have it, you're becoming timid? A cultivator without the ambition to advance will trip over the first thorn on the road. Jiang Chen slapped the table. Hong's right. What's wrong with trying? If we fail, the Hao Tian sect is still there. Kong Ming's face went through 4 expressions and landed on a laugh. Fine, he said. What have I, Kong Ming, ever been afraid of? Xiao Jian built his foundation in the last 5 days of the year. All 4 of the alliance made it. Every one of them. And on the last morning, a white phoenix, 3 zhang long, with a gold crown came out of the sky, with Shen Zihong sitting on its back, and it was time. Down at the assembly ground below the mountain, every sect and family in our world was waiting, and so was the Zhao clan, the clan head, elders, Zhao Longwei, and 2 foundation establishment cultivators, each escorting 1 person into the great world, and one of those 2 escorts had Zhao Lanying hanging off his arm, laughing, at 3rd level, having gotten herself a ticket the way she got everything. And the other one had Zhao Ziluo, who had not changed at all in 9 years. And 5 or 6 steps behind Zhao Ziluo, at 5th level, ordinary aptitude, ordinary background, standing exactly close enough to be useful and exactly far enough not to be told to leave, was Lin Bao. Still, 9 years. Hong was going into the great world for her. Hong knew what he was. Hong had known it in the herb garden when he was 25, and he knew it now. I walked over. Brother Lin, do you still remember an old friend? Hong turned around, and I watched it happen on his face, which is one of about 4 genuinely good memories I have from that entire decade. Hong had heard I died in the secret realm. Hong had grieved for a laborer for 9 years. Then he registered my aura and started to say, "Senior Zhao," and I said, "Back then our stations were worlds apart, and you still called me brother. Am I such a shameless person now?" Hong shut up and grinned. I asked him to come with me into the great world, dressed up as a favor to me, because he was proud, and he did not let me have it. "Brother Tianyun, you don't need to put on a show for me." Hong glanced at the purple figure by the escort. "You know what I am. You're worried about me. Thank you." I said the only thing I had. A real man, knowing something is impossible, has to be able to take it up and put it down. I know. Be careful of everything. Don't have a heart that harms others. Don't be without a heart that guards against them. And he laughed and patted my shoulder and said, "I'm more than 10 years older than you. Don't treat me like a child." So I stopped. Because in this world, every step of the immortal path is a heart demon, and Zhao Ziluo was his, and either he would resolve it and come out of the far side of it enormous, or it would eat him, and it was not mine to take away from him. I did make him promise to send me a jade sword message on the day he built his foundation, so I could come and celebrate. While we were laughing, I felt something ugly on the back of my neck. Zhao Lanying, hanging off her escort's arm, laughing brightly, and looking at me with the purest, most uncomplicated hatred I have ever seen on a human face. I have never worked out why. I never did anything to her. When I was 9 years old, she stood under a window and explained to her friends that I was a charity case, and she has apparently been maintaining that position at full intensity for a decade. She could not touch me, but she could touch Lin Bao. So I warned him, and he warned me back, and then I flicked one finger at the ground. A grass seed the size of a grain of sand went into the weeds, drifted, and attached itself to the heel of a girl in a yellow dress, and rode into the great world with her, and she never knew. I like to be prepared. Then the sky turned gold, a dragon roared, and the roar went straight through everybody's skull and locked every single person on that field in place, including the foundation establishment cultivators, and when it stopped, we were all standing in a cold sweat. The ascending dragon gate is 100 feet tall, dark gold, made of something nobody has a name for. There is a dragon carved across both doors, and the 2 knockers are its eyes, and it opened, and there was nothing behind it. "The path is not long, and there are no forks," Shen Zihong said. "Walk to the end, and you will see the Qingyun Great World." Xiao Jian waved me over and put me and Lin Bao inside a red shield he'd been given for the trip. Pure Hong shuttle, low-grade spiritual artifact, chaos attribute, and it made a dome you could stand in without being flayed. Everybody stood inside it. I walked out of it. Xiao Jian shouted at me. I said, "It's a rare thing to enter this gate. I want to do it properly," which sounded much better than the actual reason, which is that I have never once in my life been able to let a thing happen to me from behind glass. The instant I stepped out of that shield, it felt like being scraped with knives. Not wind. Wind is a word for something else. This was pressure with teeth in it, coming down that corridor in waves that stripped true essence off my skin as fast as I could put it back, and I could not breathe in, because breathing in would have ended me, so I sealed every pore and pushed. It got worse the deeper I went. Nothing I knew was usable. No technique, no formula, no clever plant. Just cultivation depth and the ability to keep replacing what was being taken off you, forever, in a straight line, in the dark. At some point, the tie came out of my hair, and it went everywhere, and I laughed with my mouth shut. And then there was light, and a gate, and Lin Bao and Xiao Jian all fussing over their robes, and the ascending dragon gate reached out and threw us all out the far side like a man emptying a bucket. I got my hair back into some kind of order about a second before I hit the ground, and then I looked up. Blue stone, laid so tight there were no seams, stretching further than I could see. Dozens of spirit ships floating an inch off it with golden talismans over them, naming the sects. Demon beasts lying on the decks. Cultivators standing on the rails whose beauty was, honestly, unfair. The entire genius output of an entire world stood there, feeling like farmers at a wedding. And then, from the east, killing intent fell across that entire plaza like a lid coming down on a pot. Every single person stopped talking at the same instant, not out of politeness, because their throats stopped working. It came in like weather, and it was aimed nowhere. And it was so vast and so cold that men who had built foundations that week found their internal organs going numb. And a voice came out of it, far away and also directly beside my ear. Zhao Tianyun. I turned around. Out over the horizon, a man in the plainest clothes I have ever seen was walking through empty air toward us, and each step covered several miles. Below the nascent soul stage, nobody can walk on the void. Somebody nearby said so, out loud, in the flat voice of a man arguing with his own eyes. And then somebody else said, "That isn't the void. Look at his feet." Under each foot, half real, was a sword. That's a sword intent. Hong's walking on a materialized sword intent. That's Jian Shen of the Wuling Immortal Sect. That's the slaying sword. Hong's supposed to be in seclusion. Why is he out? I did not hear most of it. I had my consciousness in my ring, staring at a stone platform where my friend was sitting exactly where he had been sitting for 9 years. And I looked up at a man walking across the sky with an entire world holding its breath, and I said the only thing I could get out. "Brother Jian?" Hong stopped in front of me and said, "Come with me." I nearly said yes, Brother Jian, out of pure habit, and caught it in my teeth. "You, Brother Jian?" "It's me." Same words, same order, same 3-word budget. The only difference was that the killing intent coming off him was several times heavier than anything I had ever felt in the ring, and if I had not spent 9 years marinating in a diluted version of it, I would have gone down like everybody else on that plaza. I took a breath and put every question in a box and said, "Please, lead the way." Hong solidified the sword under his feet, took my arm, pulled me up onto it, and the whole world moved. Xiaojian, behind me, could not even shout. Hong had no air. I did remember to panic about that, about a mile up. "Brother Jian, I forgot about Xiaojian and the others." "Someone will meet him." Which, I want to point out, meant he had arranged for my friends before he came to get me. Hong took me to a pseudo-phoenix, a Luan bird 100 feet long with feathers in every color and eyes like green jade held under water. Xianxia, on my shoulder, dug his claws into me hard enough to draw blood and would not stop shaking. "Brother Jian, what is that bird?" "A pseudo-phoenix." Then, because I had asked, he actually explained, and I got a whole lecture out of a man who does not do lectures. The phoenix mates with all birds and produces the luan, and a luan, with its blood woken up, becomes a false phoenix. And Xianxia has the blood of the rock, and the rock eats dragons, and dragons are friends with the phoenix. So my eagle, which I had raised from an egg I caught falling off a cliff, was standing on my shoulder with the hair on the back of its neck up because of a grudge that predates human beings. Several people my own age were sitting on that bird's back, and every one of them called Jian Shen senior brother and got out of the way. Hong put me at the base of its neck and sat down opposite me. Then Xianxia left my shoulder and went up into the sky under his own power because he refused to be carried by a phoenix, and the phoenix, I noticed, did not appear to want him either. And then Jian Shen held out his hand, palm up. There was a piece of bamboo in it. 1 foot long, thin as a finger, pale blue, so smooth it looked carved out of jade. "This is to tie your hair," he said. I want to describe the specific quality of the panic I experienced. It was a first meeting gift, that's the custom, and I had known this man for 9 years and had never met him, and so it was, technically, correctly, a first meeting, and he had prepared for it, and I had not, because I am an idiot. I took it, and it was cool in my hand, and I liked it enormously, and I immediately started sweating. Then I put my hand out and grew grass out of my palm, thousands of fibers of it, and wove a hair ribbon in about 8 seconds, 2 feet long, pale blue, extremely plain. "This is also to tie your hair," I said, and shoved it at him. Hong paused. Then he took it, and stood up, and walked around behind me, and tied my hair, neatly, in the middle, the way it is worn there, with his own hands, on the back of a phoenix, in front of 6 of his junior brothers, in complete silence. Then he said, "You too," and sat back down, and I understood that mine had come loose in the gate, and I had been having this entire conversation looking like a scarecrow. I put the bamboo in my hair with hands that were not entirely steady, and neither of us said anything for a long time, and it was, weirdly, comfortable. Behind us, a young man in yellow named Gao Xian shook Xiaojian and my other friends out of his sleeve and immediately said, "Come with me, and do not go over there." Xiaojian, being Xiaojian, asked why, and Gao Xian, who turned out to be a middle-stage golden core with the temperament of a man who enjoys gossip, told them, let alone you. I have never stood next to that judicial officer, and neither have any of my junior brothers. Sword cultivators are always stronger than ordinary cultivators, he said. That is normal. That is not the problem. The problem is the technique. Ruthless Slaughter Sword Dao. The name alone did the work. Xiao Jian told me later that Kong Ming actually flinched. You must kill countless times to cultivate an endless killing intent before you can comprehend it, Gao Xian said. Those who practice it are ruthless. No emotion, no fear, no joy, no grief. They set the law of killing with their own mind, and whoever violates it dies. So do not provoke him, or heaven and earth will punish you. And then he told them there was a flaw in it, which is why almost nobody in millions of years has practiced it, and that judicial officer Jian had been stuck against that flaw for more than a decade. And also, Hong has the lives of dozens of golden core true persons on his hands. Hong is the only penal enforcement steward in the history of Xixing Peak whose cultivation is below golden core. I am a middle golden core myself, and I genuinely do not know what my chances would be. Xiao Jian sat there and looked at the front of that bird, at a boy in blue chatting away at a man made of swords, and could not make the picture work. We flew over a city called Sui Shen that took an hour to cross. Then, terraced fields, tens of thousands of acres of them, every field full of spiritual energy, growing grain and rice and fruit and vegetables to feed the mountain. And then, the mountain. The Wuling Immortal Sect is a range, not a peak, and it winds like a dragon lying down. Thousands of peaks, palaces on all of them, cultivators moving between them like insects over a garden. Second-grade sect. And that word grade, I now understood, was the difference between a thing and a category of things. We landed at a stone tablet with 4 words on it, cut by a sword, and they were so sharp that looking at them made me flinch. Then Jianshen took me straight past the outer sect entirely, past all the assessment halls where my friends were being processed, and up a mountain. Little Bamboo Peak. At the summit there was almost no soil, rock, and a single stand of bamboo behind a boulder with frost on it, and a cave in the wall that looked less carved than broken open by somebody in a hurry. And there was no weather. There was only cold, and it was not the cold of altitude. It was hard and sharp, and it went right through you, and it had been there so long that it was simply what that mountain was made of now. I stood in it for 4 seconds, and then something in my chest opened. Kill. Kill all the villains. Kill all the wicked. Kill everything that has come at you. Kill everything in heaven and earth. And it was not mine. It was in my head, and it was not mine, and I found that out about half a second before it would have stopped mattering. I came out of it gasping. Jianshen was suddenly in front of me. This is where I practice my sword. The grass and the trees and the soil and the stones contain my sword intent. You are here for the first time. That is all. That is all. 9 years of a voice on a stone platform, and here was the actual weather system it came out of. Halfway down the mountain, it got warmer, and there was grass and flowers, and then I heard laughter. 7 or 8 girls in bright dresses on a meadow talking over each other. They saw him, and the sound stopped like a struck bell. They lined up and bowed and said, "Greetings, great master brother," in unison, in trembling, sweet, terrified voices. Pong said, "Where is master?" And they pushed the bravest one forward, a pretty girl in green, and she got out, "Master, master is in the manor," and I have never seen a human being so relieved to finish a sentence. We went past them. There was a cave with a garden outside it, and a stone path with blue bricks, and every plant on that path felt happy when my divine sense went over it, which is a thing I can do now, and which nobody had warned me was going to be lovely. And inside there was a golden palace. Jianshen flicked his sleeve, and the golden palace evaporated, and there was a wooden house. Then he pointed one finger to the left, and a bolt of gold sword light went across the room into a cluster of purple flowering trees. A very fat old man came out of the trees at speed with his sleeves flapping, batting the sword edge apart, shouting, "Yun-er, stop that! You're going to wreck my cave again." That is how I met Wang Zhen, the golden core immortal master of Little Bamboo Peak, who was round and cheerful and about 500 and something years old, and who was in the middle of pruning. Jianshen bowed and said, "Master, your disciple has brought someone to pay homage." I dropped into the deepest bow I had. The old man waved it off. "No need for that. Your name is Zhao Tianyun? Yes, senior. Come inside, then. There was one stone futon in the main room, and he flopped onto it and pointed at the floor for us. And Jian Shen said, without any preamble at all, Master, please accept Zhao Tianyun as your disciple. I want to be clear about the sequence here. Hong had not asked me. Hong had crossed a world to fetch me, given me a hair tie, and walked me straight into his master's house, and the first thing out of his mouth was that. Wang Zhen looked at his disciple with an extremely odd expression, then at me. Then he grinned like a man who has been waiting for a very long time. For more than 10 years, Jianer's heavenly soul has been wandering outside, he said. Is that how you formed this connection? Heavenly soul. Yes, said Jianshen. Does Jianer count Tianyun as a friend? We have known each other 8 years. It is enough to be considered friends. I was going to say something extremely stupid, so I said nothing. And does Tianyun count Jianer as a friend? I do know a brother Jian, I said, who is my closest friend, but… Wang Zhen started laughing. I'm afraid Tianyun is confused, having met 2 Jianers. Jianer, clear it up for him. And Jianshen said, that is proper, and my ring lit up on my finger. And a white figure came out of it and stood in the room. Both of them turned their heads at the same time and said, Zhao Tianyun. One voice, 2 mouths, identical faces, identical posture, identical everything. One of them slightly translucent. I looked left, I looked right. Jian, brother Jian, they both answered. And then the phantom walked forward 4 steps and stepped into the man, and for one heartbeat there were 2 of him overlapping, and then there was one, and the air in that room turned into knives for a second, and then went quiet. The one who kept company with you, he said, is my heavenly soul. Humans have 3 souls. The heavenly soul governs consciousness. The earthly soul governs good and evil and shame. The human soul governs lifespan. 13 years ago, Jian Shen had cut his own heavenly soul out of his body. Hong had sealed it in a cheap, low-grade storage ring, and then he had gone to the ascending dragon gate and thrown it in. Just thrown it. Into the wind, down into a small world he had never seen, 371 worlds to choose from, and he did not choose. Wang Zhen, apparently, had told him this was insane, and Jian Shen had said, what is rightfully mine will be mine. It is all up to fate. Hong threw a piece of his own mind off the edge of the world on the theory that it would find what it needed. And it landed in a field in the small world and lay there long enough for a boy with no future to dig it up and hang it around his neck because he liked the little dragon's face. I sat on a wooden floor and did that arithmetic, and then I had to stop doing it because Wang Zhen had started talking, and what he told me next is the thing I have never repeated to a single living person. Jian Shen was found at the bottom of a cliff, a baby on the rocks, alive. Wang Zhen had just made golden core, had just been given his own small peak and a 3rd-rank spirit vein, was 400 years old, had never had a family, and picked him up. 2 years later, Wang Zhen developed a heart demon and had to go into seclusion. Hong came out 10 years later. The baby was a 12-year-old with a face like a shut door who had been alone with servants for a decade and had been swinging a sword for 9 of those years, on his own, because nobody had told him not to. Wang Zhen is an earth cultivator. Hong had a technique picked out. Hong had plans. And he came out of that cave to find that the child had already chosen a Dao, alone, and would not be moved off it. Hong learned every school's swordsmanship in those 10 years by watching, started formally at 13, foundation at 18, then 12 years in the sword cave and came out at essence transformation. And then he chose the ruthless slaughter sword Dao out of the library, and his master begged him not to. 10 years down the mountain killing demons. Hong came back covered in blood with a killing intent that made grown golden cores step aside, and he had comprehended sword intent, which one sword cultivator in 10,000 ever does. Then 10 more years in the savage beast plain, then 10 more in the sword cave. Essence transformation, late stage, peak. The strongest thing below the golden core stage in that entire sect, and everyone who challenged him died. And there he stopped. Because the technique requires one spark of feeling, and he had no blood, and his master had missed his childhood, and he had no friends, because who befriends a man like that? Which left one option. Wang Zhen, a golden core true person, master of a peak, 500 years old, went down to the outer sect and stood in front of a hall full of desperate girls and explained, honestly, exactly what he was asking and exactly how dangerous it was, and offered a place at Little Bamboo Peak to anybody who would try to make his disciple feel something. More than 10 volunteered. Hong picked 8 for looks and honesty and tact. 3 of them died on the way up the mountain. They did not reach the summit. His sword intent was simply sitting there, being what it was, and it killed them. The other 5 got to the top and looked at him. One look. Divine souls shaken so badly that their cultivation was nearly finished. And that is why there are 8 named female disciples on Little Bamboo Peak, not because he wanted them, because he owed them. They have been on that mountain for over a decade, and they still will not go within 10 feet of him, and after a very long time some of them can now say the words, "Great Master Brother," out loud. I sat there on that floor and thought about the man who sat in a ring for 9 years teaching a nobody how to hold a plant. And Wang Zhen said gently, "So, will you be my disciple?" I asked if he wasn't going to test me first, because I did not want Jian Shen's word to be the only thing holding me up. And the old man's eyes crinkled. "The fact that you asked that question is the test," he said. "I watched you while you spoke with Jianer. Your wood energy is pure and refined, which means you worked at your foundation instead of buying it. And Jianer praised you, which means you are not lazy and you do not look for shortcuts. So why shouldn't I accept you?" I put Xianxia down on the floor beside me and bowed properly. "Disciple Zhao Tianyun greets Master." And he sat up straight and said it formally, out loud, the way it is done. "From this day, Zhao Tianyun is the second personal disciple of Wang Zhen of Little Bamboo Peak, and the 382nd inner sect disciple of the Wuling Immortal Sect." Then I turned and bowed to Jianshen and said, "Greetings, Senior Brother Jian." Not Brother Jian, Senior Brother Jian, which is a smaller word and a closer one, and I chose it on purpose, and he understood, and said, "Junior Brother." Then 8 girls came in through the door, and they had been told the terrifying one had gone, so they arrived at full volume, all of them beautiful, all in different colors, all talking at once. Jin Wen, Deng Na, Shi Guan, Xie Jian, Wang Lin, Ouyang Jin, Xiao Min, Guo Hua. There were 8 of them, and I could not tell them apart, and one of them came at my sleeve, and I actually stepped backwards into a wall. I have fought a 4th-rank ape, a blood demon, and a professional assassin. 8 cheerful women in one room is the only fight I have ever unambiguously lost. Master rescued me, laughing so hard he had to hold the futon. I gave them each a spiritual plant out of my ring, more than 3,000 years old, and called it a small gift, because in the great world I assumed that was junk. They opened them on the spot, and every single one of them lit up, because it turns out none of them had built a foundation, and none of them were ever going to be given anything remotely that good. And the fact that I had matched each plant to each girl's attribute made it worse or better depending on your view. Then Master asked where I wanted to live. I said, quite reasonably, that 8 women live down here, and I am a man, and it would be improper. So I'll go up to the summit and be Senior Brother Jen's neighbor. The room went absolutely silent. 8 faces went white. "Second Senior Brother? You mustn't. The summit is where Great Master Brother is. It's the coldest place, Second Senior Brother. You're so gentle. You shouldn't suffer up there. If you go and live with Great Master Brother and something happens, oh, Second Senior Brother, we are not lying to you. His cultivation technique is terrifying. One glance makes the divine soul shake. Hong is a bloodthirsty man, Second Senior Brother. Second Senior Brother, your immortal path is vast. Please do not gamble your life." And I stood there in the middle of all this and said, because it was true, "Thank you for your concern, junior sisters, but although Senior Brother Jian's swordsmanship is a bit troublesome, he is a very good person." 8 women looked at me the way you look at a man who has just said something about a mountain lion. Master, wiping his eyes, said, "Tian Yun and Jianer were close friends before Jianer recommended him. If they live together, it will not be a problem." And Ouyang Jin, who was the quickest of them, went very still and said, "Could it be that Great Master Brother's swordsmanship has advanced?" And Guo Hua said, in a voice that was barely there, "Could it be that Great Master Brother has broken through that level?" And Wang Zhen smiled at them like a man who has been holding a thing in his mouth for 11 days. Jianer has found the opportunity for a breakthrough, he said, thanks to your second senior brother. And every one of those 8 women turned and looked at me with something that was not affection and was not envy. It was awe. About an hour later, the temperature in that wooden house dropped so fast the air made a sound. Master came off the futon like a man half his age, threw a shield over 8 screaming girls, grabbed me, and went out through the roof shouting, "That brat! At this exact moment, golden core." His heavenly soul had been back in his body for 1 hour. We came out over the peak and I looked up and stopped being able to process what I was seeing. Little Bamboo Peak had frozen, the whole mountain. Every leaf, every stream, every flower on that green mountainside iced over between one breath and the next, and the color going out of it like a picture left in the sun. And going up out of the summit, straight into the clouds, was a sword. Not a real sword, the idea of one, 100 miles tall, and the killing intent coming off it was rolling outward in rings, and the frost was going with it, and it hit the neighboring peaks, and they threw up shields, and I watched a light barrier on another mountain crack and hold. Everything inside 100 miles turned white. A man came off one of those peaks at a dead sprint, reinforced his own mountain's shield on the way past, and shouted, "Old Chu, open up!" Hong was thin and short and handsome in a sour way, and he landed already yelling. "A core is a core. Could he do it a little more quietly? If he damages one of my spiritual artifacts, that's one thing, but if he damages one of my precious disciples, I will never forgive you." "Pah, old Jew, has your chief disciple even reached essence transformation?" And Real Person Jew said the thing everybody in that sect had been saying for a decade. For thousands of years, nobody who cultivated that sword Tao has passed the golden core. Jian Shen has the best aptitude of any of them, and he is still a man without 7 emotions. I want to see exactly how he turns ruthlessness into compassion. And Wang Zhen said, "Just you wait and see," with the smugness of a man who has been humiliated at dinner parties for 11 years. Above the summit, the clouds came in. They rolled and piled and crashed like surf, and then a purple light lit them from underneath and soaked through them, and within a minute half the sky over that mountain was deep, rich, noble purple. Master started laughing out loud. "Purple cloud. Jianer's core formation is a purple cloud. Excellent." I asked what it meant. When a cultivator forms a core, the phenomenon shows the depth of what he accumulated first. Purple cloud is the best, then gold. White is the worst. Purple means his foundation is so deep that he will find the nascent soul easy if he does not die first. Then his face changed. It also means the tribulation will be far worse. And Real Person Jew, who had come to gloat, stopped gloating and started watching properly. Because the tribulation of the golden core is the heart demon, which is the exact thing that has stopped every practitioner of that sword Tao for thousands of years. A black point appeared in the middle of all that purple, the size of a pinhead. Then it opened into a hole the size of the entire mountaintop, and it started pulling. Wind came off 100 miles of mountains and went into it, and the sword intent went in with it, and the hole took all of it and wanted more. And then a beam of black came down. Not solid, not an attack, something like smoke with a shape in it, and it made a sound like a great many people crying somewhere just below hearing, and it went for the sword. That is the actual weapon. It does not hit you. It goes past your body entirely and into your soul, and finds the worst thought you have and grows it. Except that Jianshen has a sword intent. And a sword intent is an idea with an edge on it, which means it can cut things that do not have bodies. The first shadow was cut in half and made a noise and stopped existing. Then 5 more came down at once, and then a dozen, and every one of them came apart in the air over that summit with a shriek, and it went on for a long time, and then the hole stopped producing them, and the wind died, and everything went very still. Which was worse. Because sword intent can kill a heart demon, it cannot kill the temptation the heart demon leaves behind. That part is not a fight. There is nothing to swing at. There is only a man, alone, at the top of a frozen mountain, being offered the easiest thing in the world, which is to stop feeling. Nobody spoke. Master had stopped breathing. Real Person Jew had his fists closed. I stood on a floating length of brocade over a dead white mountain, and I did the only thing I could do, which was nothing, for a very long time. And then, In the middle of that endless cold, something moved. It was small. It was so small I would have missed it if I had not spent 9 years listening to that man's silences. A thread of warmth came up inside the killing intent, and where it went, the ice turned to white mist and lifted. The sword intent did not go away. The killing intent did not go away. Hong did not become someone else. It just stopped being only cold. There was one warm line running through the middle of it now, like a lamp inside a snowdrift, and it was enough to see by. And the whole mountain came back to life underneath it, like spring arriving in 10 seconds. The black hole shrank down to a pinhead and closed. The clouds went. The sky was blue. I let out a breath and found out I had not taken one in a while. Master walked up and down on that piece of brocade with his hands behind his back, saying, "Good, good, good." And real person Ju said, "It's only a core. You're the master and you've lost your composure. It's unsightly." And Wang Zhen, who had been afraid for 11 years that his sect would have to kill his own son, waved a hand and said, "So what if it's unsightly? With Jianer's personality, even if I were covered in mud, it wouldn't make any difference to him." Then he introduced me, and real person Ju looked me up and down, curled his lip, punched a hole in the shield, and left. "Hong's jealous," Master said. "Ignore him." Up on the summit, everything was cut. The flat ground was cut, the walls were cut. There was a spur of rock that had been split in two down the middle, with a face so smooth it reflected. Master put out one hand and closed his fingers and said, "Rise, rise, rise." And the mountain healed. Every gash pulled itself shut in front of me, fast and neat, like someone drawing a zip. Hong had done it before, that was obvious. Hong had been doing it for decades. His disciple practiced a sword that would take the peak apart, so an earth cultivator came up here on a schedule, quietly, and put the mountain back together so the boy could keep training. Hong got most of it. Then he stopped and looked at the deepest scars, which had not closed. "Jianer has surpassed his master," he said. "Now that I have leveled the land, I can no longer erase the marks he leaves." And he said it like a man who was proud, and he did not quite manage it. Then Jianshen came out of the cave. Same plain robe, same black hair, tied in the middle with a pale blue grass ribbon that a 19-year-old had woven on the back of a bird. And I want to describe the change, because there was one, and almost nobody could see it. Before, he was a drawn sword. Everything about him was edge, all the time, in every direction, whether or not anyone was there. Now he was a sword in a sheath, still cold, still absolutely dangerous, but it was contained, and it was pointed, and when he looked at us, his eyes reflected something, which they had never done before. "Congratulations on the core, Senior Brother Jian." "Thank you." Master reached out to pat his shoulder, thought about it, and put his hand back. "Jian has grown up," he said. "It's only a pity that I won't live to see your ascension." And Jian Shen's head came round instantly. "The heart demon still leaves traces, Master. Be careful." Wang Zhen blinked. Then he laughed, because he had just been ambushed, mid-sentence, by his own regrets, and his brand-new Golden Core disciple had caught it in flight and stopped it. I got caught too, a moment later, and did not tell anyone until it was over. Just for a second, I was back at the Foundation establishment with the Bai Hui unbroken, and something cool came down out of the bamboo in my hair and cleared it. The bamboo. Yes, we're getting to that. Then the sky pressed down on all of us, and a man came out of it walking on nothing. Wide robes, a beard, a smile, and above the nascent soul stage, which I could tell because he was standing on empty air with his physical body. Hong unrolled a length of gold silk and read at a volume that reached 300 miles. Jianshen of Little Bamboo Peak, having cultivated the ruthless slaughter sword Dao and attained the Golden Core, is the first person in the Qingyun Great World in millions of years to attain this Dao. Liu Kang of Lingyue Peak, on the orders of the sect master, comes to offer congratulations. The first in millions of years. Not the first in the sect, not the first this century. Then he asked where Jianshen wanted his mountain, because that is what you get. Golden Core, and the sect gives you a peak of your own and a third-rank spirit vein to put inside it. There is a gap 10 miles to the right of Little Bamboo Peak, Liu Kang said. What do you think? Very good. Liu Kang took a few steps sideways and was suddenly 10 miles away, and reached down with one hand, and a mountain came up out of flat ground, not a formation, not a construct. Hong grabbed, and brown light poured out of his palm, and the earth rose and set, and grew veins and a body and a summit, and inside about 8 seconds there was a bare new peak standing there that had not existed when the sentence started. Then he put his hand in his sleeve, and the sleeve started fighting him. Something in there thrashed hard enough to snap the hem, and he pulled it out, and he was holding a third-rank spirit vein by the neck. It was a live thing, white mist rolling off it, spiritual energy coming off it hard enough to make my eyes water at 10 miles, and it twisted in his fist like a snake trying to get out of a hand, and could not. "Go," he said, and threw it, and it went into that bare mountain and burrowed in. The whole peak shuddered. And then Xianxia's killing intent went into it like a stake, all the way through the mountain, and pinned the vein, and told it whose it was. Which is why that mountain has no birds on it, and never will. Then Liu Kang read the rest. 100 silver marrow pills, 30 gold marrow, 5 jade marrow, 100 bottles of 1 hao pill, 10 of ji hao, 1 of kui hao, 10 yellow rank techniques, 5 profound rank, 1 earth rank, collect them yourself, and a high-grade spiritual artifact called the Frostslayer Sword, because in decades of swordsmanship, Xianxian had never once used an actual treasure, and somebody upstairs had finally noticed. Xianxian took the sword, and then he threw the entire storage ring, everything else in it, at his master and said, "The rest belongs to master." Wang Zhen froze. Then he flicked it straight back. "I know Jianer is filial, but I still have some wealth of my own," and Xianxian nodded, and put it away, and never mentioned it again. Hong named the new mountain by looking at it. A golden light came out of his eyes and cut 3 characters into the rock face, 10 feet high, and the killing intent in the strokes rolled out across the base of the mountain like a fence. Xiaolu Peak. Then he walked to the summit and told me to step back, and cut the top off it. 1 stroke, 10 zhang of sword aura, and the entire summit came apart. Boulders came down and were pulverized in midair by the loose sword energy, and when the dust settled, there was a sheared cliff 100 feet high standing at the top like a blade, and a flat training ground 10 miles across underneath it, with a few enormous rocks driven into the ground where the sword wind had pinned them. Then he pointed a finger at the base of the wall and made me a cave. Spiritual energy came out of that hole hard enough to knock me back a step. First venting of a new third-rank vein, like a well coming in, and then he said the thing that told me exactly how much thought had gone into this. "The technique you have learned is extraordinary. Below the summit, use it freely." Hong had cut himself a mountain of bare rock, and then, before I had even thought of asking, he had given a wood cultivator permission to do whatever he liked to it. There was one other person on that mountain. A frost rock bird had been living in the cold bamboo grove on Little Bamboo Peak for years, watching Xianxian practice from a distance, and Xianxian had known about it the entire time and had let it stay. Master caught it out of the air by the neck. It hung there, in the grip of a golden core true person, trembling, with absolutely no fear in its eyes at all, and Wang Zhen laughed and said, "Among beasts, that kind of stubbornness is rare," and gave it a transformation pill. And it became a boy of about 13, tall and thin, with almost colorless eyes, and knelt down. "Please bestow a name upon me, immortal Jian," which is how a beast accepts a master. Xianxian looked at him for a while and said one word, "Lin Bing." The boy nearly came apart with joy. Hong got a name from a man he had been watching swing a sword through a bamboo grove for years. Hong would have accepted worse terms than servitude for that, and both of them knew it. The next morning, at the hour of Ling, before dawn, I went up to the summit, and Xianxian handed me a sword. I took it and nearly dropped it. "1,000-year cold iron," he said. 300 caddies. 300 caddies, and I was not allowed to use true essence. I looked at his. "How heavy is yours?" 900. And then, because he could see my face, he explained why, and it took him 1 sentence, and it ruined a year of my self-satisfaction. I had spent 6 months learning to swing a stick, and I had learned to swing that stick. When I picked up a different weight, my form fell apart in 3 strokes, like a house of cards, because I had not learned the sword. I had learned that stick. Hong had been doing this for 10 years with a plain iron sword and no spiritual energy. Not because the technique was hard, because there is no end to it. So there we were, at dawn, on the summit of a mountain that had been made 2 days earlier, a golden core immortal ranked among the greatest talents of a world, and a 19-year-old with 300 caddies of cold iron, standing side by side, doing the single most boring motion available to a human being over and over, like 2 farmhands. We did that every morning for years. The rest of the day I spent making his mountain not look like the surface of the moon, which was harder than it sounds because ordinary wood cultivators can grow things, and the things they grow are dead inside. They have the shape of a plant and nothing else, and no matter how long they sit there, they will never wake up. The Myriad Wood Seed Heart Great Method has a chapter called The Secret of the Transformation of All Things, which does it properly. What it makes is born out of chaos and is then handed to heaven, which gives it a spirit, exactly like a plant that grew on its own. The cost is that you compress a ball of true essence the size of your fist and throw it into dead ground, and then you sit down for a while. Lin Bing got me the seeds. Hong traded for them with birds on other peaks, which is a sentence I have thought about a lot. Hong would come back with a pouch sorted by type, present it in both hands, and bow. And one day I noticed he was flying to get them in beast form, which for an enlightened demon cultivator before his foundation is genuinely dangerous, and he was doing it because it was faster. So I told him to take xianxia instead, and dressed it up as a favor because xianxia was lonely. Hong got it immediately and thanked me for the excuse, and later, when I asked him what he wanted out of any of this, he said, "Master allows me to go to the summit every day and watch him practice the sword." That was it. That was the whole thing he wanted. Then Jian Shen took me to the 10 Directions Pavilion for the monthly stipend, which is where I finally understood what I had walked into. Everybody in that sect gets paid, and the amounts are not close. Kai Outer Disciple gets 1/10 of what I get. That is the actual architecture of the place, not sects, tiers of access. The instant we landed, every conversation outside the Merit Pavilion stopped. "That's Jian Shen of Little Bamboo Peak." "Shh, that's the god of death. But I heard he broke through, golden core. First in millions of years, and he comprehended the sword intent. So do we still call him senior brother, or is it immortal master Jian now?" The line parted for him. Hong walked up it without noticing that it had, and I stood under a tree waiting for him and had 30 people staring at me and could not work out where to put my hands. Then somebody behind me said the quiet part, which was that the 8 beauties had famously failed, and that the bravest of them had fainted on one look, and then asked how he had broken through after all. And a man's voice, thoughtful, getting closer to correct than anybody in that sect had yet. "Well, that boy came in with him." I stood there and let it happen and did not say a word. Then Jian Shen came out and said, "Go," and 30 pairs of eyes went somewhere else at once, and we walked to the library. Except we did not go into the library. We went to a stone tablet standing beside it, taller than a house, wider than a door, with a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the top, spitting a pearl. 3 characters at the head of it, each one the size of a shield, each one burning. Heavenly Dragon ranking, 100 names. To be on that list, you must have broken through to the golden core before the age of 100. It does not distinguish between immortal, demon, ghost, or monster. It does not care what sect you are from. It has one criterion, which is that you are one of the 100 most dangerous young things alive. There was a man beside us, clutching his skull and sweating because he had put divine sense into it, and it had not gone well. Jian Shen stopped in front of it, and the tablet exploded with gold light. A dragon roared out of that stone, loud enough to put 100 people on their knees, and the entire list reorganized itself in front of my eyes. Wuling Immortal Sect, slaying Sword Yun Li, Heavenly Dragon ranking, 5th. 5th, in the whole world. The other 3 names his sect had on that list were all outside the top 30. Hong had formed his core about 90 minutes ago, and he had gone in at 5th. The courtyard around the library came apart. People came running from other buildings, and Jian Shen stood at the bottom of that tablet and looked up and, without meaning to, released battle intent. The temperature dropped for several miles. Everybody within reach staggered backwards. I did not move because I was busy following his eyes to see what he was looking at, and what he was looking at was the 4 names above his. Hegemon, Emperor Xuan Yuan. Thunder Emperor Helian Hong. Ethereal Fairy, Ghost Butcher Yin Mountain. 4 names sitting on top of that stone like cauldrons, and even reading them hurt. And I stood there in a killing intent that did not distinguish friend from enemy, with my teeth locked, spreading true essence over every inch of my skin, and refused to take one step back. And somewhere in there, my own head did something I did not authorize. Because I was looking at those 4 names and thinking, he is going to meet them. And then, so am I. I had walked into that sect 9 hours earlier as a 19-year-old with a fresh foundation, and I was standing under a tablet of the 100 greatest monsters of a world, and I was not frightened. I was measuring the distance. Which is when I understood what had actually happened to me over 9 years. Hong is not in a ring anymore. Hong is not a wisp of soul who will be there forever, waiting for me to have a spare evening. Hong is a man on a road, and he is moving fast, and if I am careless, I will lose sight of his back. I did not want to be cared for by him for the rest of my life. I wanted to walk beside him. Which meant I was going to have to become something absolutely unreasonable. When I came out of it, the killing intent was gone. Hong had been standing in front of me the whole time, guarding a boy who had accidentally entered meditation at the foot of a stone tablet in the middle of a crowded courtyard. "Thank you for being my protector, senior brother Jian." And he said, "Let's go to the library together." A scroll of gold silk came down out of the sky on the way, and Jian Shen caught it, read it, and said, "The sect master has summoned me." Then he flicked his sleeve and put 10 jade slips in my hand. They had the character for yellow on them. A personal disciple may copy 1 human rank technique a month. That's the allowance. Yellow rank is 2 tiers above that, and you do not get to walk in and take one, and there were 10 of them in my palm. "You have too few attack methods," he said. "Choose what suits you. Do not be greedy for many." "Senior brother Jian, don't you want—" "I have no use for it," and he left. Nobody knows this about him, and I am going to say it once. Jian Shen has never in his life given me anything he was finished with. Hong gives you the thing before you know you need it, and then he leaves, so that you cannot thank him. The library is 5 floors and 1 gatekeeper. The stairs have no railings, and on either side of them is an entire night sky full of drifting lights. And each of those lights is a technique, and the moment you step onto the first stair, every one of them starts pressing on your sea of consciousness at once. That is not decoration. That is the building deciding whether you belong to it. Walk in without the correct jade slip, and the library treats you as an enemy until you leave. I got out the slip with the character for human on it, and the universe folded up and became a wooden staircase. The low-grade human room, which is the bottom of the bottom, is a hall so wide I could not see the far wall, packed floor to ceiling. Back in the small world, I had stood in the Alliance's trading hall and believed I had seen a great fortune of knowledge. This was the discard pile. Divine sense bounces off those shelves, by the way. You walk it and read the spines with your eyes, like a person. And in the section on natural phenomena, I found a manual called The Spring Rain Sword Technique. I reached for it, and somebody else's hand came in from the right at the same time. I let go instantly, because I am from a plant garden. "I want this manual," said the other hand's owner. Tall, thin, blue robe, cultivation a step above mine, and a face doing something unpleasant. "Which peak are you from?" "I'm a disciple of Little Bamboo Peak," Hong laughed. "So you're from a small peak. No wonder you don't know the rules." I did not know what rule I had broken, and I still don't, because there wasn't one. "Since senior brother wants it, please take it," I said, and turned to leave. Kai Arm came across in front of me. "Since we're fellow disciples, junior brother, do your senior brother a small favor. You won't refuse." Then he swept an entire shelf's worth of sword manuals off the rack into a stack about a foot thick and dropped it in front of me. "I've used up my divine sense today. Copy these out for me." Hong had not read one of them. Hong had been in that room about 11 seconds, and I stood there and looked at his face, and I did not see him. I saw a 30-year-old man in a plant garden holding a whip he had just bought, looking at a servant going, "Try it on him." Same expression, different century. Different world entirely. A whole realm up, a second-grade immortal sect with a heaven-rank scripture in the walls. Same face. "I have important matters to attend to," I said. "I'm afraid I don't have time to help senior brother. Please forgive me." His whole head went red. "You dare refuse me?" "Please excuse me, senior brother." Hong stood there with his fists shut and his eyes going and could not do a single thing, because you cannot fight in that library, and after a while I stepped around him and went back to reading spines. A round-faced boy slid along the shelf a minute later and hissed at me. "You have some nerve." "Do I?" "You don't know who that is?" "I'm new." Hong sighed the sigh of a man watching a puppy walk into traffic. "That's Zhao Hua. Hong's from Jilei Peak. The nascent soul ancestor of Jilei Peak is his ancestor. Triple root, genuinely nothing. Comprehension, also nothing. But he was the last direct blood descendant of an old monster who had begun cultivating before he had any other family, so the ancestor had dragged him up the mountain, made him a personal disciple, and spent decades of pills getting him into Foundation establishment. That ancestor is disgusted with him and shouts at him constantly, and protects him absolutely. Hong comes here to burn Jade's slips whenever he's been scolded, the boy said. So he is in the worst mood of his life every single time you meet him. And he always asks your background first, so he knows who he can push. Hong can't touch you in the library. Outside, he has 100 ways. And he crouched down and slipped away along the bottom of the shelves, like a man leaving a bad party. I memorized his face. I have a list for people who warn strangers for free. It is a short list. Then I went back to the shelf and found what I had come for. The Spring Rain Sword Technique's title page says this: Spring is the first of the 4 seasons. The spring rain nourishes, and 10,000 trees put forth. And underneath, in smaller writing, it says that the spring rain is the first of the 4 seasons sword techniques, and that it is a low-grade human rank technique on its own, and that combining 2 of the 4 makes a yellow rank technique, and combining all 4 makes a profound rank technique. I went back 3 shelves and found Summer Thunder, Autumn Wind, and Winter Snow. And when I put 2 of the books together, they merged in my hands. The paper went into the paper, and there was 1 book where there had been 2. Spring rain nourishes, and 10,000 trees put forth. I am a single wood root with a legendary technique called the Myriad Wood Seed Heart Great Method, and my whole Tao is the cycle of the seasons through living wood. And there was a sword technique sitting in the cheapest room in that entire library that had been written for me by somebody who died before my world existed. Burning a yellow rank technique into a slip costs far more divine sense than a human rank 1, and 2 human rank halves combined is not the same as 2 human rank techniques. By the time I had Spring Rain and Summer Thunder in one slip, and Autumn Wind and Winter Snow in another, my temples were throbbing and my face had gone gray. I could have gone to the other floors. I had 8 yellow slips left. I did not, because a man who looks at one treasure while thinking about the next one is a man who ends up owning nothing. Zhao Hua was waiting outside the building with 5 friends. I walked past him. Not to be clever, because I was genuinely thinking about whether Jianshen was coming back to this spot or going home, and I did not want him to arrive and find nobody here. Hey, stop right there! I kept walking. Hong got in front of me in a blur and said, through his teeth, "Junior brother, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" I looked up like a man surfacing. Senior brother? Hong took a breath and put on a smile that hurt to look at. Senior brother took a liking to junior brother at first sight, but I don't know junior brother's name. Forgive my ignorance, I said. I don't recall when we met. His nails went into his own palms. Junior brother jokes. In the low-grade technique library, we had a very pleasant conversation. Although I still don't quite remember, I said slowly, as if working very hard, senior brother's hospitality. And then, apologetically, my name is Zhao Tianyun, and senior brother's honored name is? I want to be honest with you. I did that on purpose. 9 years of eating things had built up a residue, and this man had put a stack of books in front of me because I was from a small peak and I could not fight him in front of a library, so I took the only payment available, which was to make him say his own name twice. Hong said it 1 syllable at a time. I am Zhao Hua, of Jilei Peak. I hope junior brother won't forget it. And then he said the thing that set the clock running on everything that came after. I hope to meet junior brother at the Sect Grand competition, to hone our skills, and repay your kindness. If I could spar with senior brother, I said, that would be wonderful. Then the temperature dropped, and every thought in Zhao Hua's head stopped, and I felt something familiar arrive behind me, and I smiled before I turned around. Jianshen was in the air over the courtyard, and on his shoulder, on the black robe, there was now a golden dragon pattern. Zhao Hua's pupils shrank to points, because he knew what that was, and I didn't. 10 people in that entire sect wear it, core disciple. The 10 strongest below the nascent soul, chosen purely by combat, holdable by anyone from any peak, with or without a master, and losable the moment somebody beats you. Hong had gone to see the sect master and come back as the head of them, Zhao Hua stood there and did arithmetic and arrived at the wrong answer out loud, later to his friends, and I heard about it eventually. So what if he's a core disciple? Can he possibly be better than second senior brother? Second senior brother is a middle golden core. On the way home, I told Jianshen everything, the shelf, the stack of books, the name, the threat, all of it, exactly as it happened, because I have never hidden anything from him, and I was not going to start in a place where I had a master and a peak and 8 junior sisters who could be embarrassed by me. Hong listened to the whole thing. Then he said, "Ignore it," and I relaxed. And then I said, "Senior brother Jian, Jile Peak," and he frowned. Jianshen does not frown. Jianshen's face is a closed door. I had known him for 9 years, and I had seen that expression exactly never, and it lasted about half a second. "The people of Jile Peak," he said, "are not to be trifled with." That was all. Hong would not expand on it. But a man who has killed 933 demonic cultivators, who tells you the truth about everything in 3 words, does not say a sentence like that about a mountain in his own sect, unless something on that mountain is genuinely wrong. I filed it under things to be extremely careful about, and then went home and got distracted, because Master had given me a jade slip about beasts, and I finally read it. There are 2 real ways for a bird to become human. 1, a cultivator 2 realms above it feeds it a transformation pill and enlightens it, like Master did with Lin Bing. It is painless, and it costs the beast everything. All its cultivation, back to 0. Its innate divine ability, gone except once in an emergency. And a debt so absolute that heaven will hound it for life if it is not repaid, which is why every enlightened beast serves a master. 2. Heavenly lightning. You stand under it and let it rewrite your flesh while it burns you. Most die. If you live, you keep your abilities, you switch forms as you like, and you belong to nobody. And there was a footnote saying that the greater a beast's potential, the harder its throat bone is to refine, and therefore the harder any of it becomes. Xianxia has the blood of the rock. I sat in that cave for a long time with a bird asleep on a branch above me, because I could do it. I could enlighten him tomorrow. Hong would be a boy. He could talk to me. He could come with me. He would never be alone on a mountaintop waiting for me to have a spare hour again. And he would lose the rock. Hong caught me looking and made a small noise and went back to sleep. Hong was 11 years old. Hong had been an egg falling off a cliff. Hong did not know what a bloodline was, and he could not read, so I did not decide. What I did instead was learn the enlightenment method, all of it, until I could perform it in my sleep and then put it away, so that whatever he chooses, whenever he is old enough to choose it, I will already know how. That is the only decision I have ever been completely sure was correct. Then I sat down at the top of Shaolu Peak and visualized the spring rain sword technique for the first time. And it was not a set of movements, it was a place. Fine rain, coming down like silk thread, endless, and inside it a feeling so specific that I recognized it immediately, which was longing. Lingering, drifting, the ache of a thing you cannot have and will not stop wanting. And then the rain ends, and the ground goes green, and everything alive on it comes up at once. There was a figure in that place, dancing with a slender sword, and the technique was soft, ridiculously soft, no edge at all, and then it changed. The softness turned into resilience, and the resilience turned into a thing that pushed. Like a seed going up through packed dirt, like a dead tree putting out one bud in early spring. That is what the spring rain sword technique actually is. It is not gentleness. It is gentleness at its absolute extreme, held until it cannot be held, and the sudden violence of it breaking free. I opened my eyes and I was holding my steelwood sword, and I did not remember picking it up. And then I was dancing. I want to be honest about the word, dancing, not fighting. My wrist and the sword became one object, and the entire summit filled up with fine rain, and I disappeared into it, and I forgot the mountain, and the sect, and the ranking tablet, and Zhao Hua, and every other thing. I do not know how long it lasted. I came out of it aching and satisfied, and with a completely full dantian, because I had somehow burned nothing. And then I noticed that a warm energy had come off me while I was doing it, and that there was a faint sense of springtime lying over the entire summit of the coldest mountain in the sect, which was wrong. That mountain is a sheet of frozen, killing intent. It should have eaten a spring feeling in a quarter second. Then I turned my head. Jianshen was sitting 15 feet away with every scrap of his aura pulled in so tightly that the killing intent stopped half a foot from his skin. Hong had felt my wood energy overflowing, and he had understood, instantly, that if he so much as breathed normally, his killing intent would have crossed the summit and shattered my comprehension, and I would have lost it and never gotten it back. So he had sat down and turned himself off and waited. "Senior brother Jian," I said, going red. "Have you been watching long?" And he said, "From the very first stroke of the sword, nothing has been missed." Another scroll of gold silk came down that evening and burned itself in the wind, and the sect master's voice came out of it. "Jian Shen, 49th seat, penal enforcement steward, Hall of Punishment, Xixing Peak. Sent to the outer sect to oversee the selection of disciples, 3,000 merit on completion." A black token fell into his hand with a snarling dragon on it, and the character for punishment inside its mouth, and the number 49 underneath. Xixing Peak runs internal justice, and its 49 stewards are all golden core, except one. Jian Shen had applied while he was still at essence transformation, which is not allowed, and they had made an exception because he had personally killed dozens of golden cores, and because the entire job description is executing people. 49th seat, last chair, and even that had required breaking their own rule. Hong asked if I wanted to come. I asked whether it would cause him trouble. "It's all right." So we flew out on a puppet black eagle with a wingspan of 10 zhang, which is a machine, not a bird, and which is fed with spirit stones and never gets tired. Hong was in black brocade with a gold dragon on the shoulder and the token at his belt and his hair tied back. And I want to say this plainly and then never mention it again. I had known that man for 9 years, and the sight of him in formal execution robes stopped my breath in my throat. There is no version of that sentence that does not sound stupid. It's fine, I'm keeping it. The outer sect gate is a silver bridge. It is only wide enough for 2 people. It goes on for a very long way, and it is very high, and under it, that day, there was an ocean with waves in it, and the ocean is an illusion which nobody below Golden Core can see through. And the moment you set foot on that bridge, your cultivation is sealed. You walk it as a mortal. Hundreds of applicants at the far end, all of them shoving. The first 5 or 6 went off the side in the first 20 seconds, elbowed by the people behind them, and the sea took them, and everybody stopped. Then nobody moved at all. 300 people standing at a bridgehead, staring at a plank. I said, first they lost their composure, now they've lost their nerve, this is. And Jian Shen said, without any inflection at all, if you cannot pass such a checkpoint, you cannot enter my Wuling immortal sect. And then, a thin, frightened, unimpressive boy came out of the crowd and walked onto the bridge. Slowly, badly, wobbling. Half an hour to reach the middle, and he did not stop once. And behind him, one at a time, 300 people started following. I actually relaxed. And then Jian Shen's killing intent came off him like a lid coming off a furnace, and he raised one finger. A thread of sword energy went out with a hiss and left a white line across the sky and went through a man's forehead on the bridge. Then 2 more. 3 people went off that bridge into the water, and the whole thing came apart, half the crowd trampling each other in blind panic and going over the rails. I turned to him with my mouth open. Hong was not looking at me. His divine sense was out, sweeping the bridge again, and every person on it felt it go through them, and the strong ones stayed standing, and the weak ones fell over. 2 breaths. Then he pulled it back. Spies of the demonic sect, he said. They harbor treacherous intent. They must be executed without mercy. Over 3 days, he killed 28 of them. 28 in one recruitment, which tells you exactly how badly the demonic path wants a foothold in a second-grade immortal sect, and exactly why one of the 49 stewards has to stand there every 10 years watching a bridge. Hong could not tell me which sect they were from. That's not his job. His job is the finger. Somebody else does the paperwork. 288 people got through the whole screening. 12 of those were flagged as candidates for the inner sect, and they were housed together with the arrivals from the small world. And then everybody assembled in front of Yingxian Hall so that the inner sect could come and pick. That's the part I was not prepared for, because inner sect disciples do not only come down there for servants. Spirit birds landed and cultivators got off them in beautiful robes, and outer sect disciples arranged themselves, and within about 4 minutes there was a woman in expensive silk laughing with her whole body against a large man's chest while his hand went inside her collar in front of 200 people, and neither of them cared, and nobody else was looking. And then it was 2 of them, and then 5. And then a boy of maybe 17 in a pale purple robe with a lovely face being held by the jaw by a man twice his size who was slowly running a thumb over his mouth. I had to look away, and looking away put me in front of another one. I want to be very careful here, because I was 19 and I got it wrong at first. What I thought I was seeing was depravity. What I was actually seeing was a market, and I did not yet understand who was selling and why. Every one of those people was an outer sect disciple, which means a tenth of a stipend, no master, no technique above the bottom rung, and a ceiling so low you can touch it standing up, and the only exit is to be noticed. They were not being corrupted. They were spending the only currency they had left in a shop that has been open for 10,000 years, and that the sect rules do not close, because the sect rules do not mention it. I said, "Senior Brother Jin," and stopped, because there was nothing to ask for. Nobody was being forced. That was the point. Hong said, "The sect has the Tao of dual cultivation," which was not a defense. It was him telling me where the wall was. "Those who seek shortcuts by being servile find it difficult to achieve great things," he said. "There is no need to pay them any mind." I stood there and did not manage it. I had built a whole picture of this place, a holy mountain, rules with teeth in them, a library that judges you at the door, a tablet that ranks the 100 greatest talents in the world by pure combat, with no politics in it at all. And here, at the front gate, in daylight, under the eyes of an execution officer, was the actual price list. Are all the sects in the Qingyun Great World like this? Hong did not answer for a long time. Then he said, "The sect rules do not restrict this matter," which is an answer. And I stood there and let something go out of me, and I did not enjoy it. And I was still standing there when I felt a weight land on my shoulder. I looked down at it. It was a hand, cold, not soft, his. Hong did not say anything. Hong did not look at me. Hong looked straight ahead at the crowd exactly as he had been doing with a hand on my shoulder for about 4 seconds. And I understood the whole thing at once and blurted it out. "Senior Brother Jen, you brought me here on purpose. You wanted me to see this." Hong took his hand back. Then he said, "A cultivator sheds falsehood and cultivates the true. I invited you to the Wuling Immortal Sect, and I said something to you then. Do you remember?" I remembered every word he has ever said to me, and I said this one out loud with my eyes shut. "You said that once I built my foundation and entered the great world and came to your sect, everything I saw and heard and experienced would be different from what I knew. That if my heart was not upright, I would be blinded by vanity. That I must constantly examine myself so that I would not be burdened by the noise and the filth." Hong had told me that in a cave years earlier, and I had taken it as encouragement. It was not encouragement. It was a warning with a date on it. I had come up that mountain and found a kind master and 8 funny, frightened girls and a friend who tied my hair, and I had let myself think I had arrived somewhere clean. Hong let me have 3 weeks of that, and then he brought me down here and stood next to me while I watched it. That is the single kindest, cruel thing anybody has ever done to me. And something came off my Tao heart like dust off a table, and my whole head went quiet and clear. Hong looked at me and said, "Very good." Then a woman screamed, "Senior, Senior, Junior didn't mean this. Please let go." A tall man had a girl by the wrist, and she was pulling and could not get free, and he was telling her, in an entirely reasonable voice, that she was a triple root with no future and a very good vessel, and that if she came back with him, she'd have a destiny. She kept saying she was assigned to weaving. Hong said, "That's not up to," and then he screamed because his wrist had a hole in it. Jian Shen had not moved anything except one finger. "Sect rules," he said. "Those who harm fellow disciples are punished. As this is your first offense, I will cripple your tendons. If there is a next time, I will kill you without mercy." The man said, "Thank you, judicial officer. Thank you for your mercy," and got on his bird and left at speed, because a wound made by that man's sword energy carries killing intent inside it and will not close for anything short of a spirit pill. The whole plaza got very well behaved. And I finally understood what the job actually was. Hong was not there to watch the hall officials. Hong was there because 288 defenseless people were about to be picked over by intersect cultivators, and somebody with the authority to take a hand off at the wrist had to be standing in the middle of it. That is what a penal enforcement steward does. Hong stands in a market and makes the price of grabbing too high. Then a shadow the size of a field went over the sun. A demon beast with fleshy wings and blood coming out from under its armpits came down, and off its back came 3 men on flying swords. And the one in front was Zhao Hua. Hong walked into that plaza like a man walking into his own dining room. People with somebody else's arm around them stepped aside for him. Hong picked a girl out of the queue by pointing at her, and she came running and folded herself against his side and lowered her head, and he said she could be his concubine, and his 2 friends congratulated her on her enormous good fortune. Then he went along the line of intersect candidates and stopped, because he had seen Xiaojian, and he had seen the single fire spiritual root. I was 50 feet away, and I heard the whole conversation, because Zhao Hua has never in his life lowered his voice. May I ask how to address this junior brother? Xiaojian, who is not a fool, felt the wrongness immediately, because nobody in a sect of millions comes down personally to headhunt a boy who joined that morning. And I could not shout. Divine sense transmission gets intercepted by anyone at essence transformation or higher, and there were several of those standing around. But I had already warned him, days before. 2 words. Don't go to Jile Peak. Hong refused, politely, beautifully. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but Xiaojian's talent is limited, and I would not dare to bring shame to Jile Peak. Zhao Hua's face went to pieces. And then, because he is not clever, he explained the entire thing out loud in front of 200 witnesses. You won't listen to reason, so you'll suffer the consequences. Let me be honest with you. Jile Peak is determined to have this disciple with the single fire root. Come back with me, because if you don't, the ancestor will get involved. And then, so what if Xixing Peak is supervising? They still have to give the ancestor face. Even if they send someone, it's one of 49 stewards, which is a golden core. How can a golden core compete with a nascent soul ancestor? Xiaojian's face changed, and Jin Qingsha's changed, and every person from our small world worked it out at the same moment. They did not want a disciple. They wanted a cauldron. Somewhere on that mountain, there was a man who had been stuck for decades and could only break through by using a single spiritual root cultivator at essence transformation as a vessel. And the plan was to take Xiaojian in, feed him, raise him to essence transformation, and then hand him over. Xiaojian, 16 years old, the pride of an entire world, who had eaten a fruit that his master's whole alliance had gone to war for, stood there and understood exactly what he had been purchased for, and said, Senior brother Zhao is forcing others to do what is unreasonable. Xiaojian absolutely cannot allow it. And Zhao Hua threw an immortal binding rope at him. Medium-grade spiritual artifact. It binds anyone at your own rank and most people above it. And Xiaojian got azure flame onto a sword, and the rope caught fire and kept coming, because a low-grade sword does not stop a medium-grade artifact. So I took out a fresh length of 1,000-year steelwood and softened it. That is a thing I can do, and almost nobody knows about it. Steelwood is wood. It is technically wood. And the myriad wood seed heart great method does not care how hard a thing is. It cares what a thing is. It went liquid in my palm, and then I stopped it before it could run, and it set again as a thin black rope. Go. It crossed the plaza and hit the immortal binding rope and did not break because 1,000-year steelwood catalyzed by pure Rui wood energy is not a medium-grade artifact, but it is not remotely a joke either, and the 2 of them tangled and held. Zhao Hua found me in about a second. Shuzi King, it's you again. It is a coincidence, I said, that whenever someone in this sect disregards the rules, senior brother Zhao is standing there. Your achievements are truly beyond my reach. Then I went and stood next to Xiaojian. Hong laughed out loud, in genuine delight in the middle of being attacked. Brother Tianyun, it's a great joy to fight beside you again. Zhao Hua threw a moon worship cauldron at us, which is crafted from moonlight and which can crush a mountain peak if the wielder is any good. The wielder was not any good. I put spring rain into the air, and the entire plaza filled with fine rain, and I caught the descending cauldron on the tip of my sword and held it there. Xiaojian stared at me. Brother Tianyun, what swordsmanship? It's not that my swordsmanship is superior, I said, loudly, so it would carry. It's that a spiritual artifact in the hands of someone who cannot use it is no different from an ordinary tool. Zhao Hua made a sound like a kettle. Then he brought out the Langya rings. one red, one blue, water and fire, medium grade, a matched pair, and unlike the rest of his collection, these were his natal treasure, and he had actually refined them, so he could get 7 or 8 tenths out of them. They grew to the size of cartwheels. The red one came for me to burn out my wood, the blue one for Xiao Jian to drown his fire, and they weighed 1,000 pounds each. Xiao Jian's sword started cracking, and my spring rain started evaporating before it could fall because there was a wildfire in the sky above me. I put more into it. The rain got finer, softer, more relentless, more gentle, and the fire ate all of it, and my true essence went down, and the ring got heavier, and my arms started weighing more than my body. Zhao Hua swallowed a fistful of spirit pills and started laughing. Once your swords break and your energy runs out, I'll take you both alive to the ancestor. I have pills from the ancestor. My true energy is inexhaustible. How can a rogue cultivator compare with me? And the crowd was talking, and I could hear them. Those two are going to be used as furnaces. What a pity. Look at that energy, both of them single roots. But today's judicial officer is no ordinary man. Would he really allow? Hong has a nascent soul ancestor behind him. The heavenly dragon ranking is only a list of golden cores. Under a nascent soul, giving face is normal. Now, I want to describe what happened next accurately, because people tell this part like it was a triumph. It was not a triumph. It was a tantrum. I had pushed the spring rain sword technique to its absolute extreme, and it had stopped, because that is where I had always stopped. Softness taken all the way down to nothing. And the technique says that at the end of maximum softness, there is a burst. And I had never once been able to do it because I did not know what that felt like. I had never been trapped and then gotten out. In 2 entire lifetimes, I had been abandoned in a cave and thrown in a lake and stabbed in the back, and I had escaped all of it by being clever or by being carried, and I had never in my life felt the specific thing the technique needed, which is the moment where a seed under 2 feet of packed dirt decides. And I was angry, genuinely, personally out of my depth angry, because a boy who had crossed a world with me was about to be taken away to be used, and I could not stop it. And there was a fire the size of a house sitting on top of my sword. And the pressure of that ring on my arm was, precisely, exactly, dirt. So it came. Every scrap of that endless softness went somewhere at once, and my whole arm filled up with it. And I said, out loud, in a plaza full of people, what the technique had been trying to tell me for a month. Wildfire spreads across the plains. The spring rains cease. The tender shoots break through the soil, and spring grass covers the ground. And I cut upward. The rain vanished. Everything on that plaza went to bare, scorched ground for 1 second, and then the entire world went green, and out of nowhere, from nothing, spring came up out of the dirt like an army. The fire on the ring guttered, and the 1,000 pounds broke. Sprout character art. The first move I ever made that was mine. The Yahuan ring went dead in the air and dropped, and Zhao Hua, whose blood was bound to it, made a noise, and blood came up in his throat. At which point Xiao Jian's flying sword finally shattered, and he shouted, and Zhao Hua's 2 friends turned around and came back at us. And a man in black arrived beside me. Under the black dragon token, Jian Shen said, anyone who disobeys the sect's rules will be captured. The token went up and unfolded into a dragon and took Zhao Hua around the middle and pinned him under its jaw. His 2 friends shouted stop and rushed in. Anyone who obstructs law enforcement, he said, will also be arrested. And the token split into 3. Both of them went down without a fight, and I found out later they were relieved because being arrested was much better than the alternative, which was fighting him. Zhao Hua screamed that he was the direct grandson of the blissful old ancestor and asked who dared touch him, and then somebody answered. A fist came down out of the sky like a falling star. Jian Shen looked up, and gold went through his eyes, and an invisible sword intent went out and met it, and the whole plaza rang like a struck bell, and the fist came apart into ordinary wind. The demon beast dropped, and a man came off its back and hit the ground hard enough to crack it. That's Dragon Fist Guo Yu. He came with Zhao Hua? Hong's on the heavenly dragon ranking. Hong's a core disciple. Why would he babysit? Hong's the second disciple of the blissful old ancestor. Hong owes that old man everything. Of course he protects the last of the bloodline. Hong was enormous, and his true essence was coming out through his skin in needles, and Jiahua screamed for him from under a dragon. "Slaying sword Yun Li, how dare you?" And then he said the actual reason. "You only just formed your core, and the sect master made you the head of the core disciples, and every one of us moved down. You cannot expect me to submit. Today you want to capture my junior brother? Such tyranny. I, Dragon Fist Guo Yu, will find out whether 5th on the Heavenly Dragon ranking is deserved." The whole plaza got extremely excited about that, because he was ranked 38th, and he was challenging 5th, and 33 places is not a large gap on that tablet. Jian Shen said one sentence. "Are you also going to obstruct law enforcement?" "This is not obstruction. This is a small challenge. If I win, release my junior brother. If I lose, I acknowledge your position as chief. Anyone who obstructs law enforcement will be punished." And Guo Yu lost his temper completely and threw the first form of the earthly fiend Dragon Fist, which is a profound rank medium-grade technique in 7 forms, and which is genuinely one of the great cultivation techniques of that world. Dragon opens its mouth. The force of that punch came across the plaza, and I, standing beside the target, took the edge of it, and it felt like being hit in the chest with a door. Blood came out of the corner of my mouth, and a sleeve moved, and something gentle picked me up and threw me 80 feet backwards out of the blast zone without Jian Shen taking his eyes off the man in front of him. I landed and wiped my face and did not look away for 1 second. Dragon head made of brown light, jaws open, coming in. Jian Shen flicked a finger. 3 zhang of sword aura went out, and the dragon's head opened its mouth and swallowed it, which was a mistake, and the head came apart from the inside with a sound like a wet sheet tearing. Guo Yu threw 4 more. The same single sword aura, which had not dissipated, turned in the air like it had opinions, and destroyed all 4. 5 dragon heads, 1 stroke. Hong had not moved his feet. Then Guo Yu spat out a mouthful of origin energy and used the second form. Dragon turns. The punch does not travel. It disperses and reassembles behind you as a storm of energy blades the size of scales, thousands of them, so that no single defense covers the surface area. It came in like rain, and Jian Shen did not use sword aura. Sword energy came out of him instead, thin as hair, thousands of threads wrapping him in layers like a cocoon, and they went out into that storm and killed every blade in it. Then they stayed there, turning, waiting. Hong had still not taken a step. Hong was defending. Hong had not attacked once. Guo Yu went the color of a plum and used the third form, Dragon Tail Sweep, which is a killing move. A tail 30 feet long came around like a whip, and the space in front of it compressed, and the whole crowd retreated bodily. If that hits, it'll shatter true essence. Hong means to cripple him. Hong had done the arithmetic, by the way. A core disciple the sect master values survives a crippling, and his own ancestor is a nascent soul, so the punishment would be symbolic. Hong had priced doing this in front of 200 people and decided it was affordable. Jian Shen opened his hand and caught the dragon's tail, out of the air, with 5 fingers. It thrashed and could not get out, and the sword energy on those fingers froze it, and then he closed his hand and crushed it. Guo Yu was thrown backwards by the recoil of his own technique and went insane and used the 4th form, which he can barely control and which damages him every time, Dragon Claw. And Jian Shen finally took a step. 1. Hong crossed the intervening space as a black line, and on the way through he swatted the claw out of the air with an open hand without slowing down, and his other hand closed on Dragon Fist Guo Yu's throat. The man's legs went out from under him, and he knelt. The whole exchange, all 4 forms, start to finish, took a quarter of an hour, and most of that was Guo Yu shouting. The Black Dragon token split a 4th time and wrapped him up with the others, and Jiahua, who had just watched his second senior brother, the man he had been threatening people with for 20 years, get folded up like laundry, went completely silent and stayed that way. Jian Shen picked up all 4 dragons by the tails and dragged them off to the side of the plaza so that everybody else could get on with the recruitment. Then I went over and asked him the question that mattered. Senior brother Jian, do you know why Jilei Peak wants Xiao Jian? And he told me in that flat voice. The great disciple of the blissful old ancestor condensed a cultivation technique. Decades ago, it stuck at a critical juncture. It can only be broken through with a cultivator of a single spiritual root at essence transformation as his cauldron. I stood there with that. And if the ancestor simply accepts Xiaojian as a disciple and teaches him, Jianshen said, it does not violate the sect precepts and he cannot be punished. Which is the loophole. They were not going to kidnap him. They were going to adopt him, raise him, feed him, spend 40 years being generous to him, and then use him. Xiaojian's only escape was to leave a second-grade immortal sect he had crossed a world to enter. And then Jianshen said, without being asked, more than 20 years ago, a disciple with a single spiritual root joined the sect. The blissful old ancestor wanted him for Jilei Peak. Hong was stopped by the divine fire old ancestor. That old man's power is no less. Hong is fierce and he is upright. If Xiaojian becomes his disciple, he will avoid the calamity. Hong had that. Hong had had it the entire time, and he had waited until I asked, because he does not offer opinions. I actually ran, across a plaza to tell Xiaojian, and Xiaojian took it, and that is how the young alliance leader of an entire small world ended up on Divine Fire Peak. Hong sent me a message about it 3 days later. It said, in its entirety, Brother Tianyun, your senior brother terrifies me, and I owe him my life. Please don't tell him I said the first part. Xixing Peak stands alone. Every other peak in that sect has smaller peaks clustered around it. That one has empty ground on all sides, and it smells faintly of blood, and the mountain guarding formation greets you by throwing 6 spears. I cut one out of the air with the steel wood, and Jian Shen took the other 5 without any visible effort, and Zhao Hua, tied to a dragon, nearly wet himself. At the top, there is a building that looks cast out of black iron, and its aura turns into a sentence in your head as you approach. The law is as firm as a mountain. Violation will be punished. The doors are carved as the mouth of a beast, and the beast is snarling and also, if you look properly, upright, which is a strange combination that gets less strange the longer you stand there. Jian Shen took his 4 prisoners inside for judgment. I am not permitted in that hall unless I am a steward or a defendant, so I stayed on the summit with nothing to do, which is how I nearly died. Because the second thing you see up there, after the hall, is a tree. 5 men could not have joined hands around it, and it was not green, it was dark red. All of it, every inch of bark, evenly, the color of blood that has been drying for a very long time, and there was so much of it, and it was so uniform, that you did not think stain, you thought soaked. And hanging from the branches, dried out, were several hundred human heads. I stood there and worked out what that was. People executed by the Hall of Punishment, hung up, left. And then I noticed the actual strange thing, which is that this tree, after centuries of that, had no spirit. Plants can wake up, anything can, given enough time and the right conditions, and a tree standing in a river of blood and resentment for 1,000 years should have woken up a long time ago, and should have woken up as something extremely unpleasant. It had not. And I am a wood cultivator with the legendary technique and 4 enormous books memorized as a child. And I was curious. I want to be honest about what happened next. Nobody made me do it. There was no restriction, no rope, no warning sign. I walked up to a tree covered in dead men's blood on the peak that executes people, and I put my finger on it. Everything came in at once. Not pain. Pain would have been fine. It was every emotion those several hundred people had died holding. All of it, at the same time, straight into my sea of consciousness. Resentment. Malice. Violence. The specific fury of a person who believes the sentence was unjust. My skull filled up like a bucket under a tap, and down in my dantian, something woke up. Mother. Mother, it smells so good. Mother, eat. Eat. I had not fed Rongjin in months, and the blood on that tree was cultivator blood, drawn from the head, which is the richest blood there is, and it had been marinating in spiritual energy for 1,000 years, and my starving demon vine could smell it through my skin. So there I was, with my mind being taken from the outside and my dantian being taken from the inside, standing in the open on a peak whose entire purpose is executing people who lose control. I did the only thing left. I sat down and ran the myriad wood seed heart great method as hard as I could physically drive it, because Xixing Peak has a first-rank spirit vein under it, and I did not need to think. I needed volume, Spiritual energy came down through the top of my head like a burst dam and went into my dantian and became true essence faster than my meridians could handle it, and they started cracking. And the rui wood essence sitting in my blood since I was 14 woke up and repaired them, and they cracked again, and it repaired them again, over and over and over, faster than I could count, and every single cycle left the meridians a little wider and a little tougher until eventually they stopped breaking, and all that true essence had nowhere to go but back into the dantian, which was already full, so it started compressing, which is the transition to foundation establishment middle stage, and which is supposed to take months of careful, patient, cautious work, because true essence is unruly, and a mistake at that stage kills you. I did it in about 20 minutes, in a public courtyard, while being eaten by a tree. If I had been anything other than a single wood root with no impurities, and if my blood had not been full of rui wood essence, I would have exploded. That is not a figure of speech. That is the standard outcome. Somewhere in the middle of it, Rongjin lost its grip on itself entirely and started calling my name and getting no answer, and then began growing vines up my meridians toward my sea of consciousness to come and find me, which would have finished me. And then something cool came down through the top of my head, and my mind cleared for 1 second. The bamboo in my hair. Every time my mind had gotten muddy since the day it was given to me, that had happened, and I had noticed and had never asked, and it saved my life in a courtyard on Xixing Peak. I used that 1 clear second to reach down and talk to my vine like a person calming a frightened animal, and it stopped and went home and hid. Then I made a decision that I would not recommend to anyone. I had reached the compression. If I stopped there, the recoil would knock me unconscious, and the resentment would take the sea of consciousness while I was under. So there was no stopping. I opened my mouth and every pore on my body and drank that first-rank vein as hard as I could, and I said, out loud, through my teeth, "Rongjin, tangle them up for me." And a starving, bloodthirsty, ancient demon vine went up into my own head and got into a fight with several hundred dead men. The vine won. Not easily. But the resentment of a few hundred executed cultivators, however concentrated, is a few hundred humans, and Rongjin's bloodline is older than any of that and remembers things none of us have names for. And while it held them, I finished. My whole dantian emptied in 1 shot and left behind a single drop of something silver and viscous, heavier than true essence, thicker than mercury. Primordial fluid. Foundation establishment, middle stage. Then I turned around and joined my own vine, and we finished the resentment together, and it circled my consciousness twice, like a dog checking I was still there, and went home. I opened my eyes. There was a strand of gray in my hair, and a man in black standing 5 steps in front of me, absolutely still, facing outward. Hong had come out of the Hall of Punishment, seen me, and stood there, guarding a boy who had brought this entirely on himself. 2 other stewards had been watching from 30 feet away, Mei Lan, 6th seat, and Hao Jian, 9th seat. Remember them. The white-haired one had laughed and said, "Another fool has touched the Buddha heart wood." And then, when I began the breakthrough on the spot, he had said, "That young man has a good attitude." Hong actually used the opportunity. So they admired me for a courage I did not have, over a decision I made because the alternative was dying. Jian Shen waited until my eyes were open and said, "You were too careless." "Yes, senior brother, I was." And that was all he said. Hong did not scold me further. Hong never does. Hong tells you the true sentence once and then he stops, and I have never found anything more effective in my life. The Buddha heartwood, incidentally, has no spirit because heaven took it away. That's what it is. It is the Buddha among 10,000 trees. And the Buddha's proposition is that if I do not go into hell, who will? And so the tree stands there absorbing the worst thoughts human beings produce, forever. And a thing with a mind cannot survive that. So heaven withdrew its spirit as a mercy. No spirit, no suffering. Only the instinct to suppress evil left running in an empty house, indestructible and eternal. I think about that tree more than I would like. Master, when we went to see him, was much harder on me than Jian Shen had been, in the specific way that kind people are. The resentment is strongest on the Buddha heart wood, he said, upset. Jianer should have reminded you. And Jianshen said immediately, "Your disciple's supervision was inadequate." And I said immediately, "It's not senior brother's fault. Hong told me not to wander." I don't think he expected me to be that reckless. And Master looked at the two of us defending each other and laughed and gave up, and then said the thing that actually landed. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. These words should not only be heard, they should be heard. Then Jianshen said, "I wish to bring junior brother into the sword cave." Master's eyebrows went up. "Hong has just broken through. Are you confident?" "Only the first floor." "Then take him." The sword cliff is a mountain face with caves cut into it at several levels, joined by a winding path, and at the top of the cliff there is one enormous character. Sword. I looked at it and got taken. Not metaphorically. I stood at the bottom of a cliff and endless spring rain came down inside my head, silk fine, and under it something enormously alive was rushing toward me, and it was full of life and it was going to kill me. Something patted my shoulder and I came back. "You have practiced the sword for a short time," Jianshen said. "You were captured by the sword intent. That thing is powerful. All who come here come to hone the sword. Therefore, they must undergo more of it." Which is his way of saying the test starts in the car park. The path up is 99 steps of packed mud called the cleansing platform, and nobody built it. It is the accumulated footprints of every sword cultivator that sect has produced, walking up to train, one at a time, for tens of thousands of years, with reverence, until a road formed. The first time you climb it, it takes the dirt out of your heart. Every time after, it puts you back into the person you were on the day you first picked up a sword. Men walked it with swords on their backs like a temple. Nobody spoke. Nobody rushed. I got to the top about 4 inches taller inside than I had been at the bottom. "You must have the 4 seasons sword technique at minor achievement before you have any chance," Jianshen said. "And the 4 from Jile Peak? They have been sealed and imprisoned in a water dungeon to reflect. They will be released before the competition." So that's the clock. Hong gave me 5 months to become dangerous enough to survive a man who had promised, out loud, to repay me. Hong went up to the 3rd level. I went into the 1st. And that was the first time in 9 years we had genuinely been apart. You set past the seated guard and the world changes. Outside the cave, nothing. Inside, 1 step later, a hurricane made of invisible swords. And I looked back and saw the guard's back from the inside, and it was in ribbons. His robe was gone, his skin was scarred over and over and over. Hong sits there absorbing that all day so that the outside stays quiet. The 5 elements, fierce winds. Every gust is a different element with a different edge, and it changes without pattern, and if it touches you, it opens you. 2 ways through. Dodge, which is fast, or cut it, which is not. I cut it. Because he would have, obviously. Hong would never have dodged that in his life. I put my feet down and started working, and by about the 40th step, I had noticed the thing that the whole cave is designed to teach. The wind has no intelligence. It is only air arriving from an angle. And a chop, a thrust, a slash, and a wipe cover every angle there is. 6 months of doing one motion 5 million times, and it turned out the reason for it was not strength and it was not endurance. It was that when you no longer have to think about the answer, every question becomes the same question. I walked that entire corridor without ever deciding anything. At the far end, there was a huge grotto with a dozen men sitting against the walls in torn robes, using that wind to temper their bodies, coating themselves in a skin of true essence and letting it be stripped off and replacing it, forever, until their flesh takes the sharpness into itself. I stood there and considered joining them, and then I thought about it properly and did not. Because that is a sword cultivator's road, and I was never going to be one. I have been standing next to the real thing for 9 years. I know what it looks like from 4 feet away. My Tao is not the sword. My Tao is the 10,000 woods, and the sword is a tool I need so that I am not a well-educated corpse. Understanding the difference between the thing you love and the thing you are, at 19, on the floor of a cave, is worth more than any technique in that library. Deeper in there are caves inside caves inside caves, and one of them took my sword tip like a mouth and pulled me through into a stone room with the words "sword chamber" on all 4 walls and no exit. 10 days later, a beam of light came off my sword tip and hit the wall. Sword light, first stage. The point at which the sword and the person stop being 2 objects. I stood there grinning like an idiot in a sealed room, and then all four walls lit up. And the room became a spring meadow with birdsong in it, and a figure made out of wind was standing on the grass holding a transparent sword. Make your move. You are? I am the intent embodiment of the 23rd sword chamber of the 3rd sword cave. If you fight me, you will live if you win and die if you lose. Do you want to fight? That is the second function of the sword cave, and I did not know about it. And neither does anybody outside that sect. Every sword cultivator who has ever trained in that room for tens of thousands of years has left their will behind in it. Some of them lived, some of them died. All of them left something. And it accumulates, and when a disciple finally produces sword light, all of that gathers itself into one opponent and offers you a fight, and the offer is real, and so is the death clause, and that is why you are allowed to say no. I had spent 5 years in a lake, and I had a lifetime of remembering exactly what it is like to be 18 years old and dying slowly in a hospital bed. And if there is one thing I know about myself with total certainty, it is that I am afraid of dying. I said, please enlighten me, because a person who will not take a good chance when it is offered will absolutely die on the day when there is no chance at all. It fought at exactly my level, with exactly my technique, done better. It opened my shoulder in the first minute, and the gentle, lingering spring rain went into the wound and started spreading through the meat, silently, patiently, trying to reach every meridian I had. That is what that technique is for. It does not cut you, it moves in. 15 minutes to force it out, and by then I was covered in sweat and it had not spent a single thing because it lives there. So I stopped trying to outlast a room. I shut my eyes, walked into the sword light instead of away from it, closed to arm's length, and put sprout character art through it at a distance of about 8 inches. Spring grass sprouts and breaks through the soil. It came apart into blue light. I sat down on a stone floor and shook for a while, and I have never felt better in my life, before or since, because it was mine. Nobody had given it to me. Nobody had carried me. Summer thunder is next. It is fire, and it is violence, and it starts ablaze in the sword wind. Autumn wind is desolation. It withers. Anything that touches it loses 3/10 of its power before it arrives. Winter snow is loneliness. It covers and freezes and hides, and it is the only one of the 4 that has no offense in it at all, which is why it is the most dangerous. And out of them came 4 more that were mine. Sprout, scorch, decay, and hidden word, which does not conceal you, it removes you, and which is the reason I am alive. 3 months to master all 4 seasons and kill 4 intent embodiments. Then the room threw me out. Physically. A wave of rejection came off the walls and lifted me and dropped me in the corridor, and I understood that I had gotten what was in there, and the chamber wanted the next person. So I went back out into the 5 elements winds and sat in them for 20 days, shrank my steelwood down to a foot long, sat cross-legged a few feet from the ascetics, and blocked wind. Not to temper my body, to learn variety. Because I had a bad habit, and I knew it. I always opened with spring rain and finished with one of the 4 mantras every single time, and anybody with eyes would have that pattern inside 2 exchanges and would kill me with it, whereas that wind never repeats. By the end of 20 days, I could read the element of a gust off its direction before it arrived and change seasons mid-stroke, and I had gone from 6/10 of that technique to 9/10. I also went from having clothes to not having clothes, genuinely. I stood up on the 20th day and discovered that my robe had been reduced to a lattice and that I had been sitting in a public cave in the world's most prestigious sword facility looking like a scarecrow. I changed into a spare with as much dignity as I could manage, which was none, and then, because there were 3 days left and I had time, I went to a quiet corner of the inner cave, set my feet, and started swinging. 30,000. I had not done it in 5 months. I had been busy being brilliant, and if Jian Shen found out I had let the basics go, he would not have said anything at all, which is much worse. 1, 2, 3, and about 600 strokes in, with my whole mind reduced to chop thrust/wipe, something at my back went wrong. I turned and cut without looking, and caught a sword on the way to my spine. A thin man with a 3-foot rapier, and a look on his face like a man opening a ledger. I have no grudge against you, I said. Why so ruthless? It's your own fault for being ungrateful and offending someone you shouldn't have. Dying in this sword cave is your own fault. Then he moved, and I found out what I was standing in front of. His name was Xie Wang, and I learned all of this later. Hong was a rogue cultivator who had spent decades clawing his way into that sect, and then more decades clawing into the inner sect, and had arrived old, with a slightly above-average aptitude, and no master, and no future. So he built a business. Hong was the man inner sect disciples hire when they need something done that they cannot be seen doing, and he was good at it. And in the course of that work, he had heard a great deal of gossip about the sect's famous talents, and one name came up more than any other. Both orphans, roughly the same age, similar aptitudes on paper, and one of them was picked up off a cliff by a golden core true person and made a personal disciple, and the other had to buy his way in over a lifetime. Hong hated him, and comforted himself for years with the certainty that Jian had chosen a sword Dao that would kill him. Then Jian broke through, and went 5th on the Heavenly Dragon ranking, and became head of the core disciples, and Xie Wang had to start calling him Immortal Master. So when somebody paid him to kill a boy from Little Bamboo Peak, he took the job with enthusiasm. Hong was late Foundation establishment, 1 hair from essence transformation. 2 full stages above me. His sword technique is called Poison Dragon, and his footwork is called 100 Steps of the Spirit Snake, and he had killed men considerably stronger than me with them for years. The first strike went for my forehead. The second, when I got out of that, went for my throat, faster than the first. I got the steelwood across my neck by roughly the width of a fingernail, which I could only do because I had spent 20 days in a wind that changes without warning, and he was surprised, and I saw it, and I understood that he had come here expecting to kill a rich boy. Then he stopped being careless. Hong walked me backwards, deliberately, through cave after cave, deeper and deeper, away from the parts of that complex where anyone might be, and I let him, because I could not do anything else, and because I had already worked out what he was doing, and there was nowhere to go but back. And then he opened up properly. The footwork splits him. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and it goes on. And it is not after images, it is a technique that borrows something I still do not understand. And the sword splits with him. And then the shapes stop being human at all, and there is a boiling mass of man and snake in a space 30 feet wide, and every single part of it is coming at you. I put divine sense over the entire area, which is the correct answer, and got nothing. No difference between any of them. Hong had built his living on that exact moment. There was no way out. So I did the only thing I have ever been reliably good at, which is to go through. I put my body inside the technique instead of trying to escape it, and used myself as the sword. I took, I think, 12 wounds. I have never counted properly, and somewhere in the middle of that mess, my steelwood got inside the pattern and knocked the rapier wide, and the whole thing collapsed, and I came out the other side of a killing move covered in my own blood. Xie Wang stood there and could not process it. I did not stay to help him. I ran. Hong threw the rapier after me. And I saw a hole in the floor ahead, pitch black, depth unknown, and I had about a quarter of a second to make a decision. I jumped into it. It was not a hole. It was a gate. There is a heavenly demon gate in the depths of that sword cave, and I did not know it existed, and I fell through it, and came out somewhere with no light at all, and hit the ground hard enough to need my sword as a walking stick. Divine sense told me 2 things. 1, there was rock above me with no opening in it. 2, I was not underground. Not in the way I thought. I had been sent. Something came out of a shadow at my side with a smell like a wet dog in a slaughterhouse, and I took its head off before I had consciously identified it. 5 feet tall, green-skinned, vaguely human, with claws and 2 short horns, and a face like the illustrations in the ghost stories I read as a child in a world with hospitals in it. The first genuinely nostalgic thing I had seen in 9 years, and it had been trying to eat me. I killed 4 or 5 more walking down that corridor. Then the walls started glowing, and the glow was a dense mat of little red beads, and I walked over to look, because I am apparently unteachable. Halfway there, I noticed the exact shade of the red, got a restriction up, and backed off 4 steps, and the entire wall came off in a net and slammed into it. Leech grass. It swarms the living and drinks them. I found what was left of somebody 10 minutes later leaning against a wall with nothing on him at all. And the net was eating through my restriction like a slug through paper. Mother, mother, come out. Rongjin, you like it? Yes, I want to eat it. So I opened my hand, and a white vine came out and went through that entire wall like a man going down a buffet, and everywhere it touched, the red died and turned deep, glossy blue, until the whole cavern wall was blue and beautiful, and the light was much better. Then it came back to me with a faint pink flush all along its body, extremely pleased with itself. Then it whipped 10 feet sideways without warning, speared a green demon that had been sneaking up behind me, dragged the entire thing back while drinking, and dropped a skin and a skeleton at my feet like a cat bringing you a bird. Rongjin, you are… I was going to say greedy. Then I did the arithmetic on how long it had been since I had let it eat anything, and I shut up. I let it wrap around both my arms, and we went on together, and it cleared the way, and it was genuinely happy, and I want you to know that walking through a demon realm annex with a delighted murder plant on each arm is the single most relaxed I had been in a month. Further in, I heard human voices. 4 cultivators fighting 8 indigo-skinned demons twice the size of the green ones. 2 of them were a senior brother and junior sister from a sect I had never heard of, and 2 others from somewhere else, and they were cooperating and watching each other at the same time. I stayed out of it, which surprised me. The old me would have jumped in. They won. Then they carved crystals out of the corpses' chests, which is the currency down there, and while they were arguing about the split, the woman's divine sense swept my hiding place, and I had to come out. They went instantly hostile, which told me a lot, because a lone young cultivator who looks harmless should not frighten 4 armed adults, and it meant that the assumption in that place is that anybody you meet is a problem. The fellow Taoist dares come to the heavenly demon cave alone, she said. You must be exceptionally powerful. What are you doing hiding here? So I told the truth. Wuling Immortal Sect, training in the Sword Cave, fell into a hole. Extremely embarrassing. The 2 from the giant whale gate excused themselves immediately and left, in the manner of men who have decided not to be in a story. The other 2 stayed and were charming and introduced themselves as Zhou Hai and Qin Lan of the Zi Xiao sect and offered to explain everything. And what they explained was worth the trip. There is an immortal realm above all of this, where the purest energy in existence is made, which means there is also, necessarily, the opposite. All the filth in creation, accumulating, and it made a world too, and the things born in it are called heavenly demons. Han ago they came through and ate most of the human world, and it got bad enough that the immortal realm itself shook, and an immortal came down and sealed the border. Which solved that and created a new problem, because the filth that human beings generate by fighting each other now had nowhere to go. So the old monsters of the great sects cut a set of caves under the world and bound all of it in there. And then demons started being born down there. Which is why every major sect on the surface has been quietly obligated for tens of thousands of years to send disciples into a hole in the ground to weed it forever. Green, indigo, crimson, yaksha, rakshasa, asura, in ascending order. The crystals pay for the work. And you need a swift travel talisman to leave, which is bound to your sect, and which I did not have, because I had arrived by falling into a hole. There is no other exit. That is the entire design. Meanwhile, up in the Sword Cave, in a room full of ice crystals made out of frozen killing intent, a man refining his sword intent felt something turn over in his chest. Hong came down 3 levels, and the guard at the first cave looked at his book and said, Zhao Tianyun entered the lower heavenly demon gate. Hong's been sent down. And Jianshen said, I'll go and find him. Write down my name. And the guard, who was a decent man, said, should the immortal master collect a swift travel talisman first? And Jianshen said, no need. I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Hong walked into a place with no exit rather than spend 15 minutes obtaining one. Down at the bottom of the sword cave, in the empty section where nobody goes, he found Xie Wang standing over a dark hole. And Xie Wang turned around and found himself looking at the man he had spent 20 years hating. Hong lowered his eyes and did the meek thing, and Jianshen stood there and read the entire room. The scuff marks, the residue of a spring rain sword technique that he had personally taught, and, still hanging in the air, undissipated, a killing intent aimed at one specific person. Where is Zhao Tianyun? Reporting to the Immortal Master, Junior does not know who that is. There was a pause, and in that pause, Xie Wang was thinking, with real satisfaction, that the boy was in the heavenly demon cave without a talisman and was therefore already dead, and that Jianshen could grieve about it for the rest of his life. Then he felt something cold between his eyebrows, and a hole opened in the front of his head, and everything he had went out of it like sand. And the last thing he heard was, Hong harbored murderous intent toward his fellow disciple, my junior brother. Now he lies to conceal it. Hong is guilty and unrepentant and deserves to die. Then Jianshen threw the corpse into the gate so that nobody would have to explain it and stepped in after it. The heavenly demon cave sends you to a depth appropriate to your cultivation, which meant that where I had come out was the shallows, and where he came out was not. 5 xianxia heavenly demons hit him inside the first 30 seconds. Faces like masks, bodies like snakes, dark green, with wings out of the ribs and bone blades growing out of the crook of each arm, and each one of them is the equivalent of a golden core true person. 5 golden cores, in the dark, all at once, in a corridor. Hong raised one hand, and the sword energy came off him in a spiral, and gathered, and became sword aura, and then simply dispersed. Hong did not stop walking. Behind him, in the dark, 5 things fell over. Back in the shallows, I was making the single worst social error of my life. Because the Xixiao sect is a 6th grade sect, which sounds respectable and is actually the bottom rung of the middle, and they are in a remote corner with nobody to lean on, and their entire strategy for 100 years has been to have their best-looking disciples go out into the world and attach themselves to somebody from a big sect. Qinlan was their best, and a 19-year-old inner disciple of a 2nd grade immortal sect had just fallen out of the ceiling in front of her. So she started, cleaning my demon crystals with water spells so my hands wouldn't get dirty, sitting closer than necessary, laughing at the right moments, looking at me with a specific softness. And I did not react, because I did not want to react, and because after that recruitment plaza I had a very clear picture of what a transaction between a large sect and a small one actually looks like. She could not tell whether I had noticed and was refusing, or genuinely had not noticed, which meant she could not stop, because if she stopped and I actually had not noticed, she would have wasted the only opportunity her sect had produced in a decade. So her senior brother told her to go all in. They roasted meat, the leg of a Hong-gathering red ox, which is a beast that lives facing the sun and whose flesh is so full of yang fire that female cultivators eat it as a tonic, and which does something very different to men. I ate most of it because I had run out of bigu pills 2 months earlier, and I was not going to open my ring in front of strangers. And nothing happened, which nearly killed all 3 of us in different ways, because I have Rui wood essence in my blood, and Jia wood is yang, and Yi wood is yin, and it had quietly made my constitution the wrong sex for that poison, and so I sat there eating an aphrodisiac like a man eating a mutton chop, while a beautiful woman came closer and closer. I moved back, then again, then again. Then my shoulders hit the wall. And when she came in anyway, I finally lost my patience and shouted, loudly, in an underground cavern, "Fellow Taoist, G!" And she came out of it and saw the situation. Herself, disheveled, flushed, halfway into a man's lap. And me, fully dressed, absolutely upright, holding a half-eaten animal leg between us like a fence, with grease dripping off it onto the front of her robe. There is no recovering from that. I felt genuinely sorry for about 4 seconds, and then I noticed her face, and I got my hand near my sword and stayed there, because what she said in a private transmission to her senior brother was, "Brother, strike first, let's kill him." And what he said was that it was too dangerous, and what she said was that Zhao Tianyun was going to be angry with her now anyway, and that people die in the heavenly demon cave constantly, and that even a great sect loses disciples down here every year, and that nobody would ever know. And then she said the part that was actually driving it. Hong wears a storage ring under a decoy pouch. I saw it. That's everything he's accumulated. If the 2 of us take it, it's a fortune. 49 talismans came off her sleeve and surrounded me, and every one of them ignited at once. And Zhou Hai drew and came in from the other side with water energy on the tip, aimed at a killing point. I was already moving because I had spent 3 minutes deciding they were going to do it. I used hidden word, and to 2 people from a 6th grade sect, a boy simply stopped existing in the middle of a killing move. No shimmer, no residue, no breath. They panicked and used their combined technique, which is a genuinely impressive thing called rivers and oceans, and the entire cavern turned deep blue, and the pressure of a sea came down, because snow can cover a region, and snow cannot freeze an ocean, and hidden word is built on winter. So I came out of it above them and put summer thunder into the water. Lightning travels through water. That is not a technique, that is a fact, and it does not stop being a fact because your sword technique is more prestigious than mine. She had to change her form to survive it, and the whole ocean collapsed. Then I ran all 4 seasons at them in sequence, thunder into wind, into snow, into rain, and they had never seen anything like it. because their sect has 2 sword techniques, and this one has 16 faces, and I was winning. And then the meat woke up. There is no other way to describe it. Something lit in my dantian and went out through my whole body, and my arms lost their strength, and I nearly dropped a 300-year-old steelwood sword in front of 2 people who were trying to kill me. Johai saw it and was delighted and made a joke about it to his junior sister, about how they might as well drain me for cultivation on the way out, since he was going to die anyway. I would like to say I made a plan. What I actually did was stop being polite. Rongjin, go! 2 white vines came off my arms, left and right, and went through both their hearts at the same time, and they were dry before either of them finished their expressions. I got my back against the wall and slid down it. My arms would not work. My whole body had gone to fever. I was sitting in a corridor in the Demon Realm's basement with 2 skeletons in front of me and no strength at all and something very badly wrong with my blood. And then I felt it, cold, coming closer, familiar, 9 years familiar. I got out about 2 words. Jin, senior brother Jin. And I promise you, it came out at the volume of a mosquito, and he heard it because of course he did. Home came around the corner and stopped. I have thought about the picture from his side more than is good for me. A boy on the ground, red-faced, breathing wrong, clothes torn open in 12 places from a knife fight, 2 drained corpses kneeling in front of him, and a demon vine holding him up. Hong knelt down and put 2 fingers against my wrist and said one word. Poison. And then he looked past me at the fire and at the bones of the meat. Hong gathering red ox. Extreme yang. It does no harm to women. In a man, it burns the meridians. I thought, I said, from a considerable distance away, that I hadn't been ambushed, because nothing happened. You have taken the essence of rui wood. Jia wood is yang. Rui wood is yin. Your constitution has been leaning yin for years, and it suppressed the poison. A pause. Suppression is not removal. It broke all at once. Then he took the bamboo out of my hair and held it against my forehead, and a cold came down through my skull the way it had on Xixing Peak, and the fire in my blood got a wall put in front of it. Hong held it there for a long time. Long enough for me to be humiliated, which he ignored, and then long enough for that to pass, which is a different kind of kindness. When it was over, I was empty, not injured, just completely spent, in the specific way that a body is spent when it has burned something out of itself. And my robe was rags. Senior brother, forgive me. I used the spare in my ring months ago. Hong looked at me for a second. Then he reached up and took off the black brocade robe of a penal enforcement steward of Xixing Peak and threw it at me. Such a posture is inappropriate. Put this on. It was enormous. It went past my hands, and I had to tie it with grass. There was killing intent still living in the weave, and my wood energy touched it and found it warm, which I do not understand to this day. Then I tried to stand and went over backwards, and an arm came around my waist and held me up. Your essence is depleted, he said. You should not force yourself. Then he turned around and bent down slightly. Come up. Regulate your breathing. Senior brother, I can do that here. You are weak. The heavenly demons see you as prey. I will carry you and conceal you with sword intent. There is no need to hesitate. So I got on a golden core true person's back with my arms over his shoulders in a robe 6 sizes too big, in the dark, in the demon realm's cellar. And I want to tell you the only thing I noticed. His sword intent is aloof and cold, and it has been the coldest thing in my life for 9 years. His back was warm. I sat there being carried and could not settle down, and after a while he said, without turning around, do not overthink it, regulate your breathing. So I did, and while I did, he walked and killed things. I did not see any of it. I had my eyes shut and my energy circulating, and I found out afterwards. Because the sea of consciousness of a wood cultivator restoring himself pours out life energy, and life energy in that place is a dinner bell, and out in the dark on all sides the demons started gathering. So he put up a domain, a few feet across, with the 2 of us in it. Inside it, his breath and mine. Outside it, nothing at all could get in and nothing could get out. And then, while carrying a person, he let the sword intent go. It came apart into thousands of golden swords the size of steel needles and went out into the dark in every direction at once, like a sudden downpour. And the screaming started. Hong collected magic crystals with one hand while holding me up with the other. Hong kept the demons at 100 paces, and anything that came 1 inch closer died on the spot without any further discussion. Kai hour of that. Nearly 1,000 crystals, the smallest of them the size of a fist, the largest the size of a human head, and not one of them stained with blood, because his sword energy does not spill things. When I opened my eyes, there were dozens of them floating in front of my face, and I nearly fell off. And then we talked. For hours, walking, me on his back, in the dark, in a cave under the world, asking questions like a child. Senior brother, is a domain something I can learn? That is my sword domain. It cannot be obtained without sword intent. And then, when he felt my disappointment, unprompted, which he never does, there are ways to achieve the same end in the art of technique. You may look into it. Senior brother, how did you know I was in trouble? We had 3 days left. That day, the heart's blood surged. There was a response. Senior brother, the cave is enormous. How did you find me? My breath is in the bamboo tube in your hair. Follow it, and you will find me. Hong had put a piece of himself in a hair tie and given it to me as a first meeting gift on the back of a bird and had not mentioned it for a month. When you return, refine it, he said. It will have wonderful uses. And then 2 white vines came out from under the black robe and started rubbing my cheek. Senior brother, Rongjin has been craving demons. I usually keep it hungry. May I let it out? Your blood is deficient. You cannot suppress it. When you recover. So it went back under the robe and wrapped my arm twice and sulked. A day later, I was healed and got down and walked. And Jianshen said, originally, I intended to bring you here after the grand competition. Since you have stumbled in, stay a few more days. There are 2 days until we agreed to meet. There is a month until the grand competition. I had lost track of time by 4 weeks inside a sword chamber, which tells you something about that room. So for 11 days, the 2 of us hunted the heavenly demon cave together. I killed with the 4 seasons and the 4 mantras, and pushed myself past what I could do every single day, and he stood behind me as a protector, and only intervened when the thing in front of me was genuinely out of my class. And on the 3rd day, I let Rongjin off the leash. That vine ate for 8 days. Green, indigo, crimson, everything it could catch, and when it could not catch something, Jianshen would cripple it and stand back, and let my vine drink a demon that could have killed a golden core. It grew 2 new vines out of the delight. Its intelligence did not improve even slightly. It is now considerably more dangerous and exactly as smart as a toddler, and I have made my peace with that. On the 11th morning, he stopped at a blank stone wall. No travel token is needed here. Anyone may leave at will. Why? Even in divination, there is the one that disappears. It represents life and change, and the thing that can be altered. The heavenly demon cave is not a dead end. There is always a gate of life. Then he told me how he knew. Because when he was at essence transformation, middle stage, he had come down here on purpose, following an ominous feeling, in order to sharpen his killing intent. And to make sure he could not lose his nerve, he had deliberately not brought a travel token. Hong went in with no exit, and he stayed for 10 years. 10 years in the dark, killing heavenly demons, learning their weaknesses 1 species at a time, and mapping the entire underground until he found the way out. Hong grabbed my wrist and said, "Do not resist," and we went straight into a solid rock face. It pulled us through, and I came out standing in a bright cave in daylight, 500 miles outside the sect, in a desolate ridge where nothing lives. And Jianshen sat down, which frightened me so badly I got there before my own feet. Senior brother, what's wrong? Coming out of the gate of life takes some energy. It will pass. The gate of life is called that because it is the only exit, and it will still kill you if your true essence runs out inside it. And he had made that crossing carrying a passenger and shielding him the whole way. So I sat there and watched him meditate and thought about what I had. 450 green crystals, 80 indigo, 32 crimson, and 3 xianxia crystals, which are the equivalent of a golden core each, and which I got because he had crippled the things first. That is a fortune for a foundation establishment cultivator. Then something hit me in the chest and I caught it, and it was a storage pouch, and it was full of devilish energy. His, all of it. Everything he had killed in a week, hundreds of them, head-sized, worth an amount of money I could not calculate. This item is useless to me, he said. After you return, exchange it for what you need. And I sat down on a rock in a wasteland and had, finally, the thought that closes this part of my life. I had spent 9 years keeping a ledger. Every technique, every rescue, every time he had appeared out of a ring. I had been adding it up my whole life, and it had gotten so large that I had started to feel small underneath it, and that feeling had begun to look, from the inside, remarkably like resentment. And what I understood, sitting on that rock, was this: there is no repaying it. There was never going to be. The sum was always going to be larger than I am. And if I could not finish it, then keeping the ledger at all was just a way of holding my own friend at arm's length. So I closed the book. And what came in behind it was very simple, and I have never gone back on it. Whatever I have, whatever I ever get, it is his, and he does not have to ask. The moment I decided that, something lifted off my Tao heart, like a cloud coming off the sun, and my whole understanding went up a step, right there, on a rock, in a desert, in a stolen robe. That is the only time in my life that a breakthrough has come from deciding to stop counting. I went to the Merit Pavilion still wearing his robe because I did not have anything else, and every single person in that valley turned around. A judicial officer's black brocade with the waist tied up with grass, on a foundation establishment nobody. If the actual black dragon token had been on my belt, I'd have been arrested inside a minute for impersonation. The steward at the counter was a middle-aged man who had been doing that job for a very long time and who was extremely hard to impress. I put down the first pouch. 450 green, 80 indigo, 32 crimson, 3 xianxia, Hong said. You actually hunted this many? And then he did the sum out loud. Green is 10 merit, indigo is 200, crimson is 2,000, xianxia is 50,000. 234,500 merit points. I stood there and thought about a boy who once got 31,000 contribution points from an entire trading hall and thought he was rich. And then the steward, who was a decent man, said, "If you are holding any more crystals, exchange them now. Devilish energy leaks. It will give you trouble." And he said it in the specific tone of a person doing you a favor that costs him nothing. So I put down the second pouch. Hong put his divine sense into it and made a noise. This is all yours? How did you obtain this many? And his voice cracked on the words, Xianxia demon, loudly enough that half the hall turned around. I told him the truth. These weren't hunted by me. They were a gift from my senior brother. May I ask who your senior brother is? Shaolu Peak, Jian Shen. Hong recently formed his corps. The steward said, "Oh, it's that person," in the voice of a man who has decided to stop asking questions. Nearly 1,000 crystals, 300 or 400 xianxia, over 20 million merit points. I would like to describe what a foundation establishment cultivator having 20 million merit points is like. It is like a stable boy walking into a bank with the deed to a province. Most Golden Core true persons in that sect do not have 20 million merit points. The steward crossed the numbers into the ledger with a completely blank face, and I watched a man privately reorganize his understanding of a rumor. The rumored cold and ruthless Jian Shen, thought the steward, is apparently doting on his junior brother. Then I went and bought a robe, because I could not keep doing this. And then I went to the Heavenly Craft Pavilion, because I had spent 11 days watching a woman kill demons with pieces of paper, and I had decided I wanted that. Talisman Tao goes in 3 tiers, and it is built on Cloud Seal script, which is an ancient writing that is not a language. It is a trajectory of the Tao itself, and it obeys the rules of the world instead of the rules of grammar. The yellow and red talismans I used as a child are the bottom of it. Above them is the spirit symbol, driven by true essence. Above that is the treasure symbol, for golden core and above, and a single low-grade treasure mark is 1,000 high-grade spirit patterns compressed together. I asked the servant showing me around for the most complete ancient text they had. Hong hesitated, and then told me the price, which is how servants find out whether you are actually rich. The profound method of talismanic patterns contains 90% of the rules of talismans in the world today. 500,000 merit points. There are also cheaper, partial collections, 30,000 each. I said, bring the complete one. Hong nearly ran out of the room, and then he did not come back for a very long time, and I went to find out why, and heard 2 servants arguing in the front hall about whether it was proper to sell that book to me at all, because somebody else had been saving for it, for years, had told them he was short and would come back with the rest, and had no deposit, no date, and no contract. You know how remarkable Senior Zhang is, one of them was saying. His talisman skill is extraordinary. If he obtains that method, he will think well of this pavilion, and that is worth more in 10 years than your commission is worth today. I walked in. They both went white. I bought the book, 500,000 merit points, and tens of thousands more on 200 low-grade, 50 medium, and 10 high-grade talismans to take apart and study, and the servant treated me like an ancestor for the rest of his natural life. 2 days later, there was somebody at the foot of my mountain asking for the peak master. Lin Bing came up to report it, and Jianshen said, "Who is it?" Hong introduced himself as Jiang Wang. Hong has come to visit immortal elder Zhao, which was odd, because I had never heard the name. And then I remembered an argument in a front hall. Hong came up the summit of Shaolu Peak, and I watched him do it, and it was educational, because that mountain does not welcome guests. The sword scars in the ground push cold up through your boots. The killing intent goes for the bloodline. It wants to get into your marrow and shatter your Dao heart and make you into something that only understands killing. And it does that to everyone, all the time, without being asked, because it is simply what that mountain is now. Jiang Long took several deep breaths at the top of the path and got himself back. Then he walked over. Royal blue robe, jade crown, jade belt, the bearing of a young lord from a wealthy mortal house, which is exactly what he had been, and a stiffness in the eyes that I could not read. Hong bowed to Jianshen, who nodded once and shut his eyes, having decided this was mine. And then Jiang Wang saw the book on the ground in front of me, and his entire aristocratic composure came off like a hat in a gale. Is that the profound method of talismanic patterns? His voice went up, his ears went red. Fellow Taoist Zhao, that is what I came for. Hong had been saving for it for years. Hong had borrowed merit from all three of his friends to make up the last of it. And he had gone to collect it and been told it was gone, and had then spent days finding out who had it and where they lived, and had come up a mountain that hurts people to ask a stranger to give it up. And when he asked, he offered everything he had. I will consider it an obligation. If you need anything, give me a few days, and no matter how difficult, I will find it. That is not a figure of speech in that world. Owing a favor is one thing. Owing an obligation is putting your life on the table. I said no. I want to be honest about that, because people assume I gave it to him. I did not give it to him. That book was the foundation of an entire second discipline, and I needed it as much as he did. I said, I cannot give it to you. But there is a way that satisfies both of us. What way? You may study it, with me, here. I am a beginner in the talisman Dao, and I have nobody to guide me. If you come, you can correct me. Hong went very still, and then he said, Would you lend it to me? No, I want to read it with you. There is a difference, and he heard it. Then he pointed out, awkwardly, that once he starts on talismans, he does not stop for days at a time, and could not possibly commute. And I looked at Jianshen, who did not open his eyes. You may leave the person here, he said. Hong will live on the mountainside. That man does not like outsiders. Hong has a mountain specifically so that outsiders will not be near him. And he read my face and gave a stranger a cave on it without being asked. So Jiang Wang moved on to Shaolu Peak, and my days took a shape I still miss. Soared with Jianshen before dawn, Lin Bing bringing food. Afternoons on the mountainside in Jiang Wang's cave, learning to make paper explode. I found out about him in pieces. 10 years old, from a wealthy family, average triple root, on his way to a small local sect, and perfectly content with it, and then caught in the middle of a vendetta between cultivators and left for dead. And a passing cultivator saved his life with talismans. Just talismans. Killed a group of armed men with pieces of paper in front of a dying child, and Jiang Wang lay there bleeding and decided, at 10, what he was going to be. The man turned out to be an outer sect disciple of the Wu Ling immortal sect. Hong gave Jiang Wang a pill and stayed a few months and showed him everything he knew and did not condescend to him once. And then he left. And Jiang Wang gave up the safe local sect his family had connections with and spent years, and I mean years, of hardship getting himself into a second-grade immortal sect in order to be in the same building as his friend again. I sat there listening to that and did the comparison, and it was not flattering. I had suffered, genuinely. I had been thrown in a lake, but I had met Jianshen in the first month of it. I have never in my life been alone for very long, And this man had ground his way up from nothing to foundation establishment in an inner sect with no master, no peak, no brothers, and no allies, and had done it while carrying something he never named. I watched him make a talisman once, properly, from the beginning. Hong melts 5 spiritual materials in a flame with formulas for over an hour until they run like syrup, and then one last formula turns the whole thing into a single sheet of yellow paper that looks like it grew that way. Then he changes his hand seals and starts singing. Not words, notes, in an order, and the cave resonates, and out of the resonance, cloud script characters condense in the air made of true essence, and then they slide against each other along some pattern until they lock and become a spirit pattern. Hong put 7 of them onto that sheet, one after another, and each time the paper twisted and shivered like it was in pain, and after the 7th, the whole thing froze solid. Then he handed it to me. Take it. Is this a souvenir? The grand competition is close. I'll refine more and attune them to your energy so they'll be convenient when the time comes. Ah Chen, I lent you a book, you don't have to. And he cut me off. It was a favor when you lent me the method. But now I count you a friend, and a friend seeing your book is not a great favor. It is a normal thing. And a friend does not want you to fail in the grand competition. So I would like to contribute. Don't make it into a debt. Which is the exact lesson I had learned on a rock in a wasteland 4 weeks earlier, handed back to me by somebody else. I did tell Jianshen about him. Everything, as always. And Jianshen thought about it and said, "This person harbors resentment. Be careful." Resentment? I have seen many people who carry blood feuds. If they endure the humiliation and bear the burden, they hide the thought very deep, exactly like him. But the heart demon has already been born. If he cannot take revenge, he will never take another step forward in his life. Then, because I looked stricken, he added, "If you come to know him, observe his words and actions afterward." Which is not suspicion. That is a man telling you how to find out whether your friend is worth it. And I did observe. And what I saw was this. 3 days before the grand competition, Jiang Wang went home to his own courtyard in the disciple residence, and a young lord in expensive clothes was waiting outside it and threw fire at his face. Gao Wang, who had been trying to recruit him for years and getting refused, and who had responded by making his life difficult in 100 small ways. Jiang Wang dispersed the fire without breaking stride, said something extremely polite, and went inside. And his 3 friends, Hong Bo and Han Ming and Wang Shun, who are good men, sat him down and said the obvious thing. "You know a golden core true person now. You know his junior brother. Ask them." And Jiang Wang said no, not carefully, not evasively. Let alone the fact that my relationship with Tianyun is shallow. Even if we were close, it should not be like this. What would I consider our friendship? How could I, Jiang Wang, be the kind of man who profits from a friend? And then he said the part that made me trust him permanently. And he said it when I was not in the room. And Gao Wang is right about one thing. The Cloud Immortal Master is powerful, but that is one man's power. Tianyun is not fully grown, and their peak is not prestigious. If I drag Tianyun into this, I will only be harming him. His 3 friends went quiet after that, because they had all assumed his enemy was something a golden core could handle, and they had just found out that it was not. The night before the grand competition, Jian Shun and I played Go on the summit. That was the first genuinely idle hour we had spent together since he came out of the ring, and I lost, and I did not mind at all. "I'll relax today, senior brother," I said. "Tomorrow I'll work, and I don't want to lose to anybody. If you obtain a ranking, the sect will reward you. Then I'll be even more determined." The sect grand competition happens once every 50 years, and the site is a stone plaza so large you cannot see across it. A thin, unremarkable old man walked into the middle of it and waved his sleeve twice and cut the whole thing into 10 arenas with walls 1,000 feet high. Nobody could see his face. Divine sense slid off him like water off glass. That is who quietly oversees a school sports day in that sect. We went in on Chonghua, who had insisted, and who was now big enough to be insisted upon. And I turned around and called, "Senior brother, come on! Chonghua can carry people now." And Jianshun was about to step onto his sword intent, and he stopped, and came and sat down behind me on a bird instead. The entire inner sect saw the 5th-ranked man on the Heavenly Dragon ranking riding pillion on a first-tier demon beast behind a Foundation establishment boy, and I want you to know that I have never once regretted it. Master came on a deer tiger beast with 8 terrified junior sisters on the back, all of them clinging to each other, all of them absolutely thrilled because a fifth-tier spirit beast is far above their station and they had never been allowed near it. The rules got read out by the penal enforcement steward on the Black Eagle. Knocked off the platform, you lose. Surrender, you lose. If the outcome is decided and you refuse to surrender, then life and death are irrelevant. If your opponent surrenders and you keep going, you go to Xixing Peak. There was a noise from the crowd at that. So it's possible to kill people in the grand competition? I said. And Hongbo, who had done this before, explained it, and the logic is uncomfortable and correct. The winners are restricted by the rule against killing. The losers are not restricted by anything, because they have already lost. So a man who refuses to concede is fighting an opponent with one hand tied, hence the rule. If you will not admit defeat, your life is your own problem. So it's fair, I said. Everybody around me smiled and said nothing, which is how you find out that a thing is only relatively fair. 300 platforms. Hundreds of cultivators on each. Hongbo went first and drew an actual prince, who opened by trying to make him kneel with imperial pressure, with voices inside it saying things like, "The Emperor's Majesty is inviolable, sinner, kneel down." Dragon Xie, which should be impossible because royal blood suppresses spiritual roots, and emperors cannot cultivate. Jianshen explained it in one sentence. In the small world, spiritual energy is scarce and dragon qi is stronger, so the rule holds. In the great world, spiritual energy is everywhere, and dragon qi cannot contend with it, so princes cultivate. Sitting emperors still cannot. Hongbo beat him with a black fan while laughing at him, which is a legitimate strategy against a man whose entire technique is dignity. Hanming won. Wangshen won, and then it was my turn, and I was nervous, which surprised me. First time at a real event, my whole peak watching, 8 junior sisters vibrating. I turned around and looked at Jianshen, who was sitting completely still like a piece of the mountain, and everything in my head went quiet. My opponent was Guo Ming of Xiao Shengfeng, 8 feet tall, bald, a Vajra pestle in his hands, and a face like a temple guardian statue. Hong came down with the pestle hard enough to break a wall, and I was not there. I let the steel wood graze the pestle on the way past and used hidden word, not concealment, removal. Hong put his divine sense across the entire platform, everything, corner to corner, and found a dead silence. No sound, no breath, not even his own. Hong could not perceive himself. Hong froze, which is what everybody does. Then he shouted like a lion and started swinging blind, which is the correct instinct. And the spring rain came down over the whole platform, silk fine, endless, a net of cyan sword light with nothing behind it but more of it. And while he was looking at all of it, something came through and stopped 1/8 of an inch from his throat. Hong looked at the black sword, then at me. Then he said, "I lost." Half a stick of incense, start to finish. I went back up to the platform and everybody congratulated me, and I walked straight past all of them to Jianshen and sat down in front of him with my hands on my knees like a student. Hong looked at me and paused. "How did you feel during the battle?" "It felt great." Silence. "You can explain in detail." So I did. I gave him the entire thing. His cultivation was early foundation. I am middle. I used 4/10. I opened with hidden word to trap him. He broke it with the beast roar technique, so I used skill instead of force, and took him with spring rain in one move while he was still disoriented. I expected to be nervous drawing my sword, and I was not. And he said, "You are very confident about this battle. Very good." Behind us, Jiang Long's 3 friends were watching a boy who had just won a fight in under a minute report to his senior brother like a cadet, and Hong Bo said to nobody in particular, "Such martial brothers are unprecedented and unheard of." Second round. A short man with a bright green dagger, obviously poisoned. Wood cultivators are not immune to poison, but we are much better at it than anyone else, and this man had made it through the first round by surprising somebody. His technique was nothing. His footwork was decent. The dagger was the whole plan. So I went around his guard and put the steel wood across his throat, which is the polite way of saying the fight is over, and he twisted his arm like a wrung cloth and put the dagger through the gap straight at my windpipe, Clever. Genuinely clever. When you have subdued a man, you relax for a quarter second, and that quarter second was his whole career. Unfortunately, he had picked the one opponent in that arena who had spent 20 days sitting in a wind made of knives, learning to feel killing intent arrive from any direction. My wrist moved about an inch. The steel wood shortened to the length of a dagger and covered my throat, and his blade hit it and made a sound like a struck bell. Then I put a wood splendor finger through his shoulder and knocked him off the platform, because he had aimed for my throat after losing, and I was not inclined to be gracious about it. Third round, a red-haired man on fire wheels. Fire beats wood, so all three of my warm season techniques would have fed him. So I used winter snow, which destroys, and took his wheels off with wood splendor finger, and he fell. Fourth, an earth cultivator who cracked the ground to swallow me. I grew grass and pinned the soil in place, and a vine came up under his feet, and the vine could only hold a foundation establishment cultivator for half a second, which is exactly 1/2 second longer than he had. Fifth, a big man with a giant knife, sword in the abdomen, kicked off. Sixth, a soul-suppressing bell aimed at my divine soul. So I sealed my own divine sense, went blind on purpose, and fought him entirely on the perception I had trained in the 5 elements winds, which does not use divine sense at all. Hong never worked out why it stopped affecting me. Seventh was a mountain of a man with an axe and boundless true energy, and that one took an hour, and I only won it because Yuanmu grass keeps me standing after other people fall over, and I swept him off with the last of what I had. 7 wins. I flew back up to the high platform and landed, and my legs went. A white shadow moved, and a hand caught my arm before I hit the ground. Jiang Wang and the others were half a step behind, hands out, too late. "Thank you, senior brother," I said, and then, honestly, I was lucky. If he had put in a little more, I would have been the one to lose. His cultivation is similar to yours. It does not matter who won. You should have gained something from that battle. Yes, I'll try to understand it carefully. Go and regulate your breathing, he said, letting go. There will be a tough battle to come. I assumed he meant mine. Hong did not. Hong meant his. Jiang Wang drew Gao Wang in the first round of the platform stage, which everybody agreed was appalling luck. Gao Wang came up in a 5-colored magic robe that was, objectively, hideous, and stood there looking pleased with himself. And Jiang Wang provoked him with courtesy, which is the cruelest available method. Since I am weak, you don't need to keep picking fights with me. Wouldn't it be better to let someone as insignificant as me go? Your Gao family is a behemoth. Why bother with me? You won't listen to reason. That's disrespect. If I apologize and confess my sins, will you stop? Whenever young Master Gao gives the order, I'll prepare a feast to apologize, and I will not delay. Gao Wang nearly came out of his own skin. Then he crouched, and every muscle on him went tight like a cat, and a transparent leopard's head appeared around his own. Leopard King Fist. Jiang Wang put a talisman on each of his 10 fingertips and played them like strings, and the 10 went out and circled into a barrier, and Gao Wang hit it like a landslide 4 times before it started to sag. Then he rolled back, stayed low, and made a claw, and a ball of energy burst out through his fingers into something enormous. Tear the sky, leopard claw. That barrier went to dust, and so did every talisman making it, and everybody on our platform sat forward. Because Gao Wang was supposed to be a spoiled playboy who won fights by buying artifacts, and we were watching a man with a genuine, profound, rank body technique and the foundation to run it. Hong Bo said it first. That's not pill-forced, that's solid. Jiang Wang threw hundreds of talismans after that. Fire nets, floods, lightning, sword beams, whole vortexes of true essence, on one man from every angle at once. And Gao Wang stood in the middle of it and let all of it hit him. This robe is a spiritual artifact, he said, when the smoke cleared and he was undamaged. 5 element attacks cannot harm me, and my realm is above yours. Jiang Wang stopped attacking because he is not sentimental about ammunition. And Gao Wang, having comprehensively won, said, "You used to look down on me and refused to be recruited. Now that I have genuinely surpassed you, what reason do you have to refuse?" And Jiang Wang actually blinked. "You still want to recruit me?" And Gao Wang, at maximum volume in front of several thousand people, I have looked for you 92 times, and every single time I have tried to recruit you." Jiang Wang looked at him for a long moment, then said, "I concede," and walked off the platform without another word, leaving Gao Wang standing on it alone and incandescent. The four of them worked it out afterwards, sitting on our platform. Hong Bo laid it out. Gao Wang approached him the first time with no manners whatsoever, because he has no manners, and Jiang Wang, who was raised in a great house, found him repellent and refused politely. And Gao Wang, unable to accept that, kept coming back, which raised Jiang Wang's pride, which made him refuse harder, which made Gao Wang try again. 92 times. And Master, who had been listening with his beard in his hand, told them about the Gao family. Their first head was a man called Gao Ming, who went from sheer refining to tribulation in 5,000 years and ascended, and left behind a family that has been declining ever since, not top 10 anymore. But two nascent souls in it, and a habit of keeping their heads down so completely that Xixing Peak's case files barely mention them, which is remarkable in a sect that documents everything. "Tian Yun," Master said, "guess how old Gao Wang is?" Disciple can't tell. His aura isn't pure, so he is not a single root, but he has cultivated for less than 50 years, and judging by the depth of his foundation, he has been honing at the late foundation establishment stage for 10 years or more. Under 50, not a single root. Late foundation establishment, honed for a decade, deliberately, without showing anybody. That is a monster. Wearing an ugly robe, chasing one man around a mountain for 92 attempts, because his family's entire policy is to look useless in public. Everybody on our platform sat there feeling foolish. And Jiang Wang, who had felt something on his back, turned around and found Gao Wang staring at him from a platform in the southeast with murder in his face, and, as he now realized, no killing intent in it at all. Hong is over 100 years old. Gao Wang is not yet 50. "Hong's a child," Jiang Wang said, out loud, in the tone of a man discovering he has been arguing with a toddler for 20 years, and then he nodded to him across the arena before turning back. And that is how Jiang Wang ended up joining the Gao family, eventually, on his own terms, which is a story I was not there for. Then my next token came up. 49th performance, Flying Immortal Peak, Gao Yuna. Another Gao. She was nearly 8 feet tall, half a head above me, in tight black, with skin like polished ivory, and she was beautiful in a way that was slightly wrong, as though a sculptor had been given the specification and had followed it too exactly. She carried nothing. No sword, no ribbon, no artifact of any kind. A female cultivator, fighting barehanded? Look at her breath, like uncarved jade. What technique is that? Nobody recognized her. Nobody had ever heard of Flying Immortal Peak. Master, stroking his beard, explained that lazily, and it made the hall go quiet. Flying Immortal Peak is the peak that Gao Ming lived on before he ascended. It was taken back by the sect when the family declined, and the Gao family has continued to call itself by that name ever since out of pure stubbornness, and the sect lets them. I drew and put a blue light on the steelwood and did not bother with a starting stance, because by then I could enter the spring rain concept with a thought. She stretched out both hands and closed them. And in the instant she closed them, it was as though she had grabbed hold of the air itself, and there was a violent fluctuation, and countless streams of energy compressed into two pink fists, and her whole presence vanished so that all you could see anywhere were the hands. Then her fists went from jade white to deep red as every drop of blood in her body arrived in them at once. I went in first with a thrust at her throat, spring wind turning to rain, the sword light lingering and gentle and full of killing intent, which is the whole character of that technique. She did not move her feet. She threw one punch, and it made a sound like a mountain spring hitting rock. And my spring rain went out. Not blocked. Out. Extinguished. Everywhere. In one instant. And my sprout character art, which was already forming behind it, could not manifest at all, because the concept it grows out of had ceased to exist. Then her left fist came up from underneath and hit me in the stomach. I got true essence into the dantian in time to stop it going through. It did not go through. The force went through anyway, and something inside me came loose. I got out with the momentum of her own punch and stood there tasting blood, and my dantian was aching, and I had not been injured once in 8 straight fights. Yuna 7, Kill Fist. I found out the details later from Jiang Wang, who was told them, mid-fight, by Gao Wang, who could not stop himself from bragging about his own cousin, even to a man he was feuding with. Humans have 7 emotions: joy, anger, worry, thought, grief, fear, shock. That technique kills them. Each fist is aimed at one, and it does not damage your body, it terminates the emotion your technique is built on. Gao Ming created it tens of thousands of years ago, specifically for the women of his own house, who were born with delicate constitutions that made cultivation nearly impossible. Gao Yuna was born with that constitution and nearly did not survive childhood. Her family did not even name her because they did not expect to raise her and gave her the fist manual as a last resort. She cultivated it until she mastered the first punch and her health began to hold, and then she named herself Yuna, exquisite. And I was in enormous trouble, because the 4 seasons sword technique is made entirely of emotions. Spring rain is longing, summer thunder is passion, autumn wind is melancholy, winter snow is loneliness, and the 4 mantras are joy and anger and sorrow and grief. Every single thing I could do was a thing she could switch off. Gao Wang was calling the punches for Jianglong like a man narrating a horse race. Killing Thought's fist, that's the one that killed his spring rain. Killing Shock Fist, that's the one that hit the kidney meridian. My cousin's best is killing worry, because when a man cannot win, he becomes worried, and worry is what makes people find one more thing, and she takes it away, and then they are simply finished. I was being suppressed and beaten in front of my master and my senior brother and 8 junior sisters, and I had promised him a ranking. So I stopped and thought. The fist kills 7 emotions. If there are no emotions left to kill, the fist has nothing to do. But every technique in the world is built out of the 7 emotions, because that is what comprehension is made of. Remove them, and you have nothing to comprehend with. Unless you do what he does. Jian Shen does not have no emotions. That is what everybody thinks, and everybody is wrong, and I had spent 9 years next to the actual answer. Hong freezes them, under an infinite killing intent. They are still there. They are just under ice, where they cannot interfere with enlightenment and cannot cause a disaster, and that is the entire architecture of the ruthless slaughter sword Dao, and it is not the same thing as being empty at all. So I flicked out a handful of seeds. She stepped through them easily because she thought they were an attack. They went into the platform and came up as giant trees, 10 zhang tall, a whole grove of them with wide gaps between the trunks so the crowd could still see. Everybody was baffled. It doesn't trap her. It isn't hard enough to stop that fist. She punched the nearest tree and it exploded, and the flying splinters hit the ground and became new trees. She frowned because she had just done the arithmetic on a war of attrition against a wood cultivator and stopped breaking them and came for me instead. She had trained in forests as a child. Trees do not slow her down. They were not meant to. I used wood evasion breath concealment, which I had not used in years, and blended my energy into the wood energy of the grove. Not hidden word. She would have broken hidden word in a single punch, because hidden word is loneliness, and loneliness is an emotion. Wood evasion is not an emotion. It is a fact about where I am. She could not find me. She could feel the trees were the problem, so she started killing the wood energy in the gaps to squeeze me out, and that was correct. And it would have worked, except that I was also using wood escape and moving continuously between trunks, which meant she was hunting a thing that was never in the same tree twice. 32 punches. Nothing. The whole arena started shouting, and inside a tree, with my eyes shut, I was doing the actual work. I put every scrap of divine sense inward, hid my power deep in the dantian, and thought about a man in white. How does he freeze the 7 emotions? Hong does not suppress them. Hong believes something so completely that they cannot get through it. That the sword is the only thing that will be respected. That killing is a principle and not an act. His Tao heart is built out of one absolute idea, and everything else in him lies underneath it, frozen, safe. And his sword contains no emotion at all, only killing intent, which I do not have. I have never had it, and I never will. I cannot generate a pure intent to kill, and I am not going to pretend otherwise at the age of 20 in a sports competition. So I needed my own absolute. And it was already in me, and I had been carrying it since I was 14 years old, in a cave under a lake. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. The 4 seasons renew themselves endlessly without stopping. Plants are born and die, and after death, they are born again. If you stand inside that, you are inside the emotions, and you feel every one of them, which is what I had been doing. But if you step outside it and look down on it as the master of the 10,000 woods, then the blooming and the withering, the growth and the death of every living thing is simply what happens. Not tragedy, not joy. Normal. Life and death seen whole, over and over, until the joy and the sorrow become weather. And a wisp of blue light appeared between my eyebrows. There was a trace of ruthlessness in it, so small it was barely there, and a trace of killing intent, so small it was barely there. Because 9 years standing next to that man had left a residue on me. I had picked up a little of his killing intent and a little of the sharpness of his sword intent the way you pick up an accent, without ever asking for it. And I took that residue and used it to hone the idea, and started compressing the whole thing down into something small. Outside the tree, on the platform, Gao Yuna turned around because she had felt a familiar aura appear where no such aura should be. And on our high platform, Wang Shun and the others went completely white, because what was coming out of that tree was the ruthless killing intent of a golden core true person. It was Jian Shen's. Unmistakably his. And Jian Shen was sitting right there, 4 feet away, not moving. Even Master looked surprised. Gao Yuna leapt at the tree with her fist back, and 13 punches came out in a chain, every one of them designed to kill a different emotion, no gap between them, no room to resist. And she was too late. The tree exploded, and I came out of it and landed, and there was a fine blue thread hanging in the air in front of my forehead. It went through her shoulder. She did not feel pain. She told me afterwards that she felt nothing at all, except a numbness that went over her entire body in about half a second. And then, starting at the shoulder socket, in the time it took the blue light to travel, Gao Yuna turned to wood. The whole arena stopped. She stood there as a wooden sculpture of a beautiful woman, absolutely still, with the grain visible in her skin. Silence. Then 5,000 people all shouting at once, "What is that?" I didn't even see it. That move cannot be resisted. The golden core true persons in the stands had seen it and were also surprised, which is worse. And the thing everybody was reaching for and could not quite say was that a Foundation establishment cultivator had just produced something that carried the ruthless killing sword energy of a golden core. The fight was not over, because she could not concede while she was a tree. So I raised my hand and put out a green rope and wound it around the waist of the sculpture and lowered her gently off the side of the platform and stood her upright on her feet. Which meant she had not been struck down and had not been thrown and had not lost her dignity in front of the entire sect. Her family swarmed her, and even essence transformation cultivators could not undo it. They tapped her, and she made a sound like furniture. Gao Wang came down with them and stood there at his wit's end, and then turned around and glared at me. And I looked at him and thought, honestly, that's decent of him. Same surname, family. Of course he's upset. It would be cold-hearted not to be. So I took a breath and drew it back, and out of Gao Yuna's shoulder, a thin blue thread shot back across the arena into my palm and hung there, quiet, obedient, radiating something enormously disproportionate to its size. And everybody finally saw what it actually was. A needle, 1 inch long, as thin as a cow's hair, entirely blue with a bright point. I flicked it, and it went into my forehead, into the sea of consciousness, to be refined by will from then on. The 2 penal enforcement stewards on the Black Dragon platform argued about it afterwards. One said it must be a divine ability, which would be terrifying, because those are normally condensed at the golden core stage. The other said no, he forged it out of his own flesh and blood, so it is a magic treasure comparable to a life-bound treasure. And then Mei Lan, who is the better swordsman, said the true thing. It is neither. I think it is somewhere in between. Back on the high platform, Master asked to see it, so I shot it at him, and he caught it in a palm full of thick yellow earth energy, and it fought him for a while, and then went still. What a powerful technique, he said, genuinely startled. Tian Yun, is that Jenner's killing intent etched on the tip of that needle? It is, I said. It was Senior Brother's concept of freezing the 7 emotions that let me condense it. Otherwise, Miss Gao would have finished me. And then I turned to Jian Shen and said, smiling, so I should thank Senior Brother for his guidance. And Jian Shen said, your needle is quite good. Master beamed at both of us like a man whose entire life has finally justified itself, and said, fellow disciples should help each other, It is only right that your senior brother takes care of you, otherwise I'd have let you live with him for nothing. Then Jian pulled me over and sat me down opposite him. Show the needle, temper it again. I floated it between us, glowing, and he flicked one finger and shattered the killing intent on the point. Everybody around us made a noise. Because from the outside, what they had watched was a man destroy half of his junior brother's brand new signature technique without saying a word. Wang Shun said afterwards that it was the single strangest thing he saw all day, and that what actually shocked him was not the act, it was that I did not react at all. Because I knew exactly what he was doing. That needle was made out of the essence of Rui wood, which is mine, and it had broken through Gao Yuna's defenses using a coat of Jian Shen's killing intent, which is not, which meant the whole thing was a castle in the air. Beautiful, effective once, and structurally borrowed. Hong took the borrowed part off so that the thing underneath would have to grow its own. Then he wrapped it in his sword intent and honed it over and over, and forced it to generate its own killing intent under the pressure, and when a faint edge finally came up on the point of that needle, it was mine. A gold light went through his eyes, and he withdrew. The needle turned twice in the air between us and settled, and the aura on it was completely different. We should continue to refine and practice this, he said. We must not slack off. Yes, senior brother. Then he paused, which he does not do. You should name it. And I looked at a blue needle made out of my blood and his sword intent and the 4 seasons and a decade of somebody else's patience, and I said, Senior brother deserves all the credit for it. Let's call it the Azure Cloud Needle. I won 6 more fights with it. Not because it is unbeatable, because it is unfamiliar, and because it comes out of a place nobody guards, and because every fight it survives makes its killing intent fiercer, so by the 7th one, it was noticeably worse to be hit by than it had been on the first. And somewhere in the middle of all that, on a high platform, with a 10-jong barrier of sword intent around me, and Master keeping 8 junior sisters quiet on the other side, I broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. Jian Shen stood over me for the whole thing, and when I opened my eyes, my master, who is not a great cultivator and who knows it, was so happy he could not stand still. Tianyun is exceptionally talented, comparable to Jianer, he said. Work harder, reach the golden core soon. Add glory to Little Bamboo Peak. And then he looked at the 4 young men sitting at the edge of our platform, who had spent the whole day helping 8 terrified girls understand what they were watching, and who had asked for nothing, and he said, Wang Shen, I intend to take you as my 3rd disciple. Are you willing? Wang Shen forgot how to speak. Hong Bo elbowed him. Han Ming hissed at him to kneel, and he came off that platform onto his knees and performed 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows with his eyes streaming. And Master, because he is who he is, immediately explained himself to the other 3 so that nothing could sour between them. All 4 of you are of excellent quality, but I am an earth cultivator, and I cannot teach disciples of other attributes. Only Wang Shen practices earth cultivation with me. That is the only reason. And then, he gave the other 3 the run of Little Bamboo Peak, and told them to build their own caves anywhere they liked, so that none of them would have to go back to the disciple residence. Jian Shen flicked out a ball of yellow light at the new junior brother. A golden bell and a flying sword, both medium-grade spiritual artifacts, both perfect for an earth cultivator at exactly his level. And he said, my master and I, and stopped, and changed it. Tianyun and I have exchanged gifts. I sat there on a platform in front of 5,000 people and had to look at my own hands for a moment. 10 arenas produced 10 sets of 10, and then the entire plaza rearranged itself. Thousands of platforms slid together and were kneaded into 50 enormous ones by something none of us could see, and above them 10 black dragons unrolled across the sky for hundreds of miles, with 10 executioners riding puppet eagles underneath. The grand competition of 100. And down on the ground, before it started, I felt 2 eyes on my back, Zhao Hua. Except that the Zhao Hua I had left tied up in a plaza 3 months earlier had been a joke with a rich ancestor. This one was at late Foundation Establishment peak, and the pressure coming off him was more than 10 times what it had been. And of course it was. Hong had been sealed in a water dungeon by Xixing Peak, and his ancestor had pulled him out and had screamed at him and had then decided that the correct response to his grandson being publicly humiliated was to spend an unbelievable amount of money. Hong fed him a rebirth pill, which a person may use once in a lifetime and which sealed one of his 3 roots, so that jiahua stopped being a triple root and became a false dual root of water and fire. Then he gave him a profound rank technique built on exactly that pairing, and, because jiahua cannot comprehend a technique at that level, pushed his own understanding of it directly into the boy's sea of consciousness so he would not have to. Then he forced a century of his own true essence into his grandson and dragged him bodily up to late Foundation Establishment peak and loaded him with artifacts from the inside out. And then, because Zhao Hua might have had to fight somebody real before he reached me, used his influence to fix the draw. I looked at my slip, first round of the 100, Zhao Hua. I turned to Xianxia and said, "Senior brother, you told me they were sealed and imprisoned. How could he possibly have made that much progress in a day or two, and also happen to draw me first?" And Xianxia, expressionless, said, "If the blissful old ancestor intervenes." Then I laughed and did not say anything else, because there is always somebody willing to do a nascent soul ancestor a favor, and complaining about it is a waste of breath. Hong came onto the platform standing on the head of a fire dragon in azure armor, with his true essence running hot and cold in alternation, and he genuinely was, for the first time in his life, impressive. His true essence had formed a Tai Chi wheel of water and fire that harmonized both, so that whatever technique he used, the other half supported it. That is a genuinely superb piece of cultivation, and none of it was his. So I made a dragon out of grass. Leaves and vines and green stems braiding themselves in the air into something 40 feet long with a head, and I stood on it, and we faced each other across that platform, and the crowd went up. Hong opened with the Langyia rings, and this time they split into hundreds of red and blue shadows that came down like rain. My grass dragon is enormous, and it is not subtle, and a great deal of it got scorched and wilted immediately. So I dropped the steel wood into my hand and put spring rain across the whole sky. Countless fine threads, soft, endless, and every ring shadow that came into that net got tangled and dragged and slowed like fish in weed. And Zhao Hua made 2 hand seals, and every one of those shadows vanished at once and left 2 real rings floating in front of him. Not one had been caught. Illusions, all of them. I smiled and shook the rain out. I want to explain why I smiled, because that is the whole fight. Hong had expected me to be angry. That trick is designed to make you angry, and a man who has just been made a fool of overcommits. Hong had been told by his ancestor that Zhao Tianyun gets angry, and I have never been angry at Zhao Hua in my life. Hong is not a person I have feelings about. Hong is weather. Hong grew the rings to the size of cartwheels and made them spit 2 enormous birds of water and fire that came down at my head and my heart at the same time. I softened both steelwood swords into ropes and caught both birds around the neck and held them. Then he spat out a golden bead the size of a fist and threw it at my face. To ruin the face, specifically. Hong said so afterwards. The crowd made a noise because both of my hands were full and there was clearly nothing I could do. So I brought both arms in, and the birds snapped back on their ropes, and the bead burst the firebird's skull and kept going, and I tilted the waterbird's head with a flick of the wrist to deflect the rest, and by the time it came out the other side, its light had gone out. Then I took it out of the air, put my divine sense in, erased his mark, drew out the drop of blood he had bound it with, and put it in my sleeve. Hong noticed a second later that a spiritual artifact he had owned that morning no longer answered him. "Shu Zi King, give me back my magic treasure!" "Your cultivation looks high now," I said, "but you have a great many weaknesses. You have many treasures, and you can only truly control a few of them. I do hope you hit me a few more times so I can collect the rest and save myself some money." Hong was genuinely fast. His fist intent had water and fire braided into an explosive core, and if a man who had earned that technique over 40 years had thrown it at me, I would have been in danger. Hong had not earned it. The 2 energies never properly fused, so the explosion was mostly noise. I circled him and never let the intent gather, and while he was flailing, I took control of his own golden bead and scattered his fire dragon out from under him. Then he stopped playing and built the water-fire Tai Chi properly and shouted, "Die," and threw it. And I looked at it and saw the flaw immediately, because I had been reading plants for 11 years, and a badly integrated technique looks exactly like a badly grafted branch. Inside that spinning symbol, most of the water and fire wills had not merged. They were drifting past each other, repelling, and merging slowly, and the longer it turned, the stronger it would get. So I did not let it turn. I put hidden word on the sword to conceal the strike and started drawing silk, strand by strand. In and out, around that thing, cutting away individual wills of water and fire from the outside, faster than they could merge, so that instead of a growing bomb, it became a shrinking one. From below, the crowd saw a blue lightning bolt orbiting a symbol at a speed that made a cocoon of sword light in the air. The whole thing took one breath. I stopped, sheathed the sword, whistled, put a green rope around what was left, and threw it into the sky, and it went off up there and rained ash. Jiahua had nothing left. Hong had thrown his life-bound treasures, his artifacts, his technique, and his ancestors' century of true essence at a boy with a wooden sword, and I had taken his golden bead, his mother and child swords, his cauldron, his ruler, his rope, and his whip, and marked every one of them. "Senior Brother Zhao," I said, "is that all? If so, you should admit defeat. This stalemate makes things look bad for everyone." His face went purple. "You'd better watch your life. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Then I'll have to experience your superior skills." I do not usually talk like that. I was enjoying myself, which I am not proud of, and which was also strategically correct, because a narrow man who cannot swallow his rage will eventually do something stupid in public. Hong said, "I admit defeat," and then he turned to walk off the platform and slapped the front of his own armor. The armor had one more water-fire Tai Chi in it, 10 times the power of the first one, stored, ready, aimed at my back. "Shu Zi King, today is your death day. You are my defeated foe. Ha ha ha." I had known. I had known from the moment he conceded, because he had spent the entire fight leaking killing intent, and because I am extremely sensitive to that particular smell, and I had already raised my hand. And what came off my fingers was not a sword technique, because before the 100 began, Jianshen had put a stroke of his sword intent into my storage ring and left it there, and had said one sentence about it: "Do not use it lightly unless it is a matter of life and death." Sword intent cannot be stored without special materials, and it had cost him something to do it, and it had been sitting in my ring for 4 days. I let it out. Kai, invisible thing, left my hand and met that explosion, and there was a bang, and then the entire arena went cold. Chilling sword energy swept out in every direction and froze the air above the whole platform, and every other force in that space was simply driven away, because there was nothing there but the ruthless refusal of one man to be argued with. "It's a sword intent." Zhao Hua's laugh stopped in his mouth. "No. What is this? How could you have a sword intent? Ah!" And then it went into his sea of consciousness. That sword intent has no owner in it. It was not being directed. It was simply released, which means it has no emotions and leaves no room for restraint. So after it broke the Tai Chi, it did the only thing it knows. It strangled his will and his divine sense and left the room empty. What was lying on the platform when it cleared was Zhao Hua's body. I stood there and looked down and said, honestly, without any satisfaction at all, "Senior Brother Zhao, why do this?" Then I collected 6 spiritual artifacts off the stones and went back up to the high platform and gave every single one of them to my master. Hong would not take them. Hong is not that sort of man. Hong picked out a whip and gave it to Zhang Long, an immortal binding rope to Hong Bo, a fire ruler to Han Ming, and the moon worship cauldron to Wang Shun, and made a small speech to 8 junior sisters about how they'd get theirs when their cultivation caught up, so that nobody's feelings were hurt. I kept the golden bead. I liked it, and then I said to Jian Shun, quietly, "None of Zhao Hua's things are worthy of Senior Brother. When my cultivation improves, I'll find you a rare sword." And he said, "You don't have to do that. Then grant my request, or I'll have wild thoughts, and it will shake my resolve. You seem quite relaxed these days. I was too reserved before." Which is true, and which is the actual difference between the boy who arrived at that sect and the one sitting on that platform. Deep inside Jile Peak that night, a man in a yellow robe went up the mountain to report that young Lord Zhao's divine sense had been shattered and his soul badly damaged, and that he was no longer conscious. The blissful old ancestor was lying on a couch covered in demon beast hide, surrounded by more than a dozen beautiful men and women, and he looked about 30, and he was not 30. But that useless brat lost again? Old ancestor is wise. Still that one. What's his name? Little Bamboo Peak, Zhao Tianyun. And the temperature in that cave dropped. This little brat, who could be killed with a single finger, has repeatedly refused to show me any respect. Hong must be tired of living. Zhao Kai, find an opportunity and kill Zhao Tianyun. And the servant, sweating, said the only sentence that stopped him. Old ancestor, Zhao Tianyun has potential, but he is not yet grown and is not to be feared. It is his senior brother. Jian Shen is 5th on the Heavenly Dragon ranking and the head of the core disciples, and is highly favored by the sect master. The two of them are inseparable. If anything were done to Zhao Tianyun, it would not escape Jian Shen's notice. On pause. So you are saying I cannot easily touch him? It is not that we cannot. It is that we cannot be obvious. Young Lord Zhao has provoked them repeatedly, and in terms of reason, our Jile Peak does not stand up to this. If the sect master notices, it might be inappropriate, and the ancestor dismissed him. And then, alone, he sealed the cave and spat out a mirror. It was dull, dead, it had no shine at all, and a man's voice came out of it, hoarse, and said, "What's wrong, my darling? Life is good?" They talked like lovers for a while, and then the thing in the mirror said the part that matters. You told him you were afraid the sect master would find out. That is not the real reason. You are a late-stage nascent soul at the peak, a hair from soul transformation. Even if you killed Jian Shen outright, the sect master would be harsh on the surface and would not truly punish you. And the blissful old ancestor said, "You know me best. I'm only doing this for you. I still need the power of the immortal sect to find you a cauldron and provide you with origin energy. The sect master is unfathomable and busy, and I am nothing to him. But if I kill Jian Shen, I will draw his attention. And if he starts watching Jile Peak and finds out about you, you are dead." And the voice in the mirror laughed and said it had expected as much and called him a good master. And then the ancestor said, "Be well cultivated. I will find you a single spiritual root. Then you will become a nascent soul ancestor too, and we can perform dual cultivation, and there will be nothing left to fear." And put the mirror away. And then went and looked at his grandson's empty body, and had it soaked in a pool of soul-soothing water, and gave one order before he left. Find something that will entangle both of those brothers at once, and send them on their way. That would be my mercy. I did not know any of that for a long time. What I knew, that afternoon, was that I won 2 more fights and then lost. I lost to a personal disciple of a nascent soul ancestor, single spiritual root, 2 years younger than me, taken as a disciple at 10 and taught for a decade, and he was a lightning attribute sword cultivator with genuine sword aura, and his strikes came down like thunder because that is not a metaphor at that level. The azure cloud needle lasted 1 moment under it and was driven back. And I had practiced the sword with Jian Shen for a year, and my realm was still nowhere near a man who had been given a real sword cultivator's education since childhood. And there is no shame in that, and I did not enjoy it. I jumped off the platform to avoid a bolt that would have gone through me. Around 10th place, top 20. Pong came 2nd overall, in the end, so I did not lose to a fluke. Master was so happy he could not sit down. The top 20 in the foundation establishment bracket of that sect are almost always disciples of the middle and upper peaks. A small peak disciple squeezes into the bottom 2 places once every few generations if they are lucky. Hong had no master himself. Hong built that peak alone over 500 years. Hong had lived an ordinary and unremarkable life and had expected to die that way. And he stood there beaming while they read out a reward list long enough to buy a small sect. I tried to give all of it to him, and he refused. And then I tried to give it to the junior sisters, and none of them had built a foundation, so they could not use any of it. And the entire plan collapsed, and Master laughed at me for a full minute. And then, sitting on that platform, having just lost, I understood something and went straight into a meditative state in the middle of a crowd. Because the Tao of the 10,000 woods is the Tao of everything living. And to command 10,000 woods with a single tree, you need authority. And I had been doing it wrong for 11 years. I had been getting closer to the woods, sharing their joys and their sorrows, integrating with them, feeling with them, being one of them, which is lovely and which is not command. If I kept going that way, I would eventually stop being the master of 10,000 woods and simply become one more of them, and that is not a Tao, that is dissolving. It took a lightning sword cultivator hitting me hard enough to bruise my pride to see it. Master saw my aura change and told everybody to shut up, and Jianshen stood up and drew a line on the ground with one finger, a long sword scar full of profound mental force, and said, "Within this line, nothing outside can enter," and then went to fight. Because the Golden Core competition was next, they demolished the entire arena for it. Every platform in that plaza was crushed together into one stone platform hundreds of miles long and tens of feet high. And then Void Realm formulas struck it, and it caught fire and was refined, and the crowd had to retreat 100 miles. The rules are simple. 50 Golden Core true persons stand on the platform. You choose your own opponent. The winner is the one still standing when there is nobody else. 50. Master explained when I asked that in practice the strong ones clear out the weak ones first, and it is not as insane as it sounds. I watched Jianshen walk to the middle of that platform and stop, and 49 of the most talented young Golden Cores in a second-grade immortal sect immediately began fighting each other, and around him, in a circle, there was nobody. They left him space by instinct, the way animals leave space. Hong stood there like a solitary peak and did not move and let them work. Then he raised his head slightly, and a dark light went through his eyes. Something invisible and extremely sharp shot out and crossed the entire platform in one line. More than 10 Golden Core true persons went off the edge. The survivors turned around and saw him, and there was a very long moment while 30-odd of the strongest young men and women in that sect quietly agreed on something. Heavenly Dragon 5th is not someone to be easily defeated. Why don't we all attack together, knock this person off first, and then fight each other? Excellent, let us unite against the powerful enemy. Gentlemen, let us not hold back. They all used their best divine abilities at once. I have to describe this properly because it is the largest thing I have ever seen. A fiery claw the size of a house came down from the sky. Kai earth-colored hand came up from below. A seal covered in lightning fired hundreds of pillars of it in layers. A bead through a 100-foot gale coiled like a dragon. And behind all of it, 30-odd divine abilities, each one the accumulated understanding of a lifetime. Enough force to level a range of hills aimed at one man in plain clothes. Jianshen's feet did not move. A faint gold pattern appeared between his eyebrows, and out of it came a sword the size of a mountain. It cleaved down once, and every technique in the sky came apart. Every divine ability, every magic treasure, all of it destroyed in a single stroke, and the sword scar went into the stone platform and nearly split it in half lengthwise. And then the giant sword did not disappear. It flew back and stood behind him, upright, hanging in the sky. There was total silence, and then somebody said in a small voice, "My magic treasure," because every artifact that had been in the air was on the ground, dimmed, their origins damaged, years of repair for every single one of them. More than a dozen of them conceded on the spot, because they had attacked one man 30-1 and had been stopped without him taking a step, and there was nothing left of their dignity to protect. The rest had energy left and did not want to admit it, and reasoned that he must have spent almost everything on that stroke. Jianshen did not wait for them to finish reasoning. Hong pointed and said, "Go!" And the mountain-sized sword swept sideways across the entire platform, and their protective robes and their true essence held for about as long as paper holds, and the killing intent inside it went into their bones and stayed there. In a few breaths, there was one man standing on a stone platform hundreds of miles long. Master turned to me, still holding a defensive shield with one hand and looking slightly ruffled, and said, "You can see that the golden giant sword is a divine ability that your senior brother has condensed." When he came back, walking on his sword, intent with his clothes and his hair perfectly still, I got up before he landed. "Senior brother Jian, how are you feeling right now?" "It's all right," which is what he says. "Really? Senior brother, you can't be lying to me." I did not try to coax you. And then I did something that made every person on that high platform stare, and which I had not planned. I reached out and took his sleeve and pulled him over and made him sit down, and said, "Tianyun has a favor to ask, and I hope senior brother will grant it. I wish to send a wisp of true essence into senior brother's body to examine it." Silence. "It's not that I don't believe you," I said. It's that I'm worried. Because I have never once been able to tell from that man's face whether he is fine, and he had just been attacked by 30 golden cores at the same time. And I want you to understand what I was asking for. You do not put your energy inside another cultivator. Ever. That is the most defenseless thing a person can permit. It is not a medical examination. It is opening every door in your house at once and standing aside. Hong looked at me and held out his hand. Master, who understands him better than anybody alive, nearly fell over. I put in a thread of true essence, carefully, the way you would knock on a door. It vanished, just gone, instantly, the way a snowflake goes on a hot stone. Use more, he said. So I put in 1/10 of everything I had, and this time it survived long enough to travel, and I went through him. And I want to tell you what is inside that man. His meridians are an ocean. Gang metal true essence, domineering and sharp, rampaging through them at a volume that should have destroyed them years ago, and the meridians hold it without the slightest strain. If my meridians are a mountain path where one person passes sideways, his are a palace road where a dozen horses gallop abreast. Everywhere my energy went, it was cold, and there was a quality in it that I recognized immediately because I have it too, and it is the specific refusal of a thing that will not be violated. If a fire or lightning cultivator had tried what I was doing, they would have been erased at the wrist. Mine got through because Rui wood is peaceful and carries no hostility, and because he was actively suppressing his own body to let a friend walk around inside it. Then it reached the dantian. And there was a bead in there, shining, with gang metal sword energy sweeping out of it in every direction like a red sun, and the entire dantian was lit up by it. And spiritual energy was pouring into that bead from everywhere and being swallowed, endlessly, like water going into the eye of a storm at sea. My wood energy touched the edge of the sword energy and melted like snow in the first sun, and what was left of it was drawn into the core and gone. I could not find the bottom of it. I let go of his wrist and looked up and said, "Reporting to Master, senior brother is unharmed. His meridians are abundant. The golden core is bright. There is no sign of excessive consumption." Master beamed. Everybody else exchanged looks, because a man had defeated dozens of golden cores in a single fight without spending anything, and they could not make themselves believe it. And I sat there with my hands in my lap, being extremely quiet, because what I had actually just done was measure the distance. I had been telling myself for a year that I was catching up. I had a foundation, a needle, a technique nobody could counter, a top 20 finish, and a reward pile. And I had just walked around inside him and found out that I am a footpath and he is a highway, and that his dantian does not have a floor. Ong is going to nascent soul, then soul transformation, and every one of those is a wider gap than the one I was standing in. I sat there on a high platform in the middle of the greatest event that sect holds, and I did not feel small. I felt late. So I started running the myriad wood seed heart great method quietly, right there, in front of everybody, in the middle of a party. From now on, I never stop. The final round was 100 golden cores fighting one at a time on a single stone platform, and by then it was not really a competition. Jianshen was 35th in the order. Hong went up, and the man opposite him did not manage to react. One stroke of sword intent annihilated his entire sword concept and swept him off the platform, and the arena went absolutely silent. Then 36th, then 37th, then 8 or 9 in a row. The 46th did not come up at all. Hong conceded from the ground. The 47th was strong enough to survive the first shock, and then the golden mountain came out from between his eyebrows and swept the platform. Mei Lan and Hao Jian, the two penal enforcement stewards, both surrendered without fighting. I heard what they said afterward. Hao Jian, grim. I wanted a showdown with him. Now it seems I'm no match. It's really frustrating. And Mei Lan, whose eyes were shining. Hong is only at the early golden core stage, and he has that power. Hong almost deserves to be called the #1 person below nascent soul. Is the ruthless slaughter sword Dao truly that strong? And then Hao Jian took a deep breath and said the thing I like about that man. With our current cultivation, in a straight fight, we would die. But we should not underestimate ourselves. We are sword cultivators. We have not comprehended sword intent, so of course we are at a disadvantage against sword intent. If we truly want to fight him, all we have to do is go into seclusion, cultivate diligently, and comprehend it. And then we might as well give it a try. 61 opponents. Every one of them knocked off or surrendered. Nobody stood on that platform after him. Champion of the Golden Core Grand Competition of the Wuling Immortal Sect. And somewhere above all of it, in a rift in the Void Realm, 3 enormous figures sat around the arena with their heads nearly touching the sky and their feet on the ground, and looked down at a stone platform the size of a chessboard. One of them laughed, and his voice went through the void like thunder. "Old Chin, is this the disciple you've been eyeing? Truly astonishing talent, not yet 100 years old, and his sword intent is already at its peak, nearing perfection. Such a prodigy. Why don't you nurture him personally?" And the second voice was gentle, like a scholar's, and clear like water striking rock. "This is the leader of my core disciples. His potential is endless, but a fine sword still needs to be honed. Hong is determined. It is best for him to walk his own road." And the third one said that if a disciple like that could keep his true nature, he would certainly ascend, and that Brother Chin would be honored. And the first one laughed again and said, "The future is long and uncertain. You both have excellent disciples. Let us see who can fly the dragon in the sky and seize the title of the luck of the past 10,000 years." And all 3 of them thought that was extremely funny. I did not hear any of it. I found out much later. I was on a high platform 100 miles away, with a fat old master beaming beside me, and 8 junior sisters shrieking, and 4 new friends, and a bird asleep on a rail, watching a man in plain clothes walk back across the sky toward us. And here is where I stop. Because if you had told the 13-year-old lying in the grass behind his mother's house that all of this was coming, he would not have argued with you about the dragons, or the demon realm, or the sword the size of a mountain. Hong would have argued about the fact that anybody came back for him. That is the only part that was ever unlikely. A clan looked at me and said, out loud, in front of everyone, "That is a laborer from the 100-herb garden. You are mistaken," and then broke my dantian and threw me in a lake because I was not worth a piece of fruit. And 11 years later, the coldest sword in the world walked into a hole in the ground with no exit, without stopping to collect the token that would let him leave, because a boy he did not have to care about had fallen into it. I did not win because of a legendary technique. Everybody has one of those in that world. I won because when I was 14 and dead and drowning and could not swim, I found a stranger sitting in the dark, and I bowed and said, "I think I'm lost," and he opened his eyes. Which brings me to the thing I did not know that night, while we were all sitting on that platform congratulating each other. Because at that exact moment, deep inside Gile Peak, a nascent soul ancestor was putting a dull, dead mirror back into his sleeve, having concluded that he could not kill either of us cleanly, and having given one order instead. Find something that will entangle both of those brothers at once, and send them on their way together. Which means that for the first time in 11 years, I am no longer the one being hunted. I am the reason somebody is hunting him. I did not put a target on my back. I put one on his. And the man in that mirror is not a demonic cultivator, and is not a rival sect, and is not on any ranking tablet anywhere. Hong is something that a late-stage nascent soul ancestor of a second-grade immortal sect calls master, and that he is willing to strip an empire of single spiritual roots to feed. 3 days later, Jian Shen came down to my cave and said we were traveling. The Ru Yi Immortal Manor was holding its 10,000th birthday, and with it the Immortal Fruit Convention, which happens once every 5,000 years, and where 36 fruits are distributed that take a man's odds of reaching nascent soul from 3 in 10 to 8 in 10. 18 of those 36 go to outsiders, and every genius in the eastern region, and every faction with something to gain, and every ancestor with a debt to collect is going to be in that valley at the same time. I said, then senior brother should certainly try his best to obtain one, and he said, we should do our best. Hong does not know. I have not told him because I did not learn it until later, and by the time I learned it, we were already on the road. There is a man in a mirror who wants him dead, and we are flying, right now, into the single largest gathering of powerful people that world produces, on the invitation of a sect none of us have ever visited, to compete for a fruit that everybody wants. I have a needle between my eyebrows that I made out of his killing intent, and it is the best thing I have ever built, and against a thing like that, it is a splinter. So I have exactly one job now. Get big enough, fast enough, that the next time somebody decides to send us both on our way, I am the reason it does not work.